Thus, the young man was inducted into the order serving the goddess Riemann and became a priest in another world. But that wasn't all. Eden was full of demons and enemies. Kim Si-woo got rid of them all. He had to kill each of the 7 demon kings, all for the sake of saving Eden. These actions took 10 years, and it turned out to be a very long time. The more the years passed, the more doubts the young man had. He wanted to know how his relatives were doing, and often wondered if he would ever be able to live a normal life. The goddess saw that the young man, the savior of Eden, was very upset and pensive. Riemann promised that everything would be fine for him. Finally, the contract was broken. Kim Si-woo had fulfilled his promise and now had to return to the ordinary world to live and work there in peace. The goddess enjoyed strolling through Eden, which had become very beautiful after the young man had rid it of monsters and demons. Kim Si-woo waved goodbye to the goddess and told her that the next time she lured someone in, she should be more shameless and have no regrets. After that, the goddess said she was very grateful to the young man and regretted having distracted him for such a long time. Kim Si-woo was very excited. He couldn't believe his luck. He was truly returning to peaceful Earth, this beautiful blue planet filled with beauty and harmony. And so the young man finds himself in peaceful Seoul, which is teeming with all manner of monsters, wyverns, and dragons. The young man stood there, his mouth agape in astonishment, watching as soldiers used firearms to try to destroy a flock of flying lizards. Kim Si-woo had missed his native language and interacting with people terribly, but now all he could hear were the screams and shouts of terrified soldiers demanding reinforcements. Could this really be the beloved Earth, the country and city the young man had dreamed of returning to all these years? At one point, the young man even thought he was asleep or still in Eden, since dragons and monsters were completely uncharacteristic of his peaceful Earth. The young man recalled the goddess Riemann, who had tried to support him and convince him that he hadn't fallen victim to the Queen of Nightmares, since he had killed her with his own hands. The goddess fondly remembers that battle in which Kim Si-woo defeated the Queen of Nightmares, so there's no reason to doubt it. The young man was surprised to see the goddess standing beside him. Could it be that their contract hadn't ended yet? Or was he simply having some kind of vision? Riemann was even a little offended, since it was thanks to her that Kim Si-woo had survived and returned to Earth. He could show some respect for the goddess he had served for several years. But the young man believed that it was Riemann who had lured him into her world. If not for that, he wouldn't have had to fight for his return. But the goddess was certain that the young man would already be dead if he had stayed on Earth. Riemann raised her hand, and immediately a notification appeared that a god from another dimension was interfering with the principles of the Earth dimension. Riemann was unable to make significant changes. Time had been stopped for 5 minutes, most likely due to the main event. Riemann thought for a moment, then turned to the young man and offered him another contract. Kim Si-woo immediately viewed this proposal with caution, as the young man had spent many years in slavery to the goddess. Riemann explained that this time everything would be different. If he didn't agree, she wouldn't insist, and according to the terms, the young man had to want to sign such a contract himself. If he signed a contract with the goddess, he could use the same divine powers he had in Eden, but he would have to fulfill several additional conditions. The fact is that moving between worlds results in a loss of power, and right now Kim Si-woo cannot be as strong as he was in Eden. Riemann didn't want to push the issue and actually thought that signing a new contract was going too far. After all, the young man had been through a lot in Eden. But Kim Si-woo wouldn't listen to any of it. He understood that in this new human world, he absolutely needed to possess divine power. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cope or survive. And so the contract was signed. The goddess Riemann of the Eden dimension would provide support to a man named Kim Si-woo. Since this was a contract from the Holy Land of another dimension, it would be reviewed by special committees to verify its validity. The review found no violations. Time would soon be restored, and the goddess began to say her goodbyes. For without support on Earth, she could not remain there long. Riemann understood that the young man wanted to ask many questions, but there was no time. Divine power was created through faith in another being. Without faith, there would be no power. So now, in order to preserve his power, the young man must convert people to faith in the goddess Riemann. He should have no trouble with this, since he was the head of her order. The flow of time was restored, the task was received, and the goddess vanished. Kim Si-woo must found the order of Riemann to preserve his power. There are no restrictions on the methods he uses. He must do this within the next 3 months. Kim Si-woo finally realized that he must become the leader of the cult of the goddess Riemann in Korea. That was the only thing he was missing. Suddenly, the young man sensed movement behind him. He spun around sharply and saw a huge wyvern approaching him. Kim Si-woo looked closely at the monster, and memories of what he had been doing in recent years flooded his mind. The young man's hand began to gather divine power. Soon, he had enough to launch an attack on the enormous lizard. The soldiers watched in astonishment, their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes, for surely they couldn't all have been dreaming the same dream. The stranger tore the wyvern to pieces, and now he looked at the stunned soldiers and tried to figure out how to explain his actions to them. Kim Se-woo was wearing a cassock, albeit one splattered with blood. He addressed the soldiers and asked if they had time to talk to him about the goddess Riemann. The young man checked his profile. He needed to recruit 1,000 followers to complete the quest. Kim Si-woo now realized that he was completely and irrevocably in trouble. Slaying monsters and gathering followers for the goddess was no easy task. However, for the time being, his divine power was sufficient to kill the lizards, and the young man immediately made use of the divine power he possessed. The soldiers stood with their mouths agape, watching this strange battle in astonishment. They doubted they were really seeing what they were seeing, because it seemed unreal. The commander couldn't understand how a private could be so strong, and the detector wasn't picking up any magical energy. Usually, the rank of returnees is determined by the amount of mana they possess, but an ordinary private is not capable of handling a wyvern so easily. Probably some other forces were at play here, but so far no one could even imagine what was going on. Meanwhile, the stranger continued to tear the monsters to pieces. The commander requested an immediate convening of the Intelligence Bureau due to the emergency, in accordance with protocol. This was because an incredibly powerful returner had appeared. He didn't show up on the magic sensors at all. Most likely, this person was beyond the norm. The commander wanted to speak with this man and was now requesting reinforcements. Kim Si-woo soon realized that not a single wyvern remained in the area. He looked around, wondering where everyone had gone. Soon, soldiers emerged from the bushes, and their commander approached the young man to speak with him. The man looked very serious, and Kim Si-woo even wondered if he wasn't supposed to catch and destroy the wyverns. Perhaps the soldiers had their own plans for them. But unexpectedly, the commander of the soldiers smiled, clasped his hands gently, and greeted Kim Si-woo, offering to help the young man settle into their town. Kim Si-woo headed to the apartment complex where he had spent many years of his previous life. Soon he was standing in front of the front door, but something held the young man back, preventing him from entering, for he didn't know what awaited him behind the door. The soldiers told him that his brother and sister were completely safe, and that only 5 years had passed on Earth during that time. The young man understood that the goddess had taken care of that. Even though everything was fine so far, Kim Si-woo was very nervous and anxious. Finally, he rang the doorbell and now waited for someone to open the door. Soon, a voice came from behind the door, asking why a preacher had come to visit them, since they were not religious at all. Si-woo tried to explain, however. The voice from behind the door said it would call the police if this believer didn't leave on his own, peacefully and without causing trouble. But then the voice from behind the door told the stranger to get lost, or else he'd be in pain right now and regret ever showing up here. Kim Si-woo didn't want to listen to this conversation any longer, so he urgently demanded that the door be opened, or he would break it down in the next moment. Finally, the apartment door swung open, and a young man wearing glasses and holding a baseball bat shouted at the uninvited guest to get the hell out of there. Si-woo looked at the apartment's owner. Did the guy really want to beat him with a baseball bat? The young man froze in place, his mouth agape in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. Could this really be his brother, whom he hadn't seen in 5 whole years? That's how the brothers were reunited, and now the younger one was cooking a delicious lunch for the older one, still remembering his preferences. It wasn't until the young man sat down at the table that he realized how much he had missed Korean food. It was hard to believe how he had managed to live all these years without noodles and kimchi. Suddenly, the younger brother burst into tears. He couldn't believe that the nightmare of the past 5 years was over, and that the brother he had thought was dead was actually alive. On top of that, this brother had already eaten a full 5 servings of ramen and was dressed like some kind of religious fanatic. Kim Si-woo scolded his younger brother for his greed. Could it be that the boy was upset because he didn't get any food? The young man explained where he had been all these years and what he had been doing in Eden, but at least he had returned to his family safe and sound. His younger brother wanted to know how Si-woo had managed to come back. It was time to talk business, not beat around the bush. Of course, this topic was worth discussing, but how could he tell his younger brother about all the monsters and horrors he had encountered in Eden? And although his younger brother was dissatisfied, having received no answers to his questions, Si-woo still didn't want to share those painful memories. Like most sad stories, a world overrun by demons is a terrifying place, and the sheer amount of blood spilled by one's own hands is enough to shock and repel anyone. For many years, Siwoo literally bathed in blood in his quest to return to a peaceful Korea, only to find himself in a hell just as terrible, but this time on Earth. On top of that, there was also the problem of completing the mission. The young man didn't want to lose his power since he had gone through hell to reach his current level. The younger brother realized he wouldn't get an answer and declared in that case he would work, because someone had to earn money. And the young man sat down in front of the monitors. In-View explained that he worked as a video editor. Since his older brother had disappeared, this was how he made money. There was quite a lot of work. He was employed by a major YouTuber. Siwoo was impressed by his brother, who had always been interested in video editing and was now making a living from it. The videos looked very realistic. In-Woo told his brother that popular people had appeared in their world. They're called players. They deal with portals, dungeons, and the monsters that crawl out of them. These players use system windows and skills. Siwoo had read many novels about this before, so now he could picture what it was all about. Every day, the number of subscribers for these players increases, which means the editor has more work to do. Suddenly, Kim Siwoo shouted, "That's it!" And this startled his younger brother. Siwoo decided he would become a YouTuber, fulfill the goddess's command, and gain subscribers and followers. As soon as these thoughts entered his mind, a notification window popped up right in front of him. But there was nothing useful in it because all the options were still locked. In-View guessed that his older brother dreamed of starting his own channel, but it wouldn't work now, so there was no point in even trying. It turned out that to create content featuring players, you needed government permission. But not everyone manages to get it. In-View promised to help his brother and explain the various intricacies, since while his older brother had been away from Earth, In-View had started making good money doing this. Siwoo listened to the proposal and said that his younger brother shouldn't get too cocky because he actually didn't understand anything. Siwoo recounted how, a few hours earlier, he had been brought to the family residence and thanked for his cooperation during the nighttime investigation. The commander asked what Kim Siwoo now planned to do here. The young man looked the soldier in the eye and said he wanted to expand his order. The commander believed that Korea was a free country with freedom of religion. He hoped that Kim Siwoo's order did not conflict with social norms. The young man began to explain that Riemann was a merciful goddess and that he could now tell those present just how good she was. After all, he wasn't just talking for the sake of it. In recent years, Kim Siwoo had been a priest at Eden. The commander listened to him, pretending to be interested. The fact was that Kim Siwoo had now become an important figure for the Department of Ability Management. If he needed anything, he would have to contact the department first. A second team will be at his disposal. And now the Ability Management Department has recognized and announced Korea's first anomaly, the returnee named Kim Siwoo. The younger brother's mouth fell open in surprise when he realized his brother was an anomaly. Siwoo looked very pleased and confident and was now looking at In-Woo with interest. In-Woo couldn't believe that this man, who had just eaten so many bowls of ramen, had actually come back from the dead. The younger brother didn't understand why Siwoo hadn't told him about the anomaly right away. But Siwoo didn't want to get his brother's hopes up prematurely. After all, if he didn't gain followers, he would lose his powers. Finally, the long conversation came to an end, and it was now clear that Siwoo was a god. He needed to gain followers, and to do so, he wanted to start a channel on YouTube. In-Woo was sure this wouldn't be easy, since his older brother's clothing was rather peculiar, and no one on Earth knew about his goddess. An interesting thought suddenly occurred to Siwoo. What if he could awaken ordinary people, that is, be able to create players? Of course, every powerful nation would hunt down Kim Siwoo for such an ability, but such abilities don't exist. Although if they did, it would be worth a fortune. Kim Siwoo said that the goddess Riemann is the goddess of mercy and charity. All followers of the order would gain more experience thanks to her blessing. In-Woo couldn't believe his ears. Could he really become a player? And all he had to do was believe in this goddess. His older brother replied that it wouldn't work just yet. As soon as he gathered the required number of followers, he would gain that ability. Siwoo would be able to awaken anyone. In-Woo was more than happy to get involved in this experiment and immediately became his brother's follower. He also started thinking about advertising to attract more followers. Now In-Woo was burning with the desire to spread the good news, and the young man clearly couldn't wait to tell everyone about the miracle. Siwoo was amazed at how quickly his younger brother had become a believer, without ever having met the goddess. And now he had forgotten that he used to be an atheist. Kim Siwoo decided to hold online services via a YouTube channel, but the details still needed to be worked out. In-Woo, who had recently been editing videos, said he had some ideas, but just then the doorbell rang. In-Woo was very pleased. He told his brother that Si-woo would finally take full responsibility, and he could breathe a sigh of relief. Kim Si-woo didn't understand what he was talking about until the silhouette of a girl appeared in the hallway. Kim Si-yeon, his younger sister, was still young, but she had grown significantly since they last saw each other. Si-woo was stunned. Of course, the little girl had turned into a real beauty. Plus, she had grown up a lot and must have missed him terribly. The girl burst into tears because she thought her older brother had died. Si-woo apologized for his sudden disappearance and promised that everything would be fine now. But Si-yeon was a real little girl, and she wept and screamed, paying no attention to anything else. Her sobbing went on for a long time, and soon Si-woo was forced to call his younger brother to save the day. He didn't know where the girl's off switch for her tears was. The next morning, Si-woo walked his sister to school. They agreed to go to a cafe after class. The girl looked very happy. She waved goodbye to her brother and said she knew a nice little spot that served delicious tteokbokki. Yesterday had been very difficult. Si-yeon had been sobbing and wouldn't calm down. They'd had to apologize to the neighbors for the noise, but finally peace had returned to the family. Kim Si-woo went to the department first thing in the morning. He explained that he had spoken with his brother. To maintain activity on the channel, the Awakened One needed a certain degree of recognition. Department representatives confirmed that they would provide Kim Si-woo with everything he needed. The Minister of the Department of Ability Management apologized for finding the returned Kim Si-woo so late. The young man looked at this minister, who possessed incredible political instincts and, though not an awakened himself, tried to get close to the powerful players. Si-woo explained that the main reason for his activities was missionary work. The department minister stated that there was nothing prohibited about revealing his status as a returnee on YouTube. However, the department requested that the young man disclose his anomaly status at a press conference. Everyone present was shown a video of Kim Si-woo fighting wyverns on his first day back. Department representatives explained that they had tried to block the video but failed, and it had gone viral. Yoo Seong-ho understood that the young man would likely not appreciate this, but he planned to assign several agents who would remain nearby without causing Kim Si-woo any trouble. South Korea has never had its own anomaly returnee before, so the Department of Ability Management does not have many specialists. The minister apologized for this, however the young man didn't see any problem with it. Besides, it made perfect sense. Upon returning home, Kim Si-woo had to listen to his grandmother scold him for not contacting her immediately upon his return to the city. The woman praised her eldest grandson for returning alive. She would finish her trip, and Si-woo had to take care of his brother and sister. The young man knew he would return. In-woo confirmed this, saying that his grandmother had often seen her eldest grandson in her dreams. According to his brother, in her dreams, Grandma saw Shivu walking along an endless horizon and fighting winged monsters. You could say that was simply amazing. Grandma believed her grandson would return based on her feelings and dreams. In-woo, on the other hand, was certain that his older brother had died. It was strange to see his brother by his side again, especially knowing that he had become an anomaly. All the family members had a good relationship, especially in recent years after their parents died in a car accident. They survived thanks to their grandmother's upbringing. The younger brother, of course, had hoped that his older brother would return, but then he lost hope and took on the responsibility of caring for the family. In-woo explained that they had even held a funeral and planted a tree. They had originally planned to sign a 5-year contract, but ended up signing for 10. His younger sister Si-young decorated the tree, but now they could try to give up the spot and get their money back. In-woo wasn't really keen on doing that. Besides, he was already thinking about how to promote Si-woo's YouTube channel. The young man showed a channel belonging to a gamer who had a large number of subscribers. He gave lessons to beginners and sold strategies for clearing dungeons. The video featured a rather handsome young man who explained that, of all the monsters in the dungeons, orcs were the most common, and he was now going to tell his viewers about their weak points. This player had a great outfit, a good-looking appearance, and a smooth way of speaking. Overall, he was quite attractive. Besides, this guy had a kind nature, didn't do anything forbidden, and paid well for services. Right now, they just had a channel. Usually, setting up a channel takes a couple of weeks. In-view had already made a test video about faith in the goddess Riemann. The easiest way to gain fame for those who have just started a channel is to secure the support of a large corporation. Right now, the Military Academy for Newcomers is holding an event that would also be worth participating in. Videos like these garnered a huge number of views. They looked exactly the same as in previous years. Minsu created tutorial videos for newbies and attracted new subscribers as a result. Si-woo looked at his younger brother and said that, in reality, this Matuba star looked like a newbie himself, And that's when the younger brother revealed his main idea. He wanted to tell the story of a protagonist who hides his power. The newbie is actually a super powerful anomaly. In-woo showed his brother the script and said that this is exactly the direction their video would take, and that it was the perfect plan. In-woo admitted that he hadn't shared all the details with his employer yet. To start with, he suggested simply conducting an interview. The thing was, Min-soo really liked the idea, and he would gladly agree to the interview. Si-woo watched his younger brother and noted with satisfaction how enthusiastic and capable the young man had become. Soon the young men set off for the film set, even though it was quite a distance away. The location was near Mount Magam. The brothers arrived, but there was no one in sight. Si-woo suddenly sensed the presence of demonic energy, the kind possessed by monsters and demons. The young man grew wary but didn't want to admit his power to anyone. In-woo assumed that Min-soo was simply delayed by some filming. He's a famous actor and a very good person. But then his older brother said something terrifying. If he were just an ordinary returnee, they would already be dead here. And those words, spoken by his older brother, sounded very frightening. In-woo didn't want to believe it was true because his employer was a good person. Si-woo was sure that his younger brother was too trusting. If he kept this up, he'd get stabbed in the back before long. Kim Si-woo couldn't understand why he was getting so worked up. So the young man decided to take a deep breath and not get ahead of himself. In-woo explained that a few years ago, their grandmother had been hospitalized, and Min-soo had paid all the bills, thereby saving the family from ruin. Si-woo agreed that it was a very kind thing to do. Maybe he was wrong, and Min-soo was a good person. It's never easy to suspect someone who's willing to help. Si-woo wasn't even born back then, so maybe Min-soo really was a good person. Kim Si-woo told his younger brother to take a taxi and go home because this place was too dangerous. As for himself, he wasn't leaving just yet since his younger brother's plan hadn't worked. They wouldn't be getting the interview, which meant they needed to come up with a workaround. Kim Si-woo decided to work offline. He took off his cloak and activated his divine abilities, preparing to battle an unprecedented dark force. In-woo's mouth fell open in surprise. Now he sensed that his brother wasn't just an ordinary guy. Kim Si-woo was very strict. He didn't let his younger brother film a video because he thought it would be quite dangerous right now, so it would be better for In-woo to go home. Si-woo watched the departing car and thought that his brother hadn't used to be like this. He'd had a difficult childhood, and now the boy was dealing with the consequences. When Kim Si-woo was finally alone, he ventured deeper into the forest and soon entered the Abyss Zone, where the mission had been created. At first glance, it was a completely ordinary mountain, but given the amount of demonic energy around it, the Abyss Dungeon must be located inside the mountain. It was very quiet all around, and the quest required him to purify the land of corruption and wrest it from the clutches of evil, as well as rescue innocent lambs and lead them to safety. Kim Si-woo continued walking silently through the forest. The weather was excellent, but the negative energy was growing stronger by the minute. Soon the young man spotted a group of teenagers and asked what they were doing there. One of the strangers apologized to Kim Si-woo and explained that they were just filming for their channel. In turn, the stranger asked why the religious man had come here. There was a dungeon nearby and it was quite dangerous here. Kim Si-woo replied that he was supposed to meet Gu Min-soo here, and it turned out that the guys had heard he was back and would have met him at the entrance if he had called. Kim Si-woo replied that his phone wasn't working, which was very strange given the circumstances. The strangers checked their phones, and it turned out that everyone was indeed having connection issues. But at least the problem had now resolved itself. Everyone had met by a wonderful coincidence, and now the guys were ready to take Kim Si-woo to Min-soo. They explained that they had planned a huge event a long time ago, which they were going to film for Min-soo's channel. The guy was another cameraman who worked alongside In-woo because their employer had a lot of subscribers and they needed to shoot a lot of content. The young man asked why Kim Si-woo was wearing a cassock. It was probably part of his character's look. Si-woo replied that it was his uniform because he was a confessor. But the guy kept chattering, saying it was a great idea and it should work well to attract viewers. This guy was talking too much. It was starting to give the returnee a headache. He said he was seeing the returnee for the first time. Kim Si-woo noticed that the three guys walking with them were constantly silent. It seemed as if they had water in their mouths. But then the young man replied that he didn't understand what the priest was talking about, since those three were constantly talking among themselves. It looked more than just strange. It was now clear that something was wrong with these guys. Kim Si-woo asked the cameraman his name. The young man realized he would have to do something now. Si-woo put on his gloves and explained that Seol Seum-yeon was very lucky. Some people possess heightened resistance to demonic energy, even without being awakened. Kim Si-woo advised him to thank his parents for that. The boy still didn't understand what was going on, but Si-woo said if he survived today, he should definitely hug his parents. As he said this, Kim Si-woo directed divine energy at the three boys. Seum-young couldn't really see what was happening behind him. He could only feel the movement of energy, and he also noticed that his companion looked very strange. It turned out that the three guys were demons who began to disintegrate as soon as the divine energy touched their bodies. Seum-young couldn't believe his eyes. He immediately turned on the camera and began filming this inexplicable phenomenon. Kim Si-woo said that the others must be somewhere further away. This was already more or less safe territory, so it was better for the cameraman to stay right here. Seum-young looked very frightened. He couldn't understand who this person in front of him was, why he was here, or what was going on at all. Kim Si-woo placed his hand over his heart and said that he was here to spread the word of his goddess. Leaving the terrified cameraman behind, Si-woo made his way to the entrance of the dungeon and stepped inside. It was the necromancer's laboratory dungeon. It was in the process of being swallowed by the abyss. As soon as the young man entered the dungeon, a warning immediately appeared. If the boss wasn't defeated, the entire land within a 5-kilometer radius would be corrupted by the abyss. Kim Si-woo now understood why the demonic energy felt stronger and stronger. It was due to the abyss's absorption. In addition, the magical energy of players could be felt inside the dungeon. It seemed that players had remained here, trying to resist the demonic energy. Si-woo advanced deeper into the dungeon, and soon he saw the silhouette of a person sitting motionless in one of the halls. Soon other people came into view. It seemed they were still alive, but they looked strange and were completely immobilized. For some reason, these people had no faces, and now it was clear exactly what kind of creatures Kim Si-woo had killed outside the dungeon. They were ordinary, typical mimics, strange monsters that stunned their victims and then took on their appearance. Mimics only stunned their victims because they couldn't transform into dead people, so they weren't allowed to kill. Since mimics are low-level monsters, they have no vocal cords and cannot speak. Furthermore, they are incapable of surviving on their own. Consequently, the mimic's boss is usually a doppelganger. It is this very monster that he must fight here. As expected, a notification immediately appeared before Kim Si-woo stating that he had correctly identified the dungeon boss. Monsters like mimics, which can transform into other people, are difficult to fight without prior knowledge because they can turn into your friends. Si-woo heard someone screaming. It was unclear who was making the noise, a survivor or a monster, but it didn't matter. The young man rushed toward the sound. Ahead was a very bright light, as well as monsters and people gathered on the set. Si-woo dashed forward and found himself surrounded by cameras and lighting equipment. Before the boy could figure out what was going on, a stranger lunged at him and started yelling at him for barging onto the set. Kim Si-woo couldn't understand what was happening. Could these really be survivors? And what were all these people doing in a dungeon like the Abyss? There were too many people. They probably weren't monsters. Besides, they were upset about the ruined takes they'd have to reshoot. A member of the film crew said they had booked this dungeon for filming. Outsiders had no business being here, and it was unclear who had let this religious guy in. Si-woo replied that he'd heard screams and acted without thinking. He apologized for interrupting and explained that he had a meeting here with Gu Min-soo. Kim Si-woo explained that they had a scheduled meeting. They were going to talk face to face. The stranger realized that the person standing before him was the one who had returned, the very person he was supposed to meet. Now it made sense why the guy was dressed so strangely. Kim Si-woo confirmed that it was indeed him. And then the man said that was exactly where they should have started, but they couldn't pass on the information because the walkie-talkie wasn't working. The young man asked one of the crew members to take this religious figure to Min-soo. It was the returnee In-woo's brother. The girl introduced herself and greeted Kim Si-woo. She immediately switched to the informal you and said she would take him to the boss right away. As he walked through the film crew, Si-woo noticed some people who were also faceless. But fortunately, not everyone on this set was affected by the demonic curse. They continued working and discussing plans for the day. And it was very strange because people didn't feel like they were interacting with empty shells. Right now, the faceless girl was talking to her companion. Si-woo realized that a group illusion was taking place, created by a doppelganger who was now controlled by the collective knowledge of everyone present and was even speaking on behalf of some of them. It was like a puppet theater, where the doppelganger played the role of the puppeteer and spoke for some of the people who had been left without souls. They are completely subservient to the boss, under his influence, and don't even realize it. If the doppelganger is using such a group illusion, it means he has accumulated a great deal of power. Most likely, this is precisely why demonic energy is seeping out of the dungeon. The young man who had been escorting Kim Si-woo said there was no need to worry about being in the dungeon. This place is under their control. Si-woo wanted to know what that meant, and then the young man explained that they had captured the dungeon boss. Of course, that sounded like complete nonsense. However, the young man said that they were really tough and didn't just film in dungeons, so they shouldn't be underestimated. If the boss were killed, the dungeon would collapse, but letting him roam free was too dangerous, so they had wounded him and bound him with chains. Well, filming is much easier with weakened monsters. Si-woo was very surprised and asked for clarification. It turned out that these players had beaten the boss half to death but left him alive, and they thought it was a brilliant idea. Now it became clear exactly how such cool shoots happen. Players catch the boss, wound him, and then film the content. But this time they were out of luck, because the boss was a doppelganger. Soon the young man led Kim Si-woo to a huge door and said that this was the boss's room and Min-soo must be inside. Si-woo thanked the guy and they said goodbye, hoping to see each other later. However, Kim Si-woo realized that no one was following safety protocols here. The young man entered the room where the boss was located and now watched with interest all the people present there. A conversation was taking place among three people. The editor was explaining that he could edit the video differently, laying out his ideas to the player. Gu Min-soo, and it was indeed him, was confirming what worked for him and what he agreed with. Just at that moment, Kim Si-woo, who had arrived, called out to them. The young man introduced himself and said he was In-woo's older brother and that they had a meeting scheduled to talk. Gu Min-soo warmly greeted Mr. Kim and said he'd heard a lot about him and had been waiting for him to show up. He also noted that Si-woo was very handsome. The guy was simply fantastic. A pleasant voice, handsome, well-mannered, and intelligent. He invited Si-woo to sit down and rest after his journey. Min-soo finished his conversation with his cameramen and editors, saw them off, and said he needed to talk with the gentleman who had arrived. Min-soo brought a cup of hot coffee and said he would have liked to offer something better than instant coffee, but unfortunately there was nothing else here. Si-woo thanked him for the coffee and the hospitality and also explained that he had been brought here by the film crew. There were no problems and there were a lot of people around. Min-soo admitted that realism was very important in his videos, which is why he always invited anyone willing to help. These people were awakened but too weak to become independent hunters, but after all, not all players are the same and here they earn decent money. Si-woo listened with interest to this business project. His younger brother also wanted to become a player. Now it's clear where he got his ideas from. Min-soo asked where In-woo was right now, since he was also planning to come to the dungeon. Could he really be waiting outside? Si-woo lamented that his younger brother had fallen ill and unfortunately had stayed home and couldn't make it. Min-soo confirmed that the young man was in poor health. We should send him some fruit. He's been working on video editing for a long time and gets sick often. The most effective way to strike up a conversation with a stranger is to find common ground. Min-soo was quite sociable. I wonder if he's always been like this or if he's acting this way to boost his image. Min-soo suddenly felt as though his conversation partner had no face, and he looked at Si-woo in surprise. But then they started smiling as they discussed In-woo and his health, and the atmosphere relaxed. Min-soo was studying his companion with interest, but then Kim Si-woo asked permission to ask him a question. The young man admitted that he was a little worried since it was clear that the dungeon was a dangerous place to film. Min-soo replied that he completely understood the young man's fears, as it was his first time filming in a dungeon. But now he would see and understand everything for himself. Min-soo threw open the massive curtains, and behind them one could see a doppelganger bound in iron chains. Min-soo explained that safety was their top priority. They had several dangerous scenes planned ahead, and they would definitely double-check safety measures several more times. Min-soo explained that several people had indeed left the project, but they hadn't been injured on set. They had fallen ill the day before, and their condition had simply worsened here. Min-soo suggested that his companion take a look around a bit before joining the project. That's perfectly normal for someone who's just returned. Kim Si-woo agreed to take a walk through the basement and look around, finished his coffee, and said goodbye to his companion for a while. But before leaving, Kim Si-woo suggested they shake hands since they were now working together. Min-soo returned the handshake and wished Mr. Kim well in their collaboration. However, the moment their hands touched, a bright, divine glow immediately appeared between them. Min-soo couldn't understand what was happening and tried to pull his hand away. But Si-woo held his counterpart firmly, and the longer it went on, the more frantic Gu Min-soo became. It seemed as though his body was losing its physical form. Kim Si-woo was very pleased. He believed that if only one person was deceiving the other, it wasn't as fun. There had to be an unexpected twist in the plot. Siwoo activated the passive skill Holy Fire, and now, with its help, he was burning away the demonic essence and destroying it. Soon, it became impossible to hold on to the creature, which began to change its form under the influence of the Holy Fire. Kim Siwoo grabbed his companion by the shoulder, continuing to burn away his essence, and asked what the professional thought of his acting. Gu Minsu initially thought this dungeon would be a walk in the park for him, but he soon realized that the boss was a doppelganger. First, the team members ran into trouble, and then the monster overpowered the player and took on his appearance. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. Just then, the players captured the dungeon boss, who was trying to explain to his companions that he was actually Gu Minsu. Soon, the young man realized that his friends couldn't hear or understand his cries, and that his appearance bore no resemblance to their handsome boss. The doppelganger had completely taken control of the team members' bodies, created mimics, and could now control everyone. He asked the player how Gu Minsu felt when all his friends and comrades looked at him as if he were a monster. The young man didn't understand why the doppelganger hadn't killed him right away and put an end to his suffering. He began to beg the monster and plead for it to release his comrades, to spare them and not kill them, since they weren't even players. But no matter how much the unfortunate man trapped inside the monster's body screamed and cried out for help, no one could hear him or save him. And now the divine light was burning the doppelganger, destroying his inner essence, while the monster screamed loudly and ferociously. Soon his entire body was engulfed in sacred fire. He continued to scream, but no one and nothing could save him. Gu Minsu, whose consciousness was trapped inside the monster's body, felt a warm, pleasant flame emanating from the stranger. It was like a dream or a warm mother's embrace, and suddenly the stranger greeted him, addressing the monster by name. Gu Minsu couldn't believe his ears. Could it really be that someone could see him, hear him, and even understand him? After all, the guy's appearance didn't suggest that at all, and he still looked like a monster. Kim Siwoo explained that he could see him thanks to his keen eyesight, and that explanation should have satisfied the player. Kim Siwoo introduced himself and said he was the brother of the cameraman Inwoo. Minsu told him that the guy was very hardworking. Although young, he did everything he could to provide for his sister and grandmother, and his brother, unfortunately, had disappeared 5 years ago. Kim Siwoo turned to the guy and said he would give him a choice. Of everyone who had ended up in the dungeon, Gu Minsu had suffered the most, and now he was being offered 2 options to choose from. Gu Minsu said he understood everything. When the monster took his form, he immediately realized it would be better for him to die, and now he begged to be killed, because dying at the hands of a human is far more noble than working as the dungeon boss. Kim Siwoo said his companion had a vivid imagination, but that he'd be better off listening carefully to what his companion had to say before suggesting such alternative solutions to the problem. Kim Siwoo asked what he should do with this body. He could smash the monster's head or burn it with the holy flame. Minsu thought for a moment, and Kim Siwoo said that the second option was much more painful and that he personally favored it. This argument proved decisive. Gu Minsu agreed to burn the monster with holy flame and make it suffer until its very last breath. Siwoo also believed there was nothing better than burning demons. He was now going to thoroughly roast this doppelganger, and so a new wave of holy fire was unleashed upon the monster, who writhed and screamed loudly, powerless to do anything in response. As the monster's strength faded, the chains binding Gu Minsu's body began to crumble and snap, and soon he was free. A notification confirmed that the player had been saved by the holy flame. The hidden quest Redemption had been completed, and the goddess of the otherworld had answered his tears. Riemann approached the young man, cupped his face in her hands, and told him not to blame himself. It wasn't his fault. And the longer the goddess held the young man's head in her hands, the faster he recovered, filling with life energy and gaining strength. Minsu had never believed in miracles, but he didn't know what else to call it if not a miracle. A notification reported that the Abyss dungeon had been cleared and would self-destruct in an hour. Divine points were received for completing the quests. Kim Siwoo tried to imagine what would have happened if he hadn't come. Things could have been worse. It seemed no one had suffered serious injuries, and everyone would wake up soon. Siwoo saw the goddess and was glad to meet her. Riemann had been very upset during their last parting. Kim had thought they wouldn't see each other for the next few years and hadn't expected to meet so soon. The goddess replied that it was all thanks to her beloved's hard work. She admitted that she too missed the young man very much and was glad to see him. Siwoo wanted to know how long she would be able to stay in his world this time. Unfortunately, it turned out to be only 5 minutes, and that was only thanks to the peculiarity of this place. There was a spatial rift here, through which the goddess sensed Kim Si-woo's presence and came here. A spatial rift is a strange place. It's all because this was the Abyss's dungeon. But in general, he needed to figure all this out properly. And while the young man was thinking hard, the goddess gazed at him lovingly. She thought the young man seemed unhappy to see her, but in reality he was very happy, so he shouldn't hold back his emotions. Si-woo wanted to know how the goddess had managed to heal Gu Min-soo, since she couldn't even appear in this world very often, and now she had exerted such a powerful divine influence that Min-soo had lost consciousness. The goddess admitted that she had decided, this guy is a good person. After all, a person who gets upset because his comrades have suffered cannot be bad. Moreover, he would be the one to help Kim Si-woo settle into the human world. The goddess had seen how hard Kim Si-woo had worked to gather followers in this world, so she decided to help the people who would in turn help Si-woo. And now the goddess wanted to know what Kim Si-woo thought of his home after returning after such a long time. Everything seemed very strange to the young man, and due to time constraints, the goddess was unable to tell Si-woo something important. The goddess reminded him that when they had made a contract on Earth, causality governed all dimensions and applied to the gods as well. Because of causality, Riemann cannot influence things from this world. Kim Si-woo now understood this. However, how could he wield divine power, since he considered himself a mere conduit? The goddess replied that this was precisely why Si-woo needed to be careful when taking any action. Causality is like a medical scale. The Earth had dissolved their contract, and there must be something heavy to balance the scales. Kim Si-woo understood that there must be some very serious aspect on the other side of the scale. The young man waited anxiously for the conversation to continue. However, the goddess remained silent. She couldn't answer that question, and so the young man decided not to waste his energy on idle thoughts. He needed to deal with the monsters. The goddess was very troubled. She didn't like to upset the young man and hoped he wasn't angry with her. Kim Si-woo couldn't understand why he should be angry at the goddess, since she had just helped him. Si-woo understood that what had happened to Earth wasn't the goddess's fault, so he had no reason to be angry. He wasn't such a bad player or person himself, and so he would manage to solve the problems. The goddess looked closely at her companion and simply giggled in response. Kim Si-woo was very bad at understanding women and didn't get what the laughter was about. But Riemann didn't offer any explanations. She turned around and began to quietly walk away. Si-woo watched her go, feeling a sense of longing and sadness. Could it be that he had grown attached to the goddess over these 10 years and now didn't want her to leave? The young man suggested that they take a photo together. Perhaps people would become Riemann's followers simply by seeing how beautiful she was. The girl turned around and said she was very pleased to receive the compliment and was grateful to Si-woo for it. Next time, perhaps, they would meet in a more pleasant place. The goddess told the young man that he knew perfectly well what he needed to do, and when Si-woo started saying he didn't understand what she was talking about, the goddess explained that he needed to build a temple for her so it would be easier for her to incarnate, as well as to gather more followers. As soon as the goddess disappeared, the unfortunate Gu Min-soo woke up. He looked frightened and anxious. Min-soo wanted to know where the goddess was and was very upset when he heard she had left. The young man was interested in only one question. Would he ever be able to see her again? Kim Si-woo immediately took advantage of this and began talking about religion. Finally, the young people left the dungeon and were now returning to the city. The number of followers had grown by a full 2 people. The situation with the doppelganger in the dungeon ended without any deaths, but with 12 people injured. None of them had any physical injuries, but due to the brainwashing by Mimika and the doppelganger, the victims suffered from severe migraines. Gu Min-soo had to be hospitalized because of the doppelganger's curse. He wasn't seriously injured, but he needed time to recover from the effects. In-woo already knew that the player would be discharged from the clinic in a few days, and now he wanted to know what would have happened to everyone if his brother hadn't arrived in time. Si-woo replied that absolutely everyone would be dead or missing. It seems that in this part of the world, In-woo listened to his brother with interest. Demon gates are dungeons that summon demons of a higher rank than the gates of the abyss. The doppelganger is also called the proud shooter, and there is a specific reason for this. Si-woo explained that when he was in Eden, the doppelganger sacrificed an entire village and summoned a massive demonic gate. Legions of pride invaded Eden through that gate. The doppelganger that appeared in Korea most likely planned to sacrifice everyone in the dungeon to summon a high-ranking demon. They were all very lucky to have stopped the monster before it could bring about the disaster it sought. But there is something that troubles him. Why did the demonic gate appear right in front of Kim Si-woo? Could it be a mere coincidence? Si-woo thought about the causality mentioned by the goddess, and perhaps the appearance of the monsters was the price the earth was paying. If this was a matter of chance, then he needed to gather the necessary number of believers as soon as possible, and now he had to do something spectacular to attract the attention of future followers. In-woo turned to his older brother and asked how he had managed to do all this with Min-soo. It turned out that it was about joining a religion. After all, Min-soo used to be a complete atheist, and now he was even urging his father and acquaintances to join the religion. In-woo imagined how his older brother had lured Min-soo in, brainwashed him, or done something similar to him, since it's very useful when your follower has millions of subscribers on Mitubi. But Kim Si-woo immediately began to protest. Did his brother really think of him as some kind of charlatan or scoundrel? Also, if you imagine that he is the leader of a cult, things wouldn't have worked out so quickly if it weren't for the appearance of the goddess Rimin, who personally impressed Min-soo. Si-woo didn't want to listen to his brother's accusations and said, although his goddess is merciful, his younger brother would regularly be punished by his older brother for his wicked thoughts. Though one can understand Min-soo, everyone who sees the goddess for the first time experiences a similar shock. She is so beautiful that one could faint at the mere sight of her, and the goddess Rimin radiates a holy power that demonstrates her essence without words. Rimin personally healed Min-soo. One can imagine how many people would follow the goddess after witnessing such a divine miracle. Si-woo agreed that the goddess was truly beautiful, but why would anyone think she was kind, since she had actually kidnapped Si-woo many years ago? But his younger brother was certain that the goddess had been looking after Si-woo all these years, and now anyone would want to talk to Rimin. At that moment, a notification came in that Min-soo had uploaded a new video. He wanted to see what it was about. The video was titled, "I'm Sorry." Min-soo greeted the viewers and said he wanted to talk about an incident that had happened to him. First and foremost, Min-soo wanted to thank the person who saved him and the entire film crew who had nearly died before filming even began. The brothers watched the video about the celebrity with their mouths agape on the way to the hospital, where they were just about to visit the player. Upon arriving at the hospital room, they saw a smiling and happy Min-soo, who asked how the brothers were feeling and looked very relaxed and uplifted. Si-woo really liked that the young man hadn't fully recovered yet, but was already concerned about other people. Besides, one couldn't help but admit that even in his hospital pajamas, he looked great. But then Si-woo's thoughts were interrupted by the patient's words of gratitude to His Holiness. Si-woo didn't understand where the young man had gotten such words from, and it turned out that he had studied Wikipedia. Si-woo asked to be called simply by his first name. If that seemed too familiar, he could be addressed as Mr. Si-woo. But Min-soo looked very grateful and asked to be allowed to call his savior Dad. When the guys sat down to talk, Min-soo wanted to know why the star Matuba had uploaded and posted a thank you video. Min-soo explained that it had already garnered 1 million views and was dedicated to his encounter with the goddess Rimin. The player thanked his savior, though he didn't mention his name, and also said that the goddess whom the savior serves had personally healed him. Si-woo admitted that the video was very emotional, but he wanted something more dramatic when he told people about the Order of Rimin. Si-woo looked at the comments and found that there were a large number of negative viewers demanding that he post regular content. Now the young man understood what it was like to be a YouTuber. Every move you make is perceived as a performance, even if you're sincere. Min-soo confirmed that he had spoken about the goddess sincerely and had by no means staged anything. The young man added that he wanted to tell the whole world about Rimin because he didn't like how strange cults operated. And now the young man was ready to give everything to glorify the goddess. To do so, he would sacrifice his resources, time, and content. Si-woo looked at this spiritual, handsome young man and wondered if he had always been this strange or if his connection with the goddess had made him this way. Be that as it may, Si-woo received a notification that the third believer, Gu Min-soo, had expressed the sincerity of his faith. Thanks to this, the special profession Inquisitor had been unlocked. But unfortunately, he didn't have enough divine points to purchase this profession, and this greatly upset Kim Si-woo and complicated his activities. However, Min-soo suddenly jumped up and told the Holy Father not to be upset or worried. He had extensive experience as a Mituber, and together they were a force to be reckoned with. Min-soo explained that as soon as people saw miracles, they wouldn't doubt them. And besides, the blogger already had a video featuring a guy named Sol Seomyeong. Si-woo realized that the situation was getting rather strange, and he decided to immediately voice his opinion and suggestions regarding the further promotion of the religion. Si-woo outlined his plan, and the player was very inspired. He hoped that the goddess wouldn't be upset that he had immediately been given a high position. What followed was a rather strange process once everyone who had joined gathered. The leader announced that having received the will of the great goddess, he was ordaining the followers as warriors. They would devote their hearts and souls to participating in the great plan for the higher will. They would also do everything in their power to save people and act as defenders of all humanity. They spent the entire next day on the carousel, riding various attractions and having a blast. My little sister said she really enjoyed the boat ride. It reminded her of the old days when they were together. Siv was surprised that the girl remembered anything at all, since she was just a toddler back then. But then his cell phone rang in his pocket, right in the middle of their day off. Seong was a very understanding girl. She immediately offered to answer the call for her brother, even though they were spending time together today. It was Kim Dong-sik, the head of the talent management department, who called. He had urgent news and they agreed to meet. Kim Si-woo drove his sister home and then immediately headed to the meeting at the talent management department. Kim Si-woo thanked the department representatives because thanks to them, he had been able to spend time with his sister. Kim Dong-sik said that the department was grateful to the young man for the work he had done in the Abyss dungeon. They had been on high alert the entire time. Si-woo replied that the military should have just told him about it. But it turned out that time was a luxury they couldn't afford, so he'd like to get straight to the point. A video had recently been uploaded to MeTube. It was a ritual for the initiation of new cult followers. The entire process unfolded before the viewer's eyes, along with the monsters and the warriors fighting them. Dong-sik wanted to know exactly what Si-woo thought about this video. And soon the men agreed that this was definitely some kind of path, and on this point their opinions converged, and one could say they had become colleagues. Si-woo didn't understand why he was shown this video. Did the head of the department really want him to stop working on creating one of these crazy projects? Dong-sik immediately denied this, saying that their government and country were not the kind to prohibit freedom of religion. However, in the case of the Order of the White Radiance, things are complicated. The Order of the White Radiance was the organization shown in the video. They are the ones behind all the incidents the Department of Ability Management has to deal with. If you look closely at the map, you can see red dots. They indicate the appearance of sudden portals. Sudden portals, like sudden dungeons, are not a common occurrence in Korea, but over the past couple of days, this has already happened 4 times. In most cases, regional divisions help deal with the monsters by sending in reserve troops. However, the Order of the White Radiance eliminates the monsters faster than the military can arrive. This happens with all portals, except for those that Kim Si-woo has dealt with, and now it was unclear how such a thing was even possible. The Order of the White Radiance is a new religious sect that emerged 6 months ago. They claim they can handle the dungeons before the military because their deity has granted them the ability to foresee the future. This organization is very secretive, so the Department of Ability Management has no detailed information about them. However, they have already grown significantly, and it is now impossible to ignore them. Si-woo listened intently to this account of the cult, which had grown rapidly over the past 6 months, but his foresight told him that something was off. Kim Si-woo surmised that the purpose of their meeting was that the department wanted him to deal with the Order of the White Radiance. However, Dong-sik replied that they simply wanted the young man to work with them. The Order has influence over politics and the economy, and it is difficult for the department to investigate their activities. The military already had enough on their plate with all these sudden portals and dungeons. It was important for them to get outside help from someone independent, like Kim Si-woo. The young man realized that the Order of White Radiance was actively using Metub and wanted to invade their territory, but now Si-woo had the government's backing. The young man agreed to cooperate with the military on matters concerning the Order of the White Radiance. He agreed that the Order and the sudden dungeons might be connected in some way. Kim Dong-sik promised that if the young man helped them with the Order, they would support any of his endeavors. The department head understood that they did not yet know the full extent of Kim Si-woo's power, but his appearance already offered hope for the future. After that, the man bowed his head in a gesture of respect and thanked his companion, which greatly surprised and impressed him. Kim Dong-sik, doing all this, looked somehow enlightened, joyful, and happy. It seemed very strange. Si-woo didn't understand what was so joyful about it. However, it was clear that the situation couldn't be taken lightly. Something had happened in his country during the years he had been away. The young man was certain that this wasn't a specific skill of a stealth player. A passive ability was being used to destroy the wyvern. There were no actions indicating the use of a skill, such as incantations or a delay. And the flame in his hands was holy fire. It was effective not only against undead, but even against ordinary monsters. And of course, everyone is curious about who this mysterious man is. He will be invited to the next episode once preparations for the meeting are complete. The broadcast date will be announced at a later time. Si-woo realized that MeTuber's actions had sparked great public interest in him. It's very convenient to have a star with a huge number of followers among your comrades. The plan was absolutely simple. Minsu would draw attention to the mysterious player, and the Department of Ability Management would hold a press conference to put the Order of Riemann on full display. By leveraging a massive following, they could expand the order and recruit new followers. The plan was simple and perfect. It was even simpler than the protagonist hides his powers trope. Siwoo realized he would complete the mission soon, and this lifted the young man's spirits. His younger brother wasn't so confident in a happy outcome. He thought the plan was rather stupid because it was ill-conceived and primitive. But then both brothers' phones rang and alerts came in, and now the boys looked alarmed and worried. Inview rushed to gather his younger sister because an alert had come in for an immediate evacuation. A medium-sized portal had suddenly appeared near the hospital. Siwoo studied the message, since the hospital was where Minsu was currently being treated. All civilians were asked to evacuate to the shelter, and hunters were urged to respond and report for duty. Siwoo thought that this was not a mere coincidence, but a consequence of his arrival on Earth. Now a young man, he clearly felt that the problems were his fault. Invu was composed and managed to put on a backpack with essential items, stock up on blankets, and wake his sister. He told his older brother that he would go with the girl to the shelter. The little girl was crying because she had been suddenly woken up, and Siwoo had to go help the people. Invu understood that his older brother would definitely go, even if he begged him not to, because he possessed the powers to protect them. At that moment, the front door opened, and the soldiers introduced themselves, saying they were from the Department of Ability Management. They explained that they would take Siwoo's family to the nearest department shelter, and that he himself should go to the head of the department, Kim Dong-shik, as soon as he was ready. The monsters that had appeared in the city were mostly undead, and the core of the gate had not yet been located. The department had restricted access to hunters of rank D and below. Several years had already passed since the Busan tragedy. Back then, a sudden gate had appeared right in the city, and a huge number of civilians had suffered. Kim Si-woo walked through the streets, looking at the civilians who were terrified and in need of medical care and protection. Cries for help could be heard from all around. The players had been divided into rescue teams and were soon to enter the dungeon. Kim Si-woo received a notification that a sinister energy had been detected near the gate. The atmosphere was terrifying and frightening. Siwoo approached the gate and saw small groups of players waiting to be allowed in. In general, the players looked quite relaxed and confident. They grumbled about being torn away from their usual activities, but now they would quickly handle everything. Many were looking forward to the clear and hoped that they hadn't come here for nothing. Siwoo realized that the atmosphere near the gate was fairly calm. No one was panicking or causing chaos, as had been the case among civilians. The players were likely part of a guild. Dong-shik explained that this was always their procedure. Until all zones were divided, the players wouldn't enter or begin clearing. This is especially true in situations involving the sudden appearance of gates or dungeons. For ordinary citizens, a gate means chaos and disaster, but for players, it's a way to make money. And right now, guild representatives are dividing the dungeon into zones of responsibility. Kim Si-woo thought this was simply disgusting. The world had truly changed in recent years, and he wasn't going to put up with it. Siwoo reminded his companion of the promise to provide full support if Siwoo helped with the order. Kim Si-woo said he would handle these gates single-handedly, and that the rest should focus on searching for and rescuing survivors. He would take care of everything related to the battle himself, and Si-woo began to gradually activate his divine power, ignoring Kim Dong-shik's protests. And soon the young man looked like a true pastor, surrounded by divine power. The other players couldn't understand what was happening and didn't feel the influence of any energy emanating from the stranger. The divine power grew stronger and stronger. It illuminated everything around, and it seemed as though the sky was shimmering like the northern lights. Kim Si-woo used the active skill Illumination and restored the land to its original state. This skill affected the immediate area. On the illuminated ground, the power levels of demons and undead were reduced, and weak undead were instantly destroyed. In addition, Siwoo received a notification that the leadership of the causality dimension was watching him. The young man knelt and began to pray. He asked the goddess Riemann to bring down divine punishment upon those attempting to disturb the peace of this land. He also swore to devote his life and body to fighting those who stand in the way of his goddess. And then loud roars, wheezing and screams rang out, and a huge horde of undead surged through the clinic's corridors. Minsu, though armed with a sword, was still in his pajamas, as the young man hadn't had time to recover from his encounter with the doppelganger. Minsu wanted to know where the dungeon boss was hiding, but it turned out they hadn't managed to track him down yet. The young players had gone in search of him, but hadn't returned. Minsu believed they couldn't just sit around and wait. They needed to find the boss on their own. The situation was getting dire. If the gate's power increased any further, the players wouldn't be able to put up any resistance at all. Minsu understood this as he fled from the hordes of undead. And there was no end to the monsters. It was unclear how much longer they'd have to fight. Most likely, the guild members were still dividing up territories and hadn't even begun clearing the area. And the Department of Ability Management didn't have enough professionals, and it soon became clear that there was no one to save them from the undead. Minsu kept running through the hospital. He believed they absolutely couldn't give up. Someone was bound to save them soon. The young man didn't understand who would save them, since they themselves were players. Yet they kept running in the hope of escaping. Minsu said he knew such a person. They just had to survive for now. The guys ran out into the stairwell and decided to climb onto the roof. But when they reached the hospital roof, a very unpleasant surprise awaited them there. A huge number of undead were waiting for their victims. Among the undead was a mysterious horror, Lich Lachius, a follower of Pride. He was the core of the Gate of Chaos. The Lich was the most dangerous undead in existence. Even as orang hunters, the players could do nothing against him. They could only wait for their end or pray for a miracle. Minsu fell to his knees, imploring the goddess to have mercy on him and grant him aid and protection. Kim Si-woo suddenly appeared on the roof and said he would take care of the rest. The terrified players were speechless and simply stared, mouths agape, at the miracle that was about to unfold. Si-woo appeared on the roof thanks to Minsu's prayer, and it was just in time. The Earth dimension had begun its causality compliance test, and it soon became clear that the gates of chaos formed by unknown forces were violating causality. The system determined that causality needed to be balanced. That is, all this vile undead needed to be destroyed, and now this task had been entrusted to Kim Si-woo. The Lich also sensed an irritating power emanating from the man. He didn't know where the boy was drawing his divine power from, and he was certain it wouldn't be enough to defeat him. The Lich was certain that Earth would fall victim to great pride, and that no one would stop his darkness. Kim Si-woo couldn't understand what this monster was talking about, but at that very moment, a synchronization occurred with the Earth. And now the amount of divine power was sufficient to destroy all demonic energy within a certain radius. The remaining undead began to simply dissolve in the divine light, and the Lich could not understand who this person before him was. The Lich saw that this man had easily destroyed his entire army. The man possessed immense divine power, and this was extremely infuriating. The Lich also attacked with divine power, yet he continued to shout that he would let no one leave here alive, and would turn the city into a necropolis. Soon a warning of danger arrived. The area had been warped by the Lich's curse. Si-woo realized that the advanced dark spell was tainting everything around it with a curse and creating a place exclusively for the dead. The Lich looked powerful once again. He said that a weak goddess would not be able to save her follower and his people from death, and that this city would soon become a city of the dead. The notification stated that Si-woo had fulfilled all the conditions for closing the gates of chaos. Besides, this Lich was extremely irritating. This place was cursed as a necropolis. It would become a land of the dead where no one could be born. But Kim Si-woo already possessed a skill capable of changing the situation. Kim Si-woo began gathering divine energy to unleash it upon his opponent. And although the Lich considered the man a useless servant of some incomprehensible goddess, all the divine power was unleashed, and a powerful explosion occurred. The Lich didn't understand what had happened. How could this man have acquired the power to shatter his destiny? Si-woo believed that destiny was for the living, not for monsters or the undead. But then the Lich himself said that he now understood who had killed his doppelganger comrade and all the mimics in the previous dungeon. How dare this little man ruin his plans? Si-woo no longer wanted to listen to this dead man's ramblings and finished him off with a powerful kick. Before disappearing forever, the Lich said that even if he were killed, his followers would continue to purge this land of humans, and soon this city would become a city of the dead. Furthermore, all human representatives would be sacrificed to the god of evil and the undead, and humans would be powerless to do anything about it. Si-woo was tired of listening to all this. It was already getting on his nerves. The city would be cursed and become a land of the dead where no one would ever be born. Lich said that this city would become a hell on earth, endlessly spawning the undead. Kim Si-woo possessed a special ability that he didn't want to use because it was too conspicuous and drew too much attention. Kim Si-woo saw the representatives of the Order of the White Radiance and now had no doubts about his actions. Now he would put on a show for everyone and demonstrate what he was truly capable of. Si-woo activated the skill Wings of Purification. Gradually, the gates began to blur. It seemed as though they were becoming less and less distinct in space. The purification of the land, cursed by the necropolis, began, and soon enormous divine wings appeared behind the young man. Using these wings, he began to purify the land of the dark energy's influence, and gradually the entire space around him was cleansed, and the air filled with light, peace, and grace. Kim Si-woo, inspired by divine power, purified the space and destroyed the dark energy. The people who were right at the epicenter of the events, seeing what was happening, immediately became followers of the goddess Riemann. Afterward, a press conference began, where the department head explained that the awakened Kim Si-woo had arrived at the crime scene and destroyed the Lich, and now the government claims that he is the very secret player who has recently been the subject of discussion on social media. The young man's abilities cannot be measured by a sensor, but during the incident, soldiers and civilians saw with their own eyes what he is capable of. Following an investigation, the Korean government concluded that Mr. Kim Si-woo is a returnee of at least the disaster rank. And now it can be officially stated that a returned irregular and anomaly has appeared in the country, and his abilities are simply unreal. Kim Si-woo greeted the journalists and said that he is the leader of the Order of Riemann. At first, he wanted to explain the essence of the religion and start from the day he arrived in Eden. The journalists listened with their mouths agape as the young man recounted how he had spent the last 10 years devoting his heart and soul to the Riemann Order, serving as its father. He spoke about his religion and emphasized that he had no intention of forcing anyone to join, but would simply attract followers. Si-woo promised that he would participate in various events, and soon the Order of Riemann would launch a channel on MeTube to showcase its activities. The channel doesn't have a name yet, and he invited everyone to submit suggestions. They would be considered, and anyone could participate. The press conference soon came to an end, though it had lasted a very long time, because the first Korean anomalous awakened had attracted enormous attention. Thanks to this press conference, the Riemann Order gained more followers than required by the terms, and now the task was complete. The Order's popularity was skyrocketing. But Kim Si-woo received a causality consistency test from the system. If he failed it, the young man would be punished and unable to use his abilities. In-woo didn't understand why his brother wasn't reacting at all to the negative comments. Wasn't he upset that people didn't trust him? Si-woo replied that he had revealed the order too soon because he had been forced to rush, and if he were in people's shoes, he too would assume that all of this resembled a cult. But over time, Kim Si-woo's future actions as an anomaly would build trust, and the order would come to be seen as just another guild. And so gradually, slowly but surely, prejudice against the new religion would fade away. And even if the order is still weak, it's a start. In fact, things are going much better than Si-woo had expected. His younger brother was impressed by his older brother's optimism, but just then he received a notification about new items in the store. Si-woo checked and found that the missionary profession was available to him. This was much more important than Inquisitor, which had appeared in the previous shop update. However, it turned out that to acquire this profession, one needed to have the understanding of the doctrine skill at level 10. Si-woo was very upset and didn't want to continue the conversation with his brother. He needed to figure out how to handle the situation. Doctrine is the foundation of any religion, and missionaries who spread the teachings play the most important role in expanding the community. It is precisely such people who are needed most. But the younger brother was more interested in the beautiful wings, and he wanted Siv to take them out again and flap them. The notification stated, due to the increase in the number of believers, the goddess's powers have expanded. She is incredibly happy and is granting an oracle. Riemann did not appear physically, but her voice could be heard, and she wanted to speak with Si-woo. This was very unexpected. Si-woo was shocked, and his younger brother thanked the goddess for taking care of his brother. Hearing these words, the goddess Riemann laughed and said that her chief follower had a very good family. Si-woo said that the goddess was mistaken. She hadn't seen how much his younger brother loved to make fun of him, but in any case, it didn't matter. The young man wanted to know why the goddess had appeared. Riemann explained that thanks to his deeds, she could now communicate with Si-woo. He had done an excellent job, and now the goddess could help with the order's administration on Earth. Even when the young man first arrived in Eden, the goddess had promised that she would always help him. And now that he was on Earth, she had also found a way to do so. Kim Si-woo said that this was of course very kind, and he was ready to hear what she had prepared for him. Riemann had made arrangements with causality and the dimension. She had passed the causality exam, and soon the young man would receive a system notification. It turned out that Kim Si-woo could summon a missionary from Eden, and it would look just like when the goddess took him to Eden back then. Riemann said that this wasn't about any kind of abduction. She had selected the candidates from among the volunteers. Kim Si-woo soon realized that it had already been decided who would go to Earth as a missionary. The goddess confirmed that he would arrive the next day through the Gate of Chaos. Siwoo didn't understand how a missionary could cross dimensions in such a short time, but decided not to delay and to purchase the profession right away. First thing in the morning, the young man went to the department, but it turned out that the gate he was interested in had already been assigned, and the department couldn't help him with that. The ability management department couldn't interfere in the affairs of various guilds and alliances, or else it would face a negative reaction. Kim Si-woo hoped everything would go smoothly. If the goddess had sent a missionary here, it should be easy to get him through. If it had been a small guild, there might have been options, but the gate the missionary needed to pass through was claimed by a large guild called the Goblin Guild. Since they are sponsored by the Yusuf Group, persuading them to give up the gate was very problematic. The guild uses it as a training ground. Dong-sik wanted to know why the young man was so interested in this particular gate, and Si-woo decided to tell him the whole truth. To facilitate missionary work, the goddess sent a missionary from Eden, and this person will emerge through these gates. Kim Dong-sik calmed down a bit, but said that this was a very complicated situation. When representatives of guilds and other worlds clash, problems always arise. All this time, the humanoid monsters that had appeared in Korea were very powerful, harbored a deep hatred for humans, and the reward for their destruction was great. Therefore, if he turned out to resemble a monster, the guild representatives would kill him immediately. Siwoo understood what the department head was worried about. If the Goblin Guild ran into the missionary, a war could break out. The young man thought it over and realized he had no choice. Siwoo asked the department head to arrange a meeting for him with the Goblin Guild. The necessary gate was located on the high school grounds. Kim Siwoo arrived at the meeting and watched as the players prepared. They checked their armor, potions, and the availability of all necessary tools. Siwoo noticed the purple sky signs of the Chaos Gate were already beginning to appear. The atmosphere was apocalyptic. Finally, the young man heard a voice thanking him for waiting. The man said he had to give a few orders to the new recruits. The man introduced himself. His name was Cho Seo-jin, and he was the leader of the Goblin Guild. Kim Si-woo was in shock. He could sense the enormous amount of mana this man possessed. He was the strongest of all the players the young man had ever met. Siwoo thanked the man for agreeing to meet on such short notice. Seojin replied that it was an honor for him to meet someone like Kim Si-woo, and added that it was a pleasure to meet the Black Priest. Si-woo kept smiling, but he could feel his companion's mana weighing down on him, and that pressure was growing stronger. Siwoo wondered if he was too humble a figure for such a greeting. The guildmaster's influence had no effect on the young man. Seojin replied that he was very interested in the Order of Riemann. He wanted to know if they were accepting new followers, since he had long wanted to embrace some kind of faith. Siwoo shook the man's hand and said they were always happy to welcome new followers, especially someone as famous as the head of the Goblin Guild. Seojin got straight to the point. He had already heard that Black Papa was interested in these gates, and now he would do everything he could to help Kim Si-woo. It didn't really matter, because the gate was only C rank. However, there must be something remarkable about this gate, since Kim Si-woo had come here in person. Mr. Cho said that it had annoyed him a little when he heard the news. The fact is, his guild is in third place, and does Black Papa really think they'll give up the gate just because he asks them to? Kim Si-woo must think he's above everyone else and that he can do whatever he pleases, just because he was recognized as an anomalous awakened. Kim Dong-sik warned that the guildmaster is quite a hot-tempered man, and one must be wary of his sudden mood swings. Dong-sik said he would now share a little secret on how to get along with Cho. He had never told anyone this before, but he has been on excellent terms with the guildmaster for several years. Siwoo realized this was some kind of secret information from former government officials and folded his hands in a gesture of deep supplication and respect. Siwoo began asking for permission to watch the Earth players in the Great Goblin Guild fight so he could learn from their example, because he had heard stories about how skilled the guild members were. Choi Seo-jin was very pleased. He hadn't expected this from a priest, and soon they were already heading toward the gates. Sinister mana was beginning to fill the area. Choi was very pleased. He treated his guest to a cold drink and said he would gladly fight him right then and there. Si-woo was offended. This guy only treats those who seek revenge on him well, and that was excellent advice from the head of the Ability Management Department. Kim Si-woo calmly sipped his cold drink. He didn't care what happened next. The main thing was to get through the gate. There was no point in speculating ahead of time, since plans almost never work out. The young man watched the players preparing to fight the monsters, and wondered if they were truly ready for such a gate. Would he finally get to see how Earthlings fought in situations like this? These guys were the pride and joy of the Guildmaster, and even the newbies who showed up today, they were all amazing. Sejin looked at the guys with pride and said he could clearly tell which ones were experienced and which weren't. The skills would come, and they'd soon get used to the gate. Siwoo noticed something odd. Did the guild really have no players responsible for healing others? It turned out that healers weren't easy to come by. Most such hunters were very expensive, and even illegal healers cost a fortune. Kim Siwoo realized that there was a shortage of healers on Earth. Perhaps this would be a good opportunity for the Order of Riemann to fill that niche. But finally, everything started moving. The gates began to open, and everyone got ready and took their positions. A notification announced that the Gates of Chaos had appeared. A new mission had begun. They had to meet the missionary and safely escort him out of the Gates of Chaos. And soon, huge trolls and goblins began crawling out of the gates, while the players watched them with interest. They saw a group of monsters before them, quite terrifying. Their gaze was frightening, and their huge fangs and powerful musculature did not inspire confidence. Experienced players offered advice to their younger comrades. They advised them to aim for the heads, stay focused, and not get distracted during the battle. Siwoo offered to help these players, but the guild leader was confident in his elite members. Choi Seo-jin said there was no need to worry about them. The newbies had joined the guild because they trusted them, and of course, the veteran warriors wouldn't let the guys die needlessly. Siwoo realized that the leader was loyal to his comrades. He would have made a fine knight of the order had he been born in Eden. It seemed he wasn't just worried about money, but also cared about people. But then the gates began to widen, and all the troops were ordered to move to Formation B. The players were supposed to be ready for battle, and now they watched what was happening in fear and horror. The fact was that crowds of goblins and trolls were rushing out of the gates. They were terrified, bleeding profusely, and it seemed as though someone was chasing them. The scene was simply terrifying. Huge monsters were trying to escape, realizing that a hostile reception from humans awaited them. One of the warriors ran up to the leader with a report and said that something was happening to the trolls. Someone was chasing them. Choi Seo-jin understood that this was exactly why Kim Siwoo had come here. And then, unexpectedly, the guild leader demonstrated his power. He said that when the Lich had arrived, Kim Siwoo had taken it on alone, but now he would deal with the incredible force moving toward them. Choi said there was no need to be upset with him, but whatever came this time would belong to the guild. Kim Siwoo knew it was absolutely pointless to argue, and although this guy wasn't his enemy, he was unlikely to heed Siwoo's advice. Suddenly, the severed head of a huge troll flew out of the dungeon, and it was already clear that there was indeed someone very powerful behind him. Soon a man with a monocle, dressed in the robes of a religious figure and holding a book, emerged from the portal. It was Leo Ruman, the leader of the Order's doctrinal study group, and a man who had become an archbishop at the age of 29. He was an incredibly straightforward and honest man, but his nickname, the Order's Mad Dog, captured him best. It turned out that the man who would be enforcing his principles was the Order's Mad Dog, and Siwoo couldn't understand why he, of all people, had been assigned to him as an assistant. Choi Seo-jin was already racing at full speed to deal with this powerful stranger, who was even taking down trolls and goblins. The guild master shouted that he wouldn't let anyone near the missionary. He would deal with him himself, and he tried to strike with all his might, but his arm was immediately seized and pinned by his opponent. The tension between the opponents was intense, but it soon became clear that Leo Ruman would win. He easily twisted the attacker's arm and simply tossed Seo-jin aside as if he were a small puppy. Kim Siwoo put on a practiced, friendly smile, but inwardly he thought he was in real trouble if he had to work with such a powerful missionary. The guild warriors froze in place, mouths agape, not knowing what to do. Their leader had been defeated, and only his 2 legs were sticking out of the asphalt. Whispers spread among the warriors that the stranger had taken down Choi Seo-jin. The hunter was most likely a nobleman, and now everyone was certain that was exactly the case. The players began passing instructions to one another. They wanted to urgently assess the boss's condition, surround him, and block him off, or else they were finished. But unexpectedly, Leo Ruman addressed the crowd. He called them brothers and suggested they stop this senseless battle. The man admitted that he didn't want to fight them because any battles between people deeply saddened the goddess Riemann. Kim Siwoo couldn't calm down. He called the missionary a true shameless man who had driven a C-rank warrior into the ground in front of all his followers. Siwoo was already thinking about how difficult his conversation with department head Kim would be. At that moment, Leo knelt and greeted his eminence, saying that he was a faithful servant of the goddess and the head of the Society for the Study of Doctrines. He greeted him as His Holiness, the first apostle, the sole representative of the goddess Riemann on earth. Siwoo didn't understand when Leo had managed to learn Korean, but it turned out to be a blessing bestowed by the great goddess. The goddess had told the missionary that with the help of this beautiful language, he would be able to spread her wonderful word. The goddess believed she had done her part, and that Kim Si-woo would have to figure out the rest on his own. And now, looking at the legs sticking out of the ground, Kim Si-woo lunged at the missionary and began berating him for this insane incident. After all, they had to continue living in this world. How were they supposed to look the guild leader in the face now, and how would other people treat them if they started off on such a negative note? Si-woo continued to berate the missionary, but at that moment a powerful explosion rang out, and Cho Seo-jin found himself safe and sound before the crowd once again. An archbishop of a religious order must remain faithful to the doctrine, possess a noble character, and be ready to sacrifice himself for others. To become an archbishop, one must pass certain trials and be respected by others. However, Leo was an exception. He belonged to the branch of warrior priests. Si-woo began to push the missionary aside and apologized to the guild leader for the fact that his comrade had treated him rather harshly. Seo-chin was in a combative mood. He asked Kim Si-woo to step aside for a few minutes. He also ordered his warriors and guild members not to approach, since the fun was just beginning and Seo-chin didn't want to be interrupted. Si-woo tried to explain that this was Leo, the bishop of their order, and that there had been a misunderstanding. But the guild leader said that this monster-like cleric was no enemy. But this was a real man's dream to face off against a powerful opponent in battle. Kim Si-woo thought this man had gone mad because he wanted to fulfill some dream of his own that was more important to him than life itself. Leo said that if His Excellency would allow it, he would gladly demonstrate the power of the order of the great goddess Riemann to the mortal warrior. Sejin replied that they were no longer children, so they didn't need any permission to fight. Si-woo realized he had to let these children play their little war game, and then they could get back to work. Leo Ruman immediately grabbed his opponent by the clothes and pulled him toward him. It was clear that the guild master hadn't expected the fight to go this way. And then everything happened too quickly, and suddenly the priest brought both hands down, doing so very quickly and forcefully. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone saw two sets of legs sticking out of the ground. Kim Si-woo towered over them. He wanted to know what the brawlers tasted like. They eventually turned their attention to fighting the monsters, and soon the gates of chaos were completely destroyed. Kim Si-woo safely met the missionary and received a reward from Leo Ruman. Kim Dong-sik covered his face with his hands when he surveyed the scene, because Kim Si-woo had simply intended to talk to Cho Seo-jin. The young man honestly replied that he had tried, but the conversation had gone a bit off track. But now everyone looked completely happy and satisfied. Dong-sik pretended none of this had happened, and that everything taken from the gate belonged to the Goblin Guild. The guys agreed that in principle everything was fine. There was nothing wrong with two men beating each other up. Choi suddenly announced that he wanted to propose something to Kim Si-woo. It concerned a treaty between the Goblin Guild and the Riemann Order, but in principle this was impossible, because the Riemann Order was a religious order, not a guild, and moreover, a religious order with two awakened ones capable of defeating a C-rank warrior. Cho didn't argue, but he warned Kim Si-woo that many eyes were now on him, and some of them had already begun to move. Seo-jin felt absolutely amazing. He hadn't experienced such intense emotions in a long time. If the guys needed to think over his proposal for an alliance, they could take as long as they needed. After that, the man said goodbye and, laughing cheerfully, rode off, leaving clouds of dust in his wake. Kim Dong-sik said he would register Leo Ruman as an awakened one and prepare all the necessary documents. Si-woo realized that he was constantly causing the man trouble and inconvenience, and decided to buy him something nice and useful from himself at the first opportunity. Kim Si-woo invited the missionary to his home to introduce him to his family and spend some time together. In-woo prepared a truly sumptuous and delicious home-cooked meal, and now the whole family had gathered to share the food. The sticky rice was very pleasant to the taste. The soybean stew, grandma's fish fillet, and crispy kimchi, everything was incredibly delicious. Leo thanked the hospitable family for the wonderful dinner and for inviting him. In-woo was very worried. If he had known they would be hosting a missionary, he would have just ordered chicken, since this foreigner was most likely not used to Korean food. But Leo turned out to be a great guest. He liked everything, and he also gave the cook many compliments and mentioned that his older brother admires In-woo. Si-yeon confirmed that her brother is an excellent cook and makes everything taste great. The girl wanted to know if Si-woo had said anything about her. Leo Ruman replied that Si-woo had talked about his sweet little sister many times. Si-woo watched what was happening. He liked everything. His younger brother and sister had welcomed the stranger warmly, and he too was behaving with dignity and courtesy toward them. But then Leo reached the island of sauce, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head, and his mouth opened as if he'd swallowed fire. Invu immediately began to worry. Perhaps he really should have ordered some familiar food, but Leo, on the contrary, asked him to teach him how to cook. Inwu felt relieved and expressed his willingness to teach the missionary a few dishes. The guy was really good at preparing national cuisine. Leo just needed to say in advance exactly what he wanted, maybe salads or stews, and all of that would be explained to him and prepared. And so the evening passed in the family circle, where everyone was completely at ease and the atmosphere remained relaxed. Kim Si-woo thought about how unusual the event that had just taken place was. His family from Korea and his friends from Eden had gathered in one place, and soon Leo would be living in his grandmother's empty room. The thing is, the housing situation in Korea is quite complicated. He had to call his grandmother, and she allowed him to stay in her room. The grandmother herself is still in America. The necklace with a pistachio-colored commemorative stone is one of the sacred relics, blessed by the goddess Riemann herself. Leo brought this relic with him to Earth, and the intentions of the goddess who entrusted him with the necklace are absolutely clear and understandable. It was necessary to continue expanding the community and establish a temple. It was necessary to build a church for the order's followers. A temple is a place of faith, a home where followers come together to strengthen their faith, and now is the most opportune time for this. Sivu received a new holy relic that holds the goddess's power. A temple is critically important for strengthening the order's position. It is a place where people can pray to their deity and deepen their understanding of the teachings. This was the main task, and it showed that the order of the goddess Riemann was moving in the right direction in establishing its faith on Earth. Sivu was lost in thought when, unexpectedly, Chief Missionary Leo Riemann began pacing in front of him, a vacuum cleaner in his hands. For a moment, Kim Si-woo couldn't figure out what was going on or exactly what felt off. But then it dawned on him. Si-woo didn't know when Leo had learned how to use a vacuum cleaner, but it turned out that his younger sister had managed to teach the guest before leaving for school. On top of that, Leo had managed to do all the laundry, and that was thanks to Inwoo. He'd taught the guest how to use the appliances, the dryer and the dishwasher. Leo knew he'd come to Earth to serve His Holiness, the Pope, and this was the least he could do, so there was no need to worry. And although this Hulk is capable of taking down a C-rank monster or hunter with a single flick of his wrist, he takes housework very seriously. He could be called the perfect assistant. Sivu approached Leo and reminded him that the man had been his right-hand man in Eden. And now Leo had to finish all his chores quickly because Inwoo would be back soon. He would bring clothes for the guest and they would go about their business together. Leo believed that his main mission was to perform his role flawlessly, but he was still curious about where they were going. The office building in the city center was crowded. Everyone was going about their business. Gu Min-soo apologized for the fact that he personally hated his savior, Kim Si-woo. But they all knew how busy this guy was. And although Si-woo believed he could have come on his own, Min-soo still felt a little guilty for making his dad make the whole trip. Kim Si-woo replied that it was fine. He was very happy to take a walk around Seoul. Si-woo looked around the luxurious building in the city center and remembered that Min-soo was a YouTuber with a huge number of subscribers. So it was no surprise that he could afford such an office. Gu Min-soo explained that since they were considered a guild-approved company, they received some financial support. MeTube is their main line of work, but they also take on requests to clear dungeons and destroy portals. At the moment, Min-soo earns even more from consulting with guilds than he does from his YouTube channel. Leo Riemann tried the coffee and said it broadened his taste perception. The guy was interested in learning new things about Earth's food. Leo Riemann has adapted very well to human life so far. Gu Min-soo told him not to be shy and to speak up if he wanted seconds. Kim Si-woo introduced the man and said that this was the person he had been talking about, a missionary from Eden, sent to Earth to preach the teachings of the goddess Riemann. Min-soo was very excited and jumped up in surprise when he realized that Leo Riemann was standing before him. Leo replied that he hadn't even thought or hoped to meet a brother in faith on Earth, and he was very grateful to the goddess for this opportunity. The men exchanged names, and it was immediately clear that they had established a good connection. The missionary looked closely at the young man and said that he saw the symbol of the goddess on his heart, which meant they had already met. Min-soo confirmed that this was indeed the case. Although he had been unconscious, the goddess had healed him and blessed him with her warm light. Kim Si-woo finished pondering the future, and once the young men had introduced themselves, he suggested they finally get down to business. Si-woo took out and showed the artifact, a necklace containing a fragment of the goddess Riemann, which Leo had brought him. Min-soo examined the object with interest, trying to figure out what it was and how important and valuable it was. Kim Si-woo told the young man that they were going to build a temple for the Order of Reman. Min-soo really liked this idea. He immediately said he would start raising funds from the finance department, all for the sake of building the temple. Kim Si-woo was pleased with such enthusiasm, but said that there was something even more important than money, although money, of course, was also important. Si-woo admitted that he hadn't yet chosen a suitable location and, in fact, didn't yet know how to make the first temple of the goddess Reman accessible to the public. That was exactly why he had come. Kim Si-woo admitted that he had no ideas. He hadn't lived on Earth for a long time and now needed some guidance. Gu Min-soo suggested that the guests wait a bit and have some coffee for 10 minutes while he tried to come up with something. And a few minutes later, the surprised visitors were presented with a design plan for the Reman Order's temple. Si-woo was shocked. Had the young man really managed to prepare a presentation in a matter of minutes? But Min-soo admitted that he had started working on this idea in advance. After the young man's life was saved and the goddess Reman healed him, Gu Min-soo became a completely different person. And the young man began to see the construction of a temple in the goddess's name as his duty. Kim Si-woo was amazed at how this guy had planned everything just because the goddess had healed him once. Leo jumped up and began clapping, saying that this was an excellent act of kindness and that the goddess would be happy. After that, the guys began hugging each other. One promised to pray for the other forever, while Min-soo said he was just doing what he had to do. Finally, they decided to get back to the presentation. Min-soo announced that he would hold a public vote for the first temple of the goddess Reman. In his opinion, subscribers love participating in public votes, and besides, it allows them to stay connected with their idols. In addition, anyone can vote from anywhere, regardless of location, gender, faith, age, or education. The fact that the public would choose the site for the temple itself meant that the order was already ahead of all other religious denominations, and this would help create an image of a religion that works together with its followers. This sounded very positive, and now Kim Si-woo wanted to know which locations Min-soo liked. The young man believed that the first temple in this world should be in a special place, and he asked them to look at the next slide. It showed Gwanghwamun's 0 point and some other blue dome that Kim Si-woo had absolutely no idea about. Many people called this place the 0 point, and its history began in recent years, while Si-woo was away from Earth. 5 years ago, a spatial rift opened right here, and monsters emerged from it for the first time. Photography inside is strictly prohibited, so only old photos are available. At the cost of incalculable losses, people managed to destroy the core of the gate, but those who were nearby could not avoid being poisoned by mana. After that, new gates began to open rapidly, and they had to ask neighboring countries for help. The current government can do nothing about this territory. Kim Si-woo was stunned as he listened to this story. It turned out that such a terrible disaster had occurred right in his hometown. Min-soo explained that the dome consists of 5 layers, including a mana-absorbing layer, which is why only rank hunters can enter without risking poisoning. Such a dense concentration of mana goes against the principles of this world, and mana pollution disrupts the status quo. Naturally, destruction ensues, and the mana-contaminated land is unable to sustain life, just like a ruined city. In modern Korea, there are 2 ground zeros, and they remain a painful chapter in the nation's history. Everyone remembers the day when that terrible tragedy occurred. It was precisely in such a place that Gu Min-soo proposed building a temple in honor of their goddess. He believed that if a temple were established at ground zero, the order would gain much as a result. At the very least, it would represent salvation, hope, and comfort, and all of this would have a tangible symbol. Kim Si-woo wasn't at all sure if it was possible to build a temple on a distorted Earth. First and foremost, the land would have to be cleansed. Min-soo agreed since Si-woo had done the same thing after Lich cursed an entire city. We need to ask the goddess for help, and nothing is impossible. Leoruman was very pleased with this idea. He said he believed in his new friend, and that they would succeed. Si-woo said that he would certainly try, but the Lich's curse and mana contamination weren't exactly the same thing. Sure, it's cool to make a symbol of the goddess, but there are more important things to discuss. We're planning to build a temple at ground zero, so I'll post another proposal to hold a vote. How can we plan construction if we haven't decided on a location yet? But Min-soo asked everyone not to worry or stress about it, because he'd already thought everything through. So the YouTuber turned to his subscribers, reminded them about the issue with the onion-flavored chocolate cereal, and asked them to choose between 2 locations for the future temple. Kim Si-woo read the comments and realized that Koreans are something else. They knew that even in America, nothing could be done about ground zero. On the other hand, everyone had chosen that very location. At the same time, Siwoo's main quest updated. Now he had to use the artifact and create a sanctuary at Seoul's Ground Zero. Many people dreamed of getting to that place. They hoped the quarantine would be lifted soon, since it was impossible to even enter the area to retrieve the bodies of the deceased. Some people hoped to soon bury their deceased relatives and lay their bodies to rest so they could find peace. Siwoo understood that a symbol of hope and salvation could be a huge problem. The head of the Ability Management Department stated outright that he did not want Kim Si-woo to go to Ground Zero. The men met in the park, and now a rather unpleasant conversation was taking place between them. Siwoo was seeing Mr. Kim in this state for the first time and did not understand why he was objecting so strongly from the very beginning. Kim Dong-shik said he didn't consider his stance an objection. He simply believed the plan was completely flawed. Before agreeing to anything, Kim Siwoo wanted to know the reason and was now waiting for Dong-shik to finally tell him the whole truth. It turned out that deep within Seoul's 0 point, there was a mine containing high-quality magic stones. Magic stones are formed from crystallized magical energy. You could say they are minerals composed of pure magical energy. They can be obtained from monsters, but the highest quality ones are found only in mines. The magic stone mine was created by a high concentration of magical energy when a spatial rift opened. As a result, the entire surrounding environment was contaminated. A year ago, after the mine was discovered, major guilds formed a team of professionals to mine these stones. Very few people know about this, and of course, Minsu is unaware. Kim Dong-shik admitted that recently, major guilds had been fighting over the magic stone mine. The management department is aware that battles took place between hunters of at least A rank. Si-woo believed it would have been better if the government had controlled the situation with these mines from the very beginning. Most of those capable of resisting mana contamination are members of major guilds. All the authorities can do is keep a list of those who have reached the 0 point. Kim Si-woo understood the main problem. It's not that the government doesn't want to, it's that they can't, because they lack strong members. Kim Dong-shik confirmed this assumption, saying that they were powerless. Once the young man entered the 0 point, the troops would be unable to help him in any way. Furthermore, Si-woo could be drawn into a war with the major guilds. Kim Si-woo understood how foolish and absurd all this sounded. The government was objecting to his plans simply because they were worried about him. It was now impossible to abandon the idea of building a temple at the 0 point. The audience's vote could not be ignored. Too much attention had already been drawn to the issue. Si-woo asked his interlocutor what would happen if he took it upon himself to solve this problem. As far as the young man understood, the government was in a difficult position because of the lawlessness at Ground Zero. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. If this is a lawless zone, then Siwoo, too, can act without regard for the law. Dong-shik, playing it safe, received written assurance from the minister, who believed that the presence of 2 strong hunters meant there was no need to worry about their safety at the 0 point. Siwoo was very pleased and didn't understand why his companion was frowning. Dong-shik realized he had no arguments against this document. Kim Dong-shik led the guys to the right spot. It was fenced off by a very high wall, which they called the Ark among themselves. It was the last bastion of civilization. The department head once again tried to dissuade the 2 men, who wanted to enter Ground Zero together, because if trouble arose and a battle began, the government would be unable to help. Kim Si-woo and Si-men wouldn't be the ones to start the fight, and would try their best to avoid bloodshed. In reality, Kim Si-woo thought there was no way he'd back down if another player tried to attack him. But of course, he didn't tell Slam that. Dong-shik led the guys to the spot where the door should be, even though it wasn't visible from the outside. Dong-shik held the magnetic key up to the wall, and immediately the wall began to tremble. Gradually, the door opened. The guys went inside and immediately sensed a demonic energy. Dong-shik turned around and suddenly saw the minister standing right next to the wall. The man expressed surprise that such a high-ranking official had come here in person. Yu Seong-ho listened to all his subordinates' excuses, then asked him why the department head had objected to his decision. The minister stated bluntly that Kim Si-woo had told him everything, and now he wanted to ask his subordinate what exactly the problem was. 5 major guilds are fighting over this location. There are too many risk factors here that are impossible to calculate, and if an anomalous awakened being were to go to such a place, it could cause unnecessary problems. Kim Dong-shik believed that they were waiting for an anomaly to appear, and if for some reason he or someone in his family were to be harmed, that would be a problem. The minister admitted that the National Coalition of Awakened Ones and all the major guilds had already requested confirmation of Kim Si-woo's status as an Awakened One. The battle for him had already begun, And it was surprising that people were not satisfied with the heroic deeds Kim Si-woo had performed to save lives. Guild representatives stated that there was still a chance of deception since both of these places were under government control. The only way to stand up to the financial capitalists is through legislation and enforcement of the law. But members of the major guilds have already become too entangled with political circles. Not long ago, the National Assembly began discussing the dissolution of the Department of Ability Management. The minister has already met with the president of the National Coalition of the Awakened, who does not believe in the existence of the anomaly and is urging the department to gather its strength and surrender. The Awakened have already gathered enough evidence to prove that the government fabricated everything. Kim Dong-sik was so outraged that his mouth fell open. The minister said, that is precisely why he allowed Kim Si-woo to go to Ground Zero, and now all the representatives of the powerful guilds know about it. And they will, of course, attack the guy. Dong-sik believed that Si-woo would feel used when he found out that the government had thrown him to the guilds. But the minister said they had already struck a deal. Despite his appearance, he was a conscientious businessman, not some fool. Kim Si-woo was out for his morning jog in the park when the minister of the Department of Ability Management suddenly appeared before him. The young man stopped and asked in surprise what Mr. Yu Seong-ho was doing in this place at this time. The minister told him about the magic stones in the mine and the struggle between the major guilds, as well as the fact that the government has far less power than it appears to have from the outside. The minister added that the Awakened usually obey whoever pays them best and rarely think about ordinary citizens. The minister told the young man that the Department of Administration would confirm the right to everything Si-woo obtained at the 0 point. But in return, Kim Si-woo would use his power to some extent for the government's benefit. Kim Si-woo paused for a moment to think, then said his answer would be brief and frank. Kim Si-woo promised the minister of the department to clear Ground Zero for his ministry and the government as a whole. In return, the young man demanded the right to a portion of the land at Ground Zero. The fact is, he wanted to build a temple to the goddess Riemann right there. Kim Si-woo promised to ensure the site would be open to the public, since many people have fond memories associated with it. In any case, with the construction permit, the order would strengthen its position as a timely ally of the Department of Ability Management, and the department would gain a strong ally in Kim Si-woo. The minister admitted that the government no longer controls the area. Anarchy reigns there. If something goes wrong, they won't be able to help Si-woo. But if the young man clears the land of despair, which currently amounts to nothing, no one will be able to dispute his right to a portion of the liberated land. And so the deal was struck, and the men shook hands. Kim Si-woo moved deeper into the restricted territory and sensed magical energy and hostility. Si-woo sensed that about 30 people were hiding nearby. They were all watching him. Si-woo told his companion Leo that he hadn't expected an immediate attempt on their lives, and now they needed to figure out what to do about it. The missionary suggested trying to resolve the matter through conversation first. Violence should always be a last resort. Kim Si-woo decided to heed his assistant's advice. He stepped forward and addressed those who had ambushed him with a proposal. How about we talk? After that, he waited a while for a response, and when it became clear there would be none, Kim Si-woo kicked the ground, which caused a massive explosion. The people hiding began coughing, covering their faces and eyes with their hands. Si-woo suggested they come out of hiding while he was still in a good mood, since everyone would benefit from it. It was clear that the guys hiding were very modest, which is why they were wearing masks. But they had nothing to fear. The religious leaders had come to survey the land for the construction of a temple. Kim Si-woo said that he loved his goddess very much and would be happy if everyone moved out of the way right now. The fighters and representatives of the major guilds still didn't know what to do. They clearly hadn't expected to be exposed so quickly. Kim Si-woo heard someone's loud voice ordering them to disperse and realized that his call for negotiations had worked after all. Soon a man stepped out onto the square. He said he had expected more when he was asked to get rid of the leader of some, and now he sees a boy standing before him. Kim Si-woo smiled at the remark that he was a child and said he hoped the man felt good and confident, since he was, after all, an adult and experienced. The man replied that he hoped his young interlocutor would be able to talk even with his limbs torn off, since the men had been ordered to do just that. After these words, Kim Si-woo turned to Leo. Did his friend really still think that talking was the best choice in this situation? Instead of answering, Leo Ruman looked at his companion and said that it seemed he had been wrong. The next moment, the missionary was already among those who had ambushed them. He abruptly grabbed one man in his arms. Leo hoisted the man onto his shoulders like a light child, as if he were about to carry a yoke. After that, Leo simply tore the man in two with his bare hands and threw him to the ground, not forgetting to brush off his clothes. Leo doesn't consider himself a cruel man, for he left these people with their mouths intact so they could beg him for mercy. The bandit leader was in shock when he realized his men were unprepared to face such a powerful opponent. He ordered them to attack all at once, and now the assassins were trying to put up some kind of resistance, but they looked ridiculous and completely helpless. The assassins didn't understand what kind of monster was tearing the fighters to pieces, because according to their clients, these YouTube channel owners were nothing but worthless stagehands. But now it immediately became clear that this monster who was tearing the assassins to pieces was actually a very strong fighter. Could the government have been training him in secret? The assassin thought about how this monster had bowed his head to Kim Si-woo just a few minutes ago, which meant that Kim Si-woo was even stronger. But on the other hand, if he managed to take this child hostage, he might somehow find a way out of this situation. Kim Si-woo saw the assassin approaching him at tremendous speed. Knife in hand, the situation was very serious. The assassin was already certain that his victim was trapped and couldn't escape, but suddenly divine fire pierced his body and blood spurted from his eyes. Kim Si-woo used a special skill called Will to Overcome Evil. He detected the hostile intent and eliminated the threat. Choi Se-pil was a wicked man who had committed murder, kidnapping, theft, and other sins. Yet now he lay on the ground begging for mercy. Kim Si-woo realized that the villain wanted a quick death, but that wouldn't happen. It would be unfair to allow it. It turns out that the skill Will to Defeat Evil activates on its own when it senses the presence of those who are true villains. Si-woo stepped on the villain's hand, and he immediately began screaming and confessing that he had been hired by the Chonggak Guild. They had paid him to kill the religious figure. Si-woo understood that this assassin had been sent simply to test him. If the guild representatives thought he had faked all his exploits, they wouldn't have sent one of the most notorious villains and bandits. Si-woo lifted the assassin's head. The man begged for mercy, pleaded not to be beaten, and expressed deep remorse. Kim Si-woo threw the man to the ground and said that forgiving this murderer was not his job, but he could send the bandit to the scales of justice before God. At that moment, a notification arrived that synchronization was complete, and he could now check his stats. The Earth dimension deemed Kim Si-woo chaotic, and removed the causality restriction from him. The second update had begun. The young man examined his panel and realized that nothing had really changed there. Only items related to his stats had been added. However, the removal of causality was a very positive development. It meant he could take more risks in the future. However, the young man was concerned about the second update, which was supposed to improve the system in the near future. At that moment, Leo interrupted his thoughts to inform him that other awakened ones had arrived. Kim Si-woo warned his companion not to be so hostile. It didn't seem like these people wanted to fight. At that moment, one of the men asked in a stuttering voice why Kim Si-woo had come here and who had sent him. Kim Si-woo, looking around, saw a bright light and realized that the mine was right here, which meant he wouldn't have to search for it for long. There was a lot of magic there, roughly 7 tons by his estimates. A medium-sized magic tower uses about 700 kilograms of magic crystals per year, so 7 tons would be an excellent resource. Magic and demonic energy emanate from the mine. Magic stones are like pure water. They are clumps of the purest mana. For example, when combined with divine power, they turn into divine stones. Conversely, when combined with demonic energy, magic stones turn into demonic stones. Kim Si-woo sensed the same demonic energy as that which emanated from the Lich. This energy belongs to the King of Pride. Kim Si-woo asked the men if anyone had entered the mine recently, but the warriors were terrified and couldn't trust Kim Si-woo. They decided to say nothing and remain silent. Si-woo said he understood. All the guild representatives were busy fighting for power. But the man who had gone into the mine was very dangerous. Si-woo had been away and missed a lot of news, but he knew this was a lawless land. Now he would get rid of these people and take the mine for himself. Kim Si-woo continued to intimidate those present. He knew that this strong man most likely belonged to the Order of the White Shadows. Kim Si-woo took out his artifact and said he had no intention of fighting the warriors. He was interested in this lawless land. And right now, what interested him most was whether he could truly do whatever he wanted here. At that moment, the goddess's symbol began to react to the demonic energy. Kim Si-woo raised his hand along with the necklace and announced the creation of a sanctuary. The stone in the artifact changed color, and a notification of the sanctuary's creation appeared. People stood spellbound, turning their faces toward the divine light. Leo Ruman prayed to the goddess, and soon the land began to be covered in greenery and to heal as if undergoing a process of restoration. Kim Si-woo announced that he wished to dedicate this land to the goddess Riemann. She agreed to accept it as a gift. But Kim Si-woo himself, as a servant of the goddess, could not sit idly by. The surrounding area began to purify. With the help of the relic, a sanctuary had been created, and now the land was becoming suitable for human habitation. After this land was declared a sanctuary, the surrounding area was cleansed of demonic energy. It literally became easier for people to breathe, all thanks to the cleansing of demonic energy. The goddess spoke. She hadn't expected such inhospitable places to exist on Earth. Kim Si-woo turned around and saw Riemann in all her glory before him. She was beautiful as always. Kim Si-woo realized that he was the only one who could see the goddess here, judging by the fact that Leo was very calm and showed no reaction. The goddess also admitted that she could see everything here very poorly and vaguely. The fact is that the earth is saturated with human sorrow, and countless dreams lie buried beneath these ruins. The goddess thanked Si-woo for taking good care of the artifacts she had entrusted to him through the child. Of course, it was hard to call this monster, who tore people apart with his bare hands, a child. However, the goddess said that Leo was truly a child to her. She had raised him and known him for a long time, and besides, he had been a very sweet boy in his childhood. Kim Si-woo refused to listen to anything about Leo, and the goddess admitted that she liked him, Kim Si-woo, much more. Si-woo asked her to stop this conversation and inquired why the goddess had come to Earth this time. Riemann admitted that she wanted to personally present a gift for a job well done. Besides, there were certain things she could only do while here. Si-woo didn't understand what gift she was talking about, and then gradually he felt as if divine pollen were showering down on his head, and it grew warmer and brighter. The goddess led the young man to a stone slab and asked if he could feel it. Kim Si-woo understood that he could not accept this as a mere gift. He sensed the love and sincerity of the goddess Riemann. The goddess hoped that the dream left here now had a good place to stay, and that the people who missed this place would perceive it as a miracle. Suddenly, the space behind the young man seemed to shake, and a huge building appeared. It was a real temple, erected on holy ground. This was the gift the goddess had bestowed. Kim Si-woo was absolutely thrilled. The temple was stunning, and everyone would surely love it. One can imagine how Leo would weep with happiness. The goddess Riemann knew her follower well and understood that Si-woo had already guessed the gift in advance. But now the goddess was ready to tell him something very important. The fact was that the last of the defeated demon kings, Lucifer, had not died. He had transported fragments of the other demon king's souls to the nearest dimension and kept them there. And the dimensions closest to Eden are none other than Earth. Most likely, the Earth system allowed contact with Kim Si-woo precisely because of Lucifer's actions. Since Earth is not under the goddess's jurisdiction, there's a great deal she cannot do here. Kim Si-woo must figure out all the details himself and take care of this world from now on. After these words, the goddess began to fade away. And, of course, Kim Si-woo must have already gotten used to the fact that she appears only for a very short time. Kim Si-woo looked at the temple. It was a wonderful surprise. It seemed like he had now accomplished all his urgent goals, and he could breathe a little easier. Leo would translate the holy book. Now, there was also a temple where believers could gather and pray together. The system congratulated him on building the first temple, awarded bonus points, and marked the completion of the community expansion task. Kim Si-woo was pleased with himself. He felt that he was now doing something meaningful. Thanks to the interdimensional contract, it was now possible to purchase buildings with divine points. Gu Min-soo stood in front of the camera and told his viewers that they had gathered at Ground Zero for a special event. The young man said it was a tremendous honor for him to be the first to show the renovated Ground Zero. Besides, everyone of course knows who else is participating in this report. Mr. Kim Si-woo, the Republic of Korea's first anomalous awakened leader of the Riemann Order. The young man said it was an honor for him to present his order's first temple, and that he now welcomes anyone wishing to join. But in the comments, the viewers' mood was very negative. People didn't believe that this was really the 0 point. They thought it was a setup. To many, it seemed like just ordinary religious nonsense, and some were about to unfollow. Gu Min-soo showed the temple and said that this had become possible thanks to the active participation of the viewers. Even after the live broadcast ended, viewers continued to argue in the comments. No one believed that this was truly the 0 point, since it was poisoned by demonic energy. In their opinion, no life could exist there. Yet the frame was full of flowers and grass. Kim Si-woo did his best to remain calm in response to such commenters. He wanted to shut these self-righteous fools up. Kim Si-woo talked about the app. From now on, anyone can visit the Seoul City website to obtain permission to visit the 0 point. You can find out more on the Department of Ability Management's website or through Gu Min-soo's YouTube channel. And soon the tone of the viewers' comments began to change. People watched the drone footage with skepticism, and it soon became clear that this was indeed Ground Zero, which now looks like this. The Minister of the Department of Talent Management personally appeared in this area and examined the temple with interest. The man admitted that he had always wanted to return here, but never thought it would actually happen. And although he approved of Kim Si-woo's idea, he didn't believe in it himself. Yu Seong-ho asked about the small headstone on the lawn. Kim Si-woo explained that it was a monument to everyone who sleeps here so they might rest in peace. It was erected by the same person who did everything else. This monument to the goddess is needed to dispel sadness without losing one's memories. The minister of the department laid a bouquet of beautiful flowers near the monument. It was a place where dreams lay. Yu Seong-ho admitted that the young man had fulfilled his wish, and also thanked Kim Si-woo for making it possible. Kim Si-woo understood. Despite the abduction, he did not hate the goddess Riemann. And now the young man understands why this happened. He looked at what the goddess had done and felt gratitude. The goddess bestows charity and hope for a better future upon the people around her. The guys started reading the comments again. Public opinion was shifting, but there were still people who considered Kim Si-woo a real fraud. Gu Min-soo was already starting to lose patience. He didn't understand what else needed to be done for people to stop doubting and start believing. Kim Si-woo tried to calm his friend, whose reaction was literally scaring him. People didn't believe it even after seeing the drone footage. Min-soo had never suspected Kim Si-woo of anything, but he was ready to admit that he didn't believe it was possible to make this place so beautiful. Of course, this only shows how powerful the goddess Riemann is. And now the guys understand what the whole earth should look like. To follow the goddess's intentions, they need to open this place to the public and allow families who lost their loved ones here to come and honor their memory. Min-soo was certain that all these people were sincerely grateful to Kim Si-woo, as well as to the goddess. Si-woo considered it his duty to do everything in his power and hoped that this would be enough for people to find comfort and peace here. As he was leaving, Si-woo remembered the Blue Collar Guild. He wanted to get some information about these people. Min-soo knew a few people and promised to talk to them, but now the young man suspected that Si-woo had something in mind. Si-woo didn't want to say anything prematurely, but he confirmed that he had a small idea on the matter. While the goddess was purifying this territory, part of her divine power spread through the mines was absorbed by the magic stones, and they turned into holy stones. And that meant there was a mine full of holy stones in the temple's sanctuaries. But then came the next question, which caught the great YouTuber off guard. Had Gu Min-soo ever sold merchandise? Kim Si-woo had read on his profile that he could use the holy stones to create holy relics. In the future, these could be sold to provide a stable source of income. But then Leo approached His Holiness and said that some uninvited guests had arrived. The man introduced himself as Kang Byung-soo. He was the managing director of the National Coalition of the Awakened. Mr. Kang went on to say what a tremendous honor it was for him to meet the leader of the order in such a place. Kim Si-woo warned the missionary that he would step aside to speak with this man, and that there was no need to make a scene or kill anyone. Mr. Kang's bodyguards realized that this strong man could fold people like paper. They would love to see that with their own eyes. Kim Si-woo knew that representatives of the organization had sent an assassin to kill him. And now the young man wondered, perhaps he too should send a gift in return. But Mr. Kang said there was no need for that. He had no interest in the arts and crafts. The man folded his hands and said that after their conversation, he would very much like to pray to the goddess for stepping forward and cleansing the territory they had defended for so long. Si-woo immediately took issue with the phrasing "stepped forward," and once defended, the young man was very wary. Si-woo realized that Mr. Kang was denying any connection to the assassin who had been sent, but at the same time had come here to cause a scene. Furthermore, the director of the National Coalition of the Awakened was not defending the 0 point here, but rather the mine where the magic stones were located. But now those stones are gone. The magic stones have turned into holy stones, and Kim Si-woo himself didn't know this until he saw them in the temple. Finally, Mr. Kang stopped pretending and said that all of this makes the situation even simpler. He was certain that the young man had obtained information about the magic stones from the Department of Ability Management, and now everyone was convinced that Si-woo had entered the 0 point with the aim of taking those magic stones. Kim Si-woo must know that the development of the country's guilds is proof of the state's overall growth and prosperity. For a guild alliance like the one in Korea, magic stones are a key resource for growth, and now Kim Si-woo has taken them. The young man realized that Mr. Kang wanted to make it seem as though he was undermining the country's well-being, but in reality, Si-woo had been working with the Department of Ability Management. The Department of Ability Management belongs to the government, while the National Coalition of Awakened Ones is hindering the department's work. claiming that the mines are necessary for the state, yet taking all the profits for themselves. Kim Si-woo could have reached an agreement with the man if he had started with an apology, but instead he only leveled accusations of destroying this place and even hired an assassin to kill Kim Si-woo. Kang Byung-soo did not admit his guilt. He suggested putting all this behind them. After all, the man had come for negotiations. The National Coalition of the Awakened guarantees the Order of the Goddess Riemann half of the yield from the Mana Stone mines, as well as access to all of its mining infrastructure. In addition, it will donate a large sum to the Order's account. Kim Si-woo crumpled the contract. Does Mr. Kang really think a single piece of paper will be enough to make peace? First he hired assassins, and then he says, "Oh, you're such a great guy, let's be friends." No, it doesn't work that way. Kim Si-woo said he didn't believe a single word that came out of Mr. Kang's mouth. As he said all this, Kim Si-woo was furious. He activated his divine power and directed it against the men. They were as if paralyzed and couldn't do a thing. Kim Si-woo grabbed Kang by the throat and squeezed hard. Kang Byung-soo, gasping for air and spitting up blood, said they had given Si-woo a chance. They have the strength to stand up to him, and when they unite, they'll succeed. Kim Si-woo threw the man to the ground and laughed, saying that he was very scared and literally terrified. Then the young man told the man to go back and tell the members of the National Coalition of the Awakened that they'd better come and apologize, or else he would come to them himself to demand an apology. The next news broadcast reported that the Coalition of the Awakened had formed an investigation team and officially submitted a request to confirm the status of the 0 point. At the same time, it is worth noting that the Order of Riemann attracted widespread attention after its leader, Kim Si-woo, managed to purify the 0 point. His younger brother looked like a real zombie with huge dark circles under his eyes. In-woo admitted that the launch of the Riemann Order's channel was scheduled for the next day and he had to work overtime. Little Si-yeon watched the news broadcast with her brothers. The girl wanted to know when Uncle Leo would appear again. Si-woo told his little sister that Mr. Leo was now working at a beautiful temple where she could visit him soon. That answer completely satisfied the girl, but she wanted to seem grown up and told her brothers that she knew a thing or two. Si-yeon now knew that her brother was a priest of the Riemann Order. Besides, the little girl knew that it was her older brother who had purified the 0 point. Si-woo didn't understand where the little girl had gotten that information, but In-woo knew that kids these days were great with phones. And during the years his brother had been away from Eden, he had fallen way behind the rest of humanity. For this, the younger brother received a few slaps so he wouldn't talk nonsense. And his little sister went to bed so that tomorrow would come sooner. Left alone, the brothers discussed their youngest sister. Of course, she couldn't help but grow up before her time when the family was left without parents and an older brother. Kim Si-woo now understood that it was partly his fault, and he owed a great deal to his family. His grandmother and brother who had somehow managed without him. In-woo remembered that his grandmother had called the day before. The department had provided her with a private jet, and she would be arriving in 2 weeks. The information about the private jet was very strange. His grandmother said that she was now a member of a Korean celebrity's family. Furthermore, because of her eldest grandson, his grandmother could no longer travel freely and had asked him to tell Si-woo to brace himself for pain. Si-woo really wanted to see his grandmother, but at the same time he understood that the meeting wouldn't be very pleasant. So the launch of the official channel began, but everything was very tense. The participants were scared, and it seemed like nothing would work out. And so the brothers officially launched the Order of Riemann channel, which so far contained only a single video. But an hour after the channel launched, the number of subscribers exceeded 43,000, and it was both pleasant and frightening at the same time. In-woo was very excited. He saw a huge number of comments, and among them were prayers for wishes to come true. Kim Si-woo believed that prayers for wishes to come true were normal. The goddess loves such comments. Leo Riemann confirmed that their goddess cares deeply for people who desperately wish for something. Considering how many problems the guys had been able to solve lately, they would soon have even more followers once people began to understand the patterns. At that moment, the young man was given a new task. He needed to expand the community, which meant increasing the number of followers, recruiting divine-type players, and constructing a few more buildings. After some time, a very strange message was sent to all players in the Earth dimension. The gist of it was that the restriction on holy energy had been lifted from Earth. The Earth system was preparing for a class-era update, and all Earth players needed to prepare for the coming changes. Si-woo understood the gravity of his special mission regarding the expansion of the community. The situation was becoming dire. He needed to find 500 divine-type players who had chosen the goddess Riemann as their patron. Si-woo clutched his head in despair. He wanted to know if there were any other players using divine points. Invu honestly admitted that he had never heard of such a thing. Would they really have to recruit 500 followers, just as they had done with Leo? But then another message appeared, sent to all players in the Earth dimension. After fulfilling certain conditions, the restriction on holy energy had been lifted, and now anyone could become a divine follower. The upcoming changes to the class system could bring all new players and participants to the forefront, and no one could predict in advance who would come out on top. It was reported that a new cataclysm had emerged on Earth. It was linked to preparations for a change in the world, and now journalists wanted to hear the opinions of famous people. They invited a professor from Korea University, various awakened individuals, and a bishop of the Order of White Radiance, who claimed that many of his believers had awakened thanks to the blessing of their deity. Now that divine powers will become accessible, religion will occupy a more important place in everyone's life. If the state recognizes the Riemann order in these strange times, then they will likely have to recognize the religion of the Order of the White Radiance as well and designate it as an official faith. The journalists were interested in how the Order of the White Radiance's awakening works. The bishop said there was nothing special about their methods. The most important thing is sincere faith in their deity, who will save people from weakness. Kim Si-woo was deep in thought. It turned out that the divine players from the Order of the White Radiance did not use demonic powers. Members of the Order of the White Radiance uploaded videos of their battles with demons and never claimed to be on the same side. Si-woo tried to analyze the situation. He didn't recall sensing any demonic energy from the followers of the White Radiance. It turns out there are other organizations unrelated to the White Radiance, but connected to demonic forces. Unexpectedly, as always, the goddess Riemann appeared. She noted that Si-woo was troubled by something, and the young man apologized for distracting her over trivial matters. Riemann knew that Si-woo had worked very hard the day before, that many people had listened to him, and that divinity was now no longer banned on Earth. The entire country was now in chaos. Apparently, some players had now acquired the divine type. Si-woo knew nothing about this, and the goddess began to explain. Divinity is not only a power that Riemann can use, but also a power that enables the creation of miracles. The stronger the faith, the stronger the deity becomes. The stronger the deity, the greater the power with which it can bless its followers. Just as the player's will directly influences their magical abilities, divinity is closely linked to the strength of the faith of the deity's followers, but the awakened can use this power to perform miracles. A deity's power depends on the level of faith it can inspire in its followers. A deity without believers will simply vanish. The Age of Order refers to the gods, but why there had been no divine powers on Earth before, the young man did not yet understand. The goddess explained that the situation was the same as with his mother. On Earth, the system had imposed restrictions on people's potential. Kim Si-woo believed that all restrictions should have simply been lifted immediately, and then such a situation would not have arisen, but the goddess could no longer explain anything. Causality came into play again. The goddess blessed her follower, and all his stats increased by 1 point. Riemann couldn't say much, but at least she could help her chief representative in this way, and he was very pleased. Goddess Riemann in turn turned to the young man and asked him to make her stronger. Kim Si-woo said that he would preach even more to gather more followers for his goddess. The young man wanted to know if it was still possible to send people from Eden to Earth, because the major guilds were already trying to monopolize divine-type players. The goddess said it was unlikely, but she would see what could be done. However, Si-woo wasn't upset. He hoped to continue exploiting the missionary. Si-woo was unconcerned about Leo, believing that the guy would sleep it off in the afterlife, and that now they needed to be ready for the Age of Order. If a similar message had been sent to all players on Earth, then the Earth dimension was in for major changes. Kim Si-woo understood that there was nothing he could do in this situation. He simply had to manage the temple with dignity and continue his sermons. The young man was trying to figure out where to go next, when suddenly his phone rang and he received an urgent message from the department about a huge number of orc tribes that had unexpectedly appeared. 5 years ago, when the young man disappeared, North Korea ceased to exist as a nation due to interdimensional rifts. According to his brother's stories, the northern part of the Korean peninsula is a land of monsters. Choi Seo-jin was furious. Had those damn pigs all gone mad at once and were now marching toward their country? The man found this highly amusing and wanted to know what His Holiness, Papa Kim, thought about it. Representatives from major guilds and departments gathered at the negotiating table. They needed to develop a joint plan of action. Si-woo turned to his neighbor and asked why the Goblin Guild, the largest guild, wasn't sitting nearby with the National Corporation of the Awakened. Seo-jin, taking a bite of a pastry, said that it wasn't his style to cooperate with thugs. He wasn't affiliated with the National Coalition of the Awakened. Kim Si-woo watched this massive man, whose plate of appetizers had vanished in the blink of an eye. Seo-jin said that after this meeting he wanted to go for coffee with Kim Si-woo. He had many questions regarding divine powers. The young man remembered how he'd been knocked out by the divine power Si-woo had used against him. Kang Byung-soo was very nervous. He asked everyone to stop talking and keep their mouths shut because the situation was very serious. Seo-jin hugged the young man and said he was just talking to a friend. There was no need to pick on him. Everyone could sense the dark energy emanating from Mr. Kang. Kang Byung-soo suddenly began accusing the Goblin Guild of having no respect for social norms and of constantly causing trouble with other players. After listening to the accusations, Seo-jin folded his arms across his chest and said they didn't care. Whatever they could do to him, they could shove their complaints somewhere far away. After that, the head of the Goblin Guild asked his opponent, was he really going on a date since he was wearing such cool glasses? But that was understandable. Mr. Kang was still trying to look young. They needed to wrap up this meeting quickly because the girls were getting impatient and wouldn't want to hang out with Mr. Kang afterward. Finally, the door opened and another participant in the negotiations entered. It was the Minister of the Department of Ability Management, Mr. Yoo Seong-ho. Apparently, everyone present had been waiting for him. The men exchanged greetings and mutual compliments, preparing to recommend certain mood-boosting supplements and diet drinks to one another. The minister got straight to the point because everyone here was busy and there was no time to waste. The main topic of this meeting concerned the advancing orc horde. They needed to discuss plans for confronting and destroying them. Orcs are nocturnal creatures that operate in tribes. They are very strong, physically powerful, and brutal. Also, orcs from different clans are usually hostile toward one another. But this time, for some reason, 7 tribes have united into a single horde. This is the first time this has happened since monsters first appeared on Earth. According to intelligence reports, something is forcing the orcs to stick together. Kim Si-woo learned that nothing like this had ever happened on Earth before, but he had encountered such orcs in Eden. It was an orc born with the power to subdue other orcs, a monster capable of channeling the orcs' unbridled rage into a single force. The military dubbed this monster the Lord of the Orcs, and now they have fairly accurate information about him. According to reports, the Orc Lord has gathered some 100,000 orcs under his command, and a level 1 alert has therefore been declared. Everyone present jumped to their feet in horror upon hearing that staggering number, 100,000 orcs. In addition, intelligence has also noted that the orcs are carving tribal tattoos on their arms. 7 different tribal tattoos are now visible. Kim Si-woo explained that the Lord of the Orcs significantly surpasses any other orc in all attributes. The young man said he had already fought one such orc. Upon his appearance, the orcs destroy their tribal hierarchy, and therefore all orcs from different tribes follow the Lord. As soon as a great lord appears among the orcs, the rest of the orcs instinctively swear allegiance to him. One of the guild leaders said that Kim Si-woo had only just returned and didn't understand earthly monsters. Instead of smugly declaring how to fight them, it's better to leave everything to the professionals and just sit quietly. This is an excellent option for His Holiness Kim Si-woo. Kim Si-woo was furious. He suspected that this guild leader had illegally seized the state-regulated 0 point, but there was nothing he could do about it. The Goblin Guild leader, of course, began to agree and said that this man had no right to pressure His Holiness Pope Kim. The man said that orcs were a real threat. They destroyed everything in their path, and pleading and flapping their wings wouldn't make them disappear. Kim Si-woo couldn't stand to hear it anymore. If it weren't for the minister, he would have beaten up this insolent man, who was deliberately provoking him long ago. Cho Seo-jin was absolutely thrilled. He was hoping to see Kim Si-woo beat someone up. But then Minister Yoo Seong-ho intervened in the conversation. He turned to the young man and said that since Mr. Kim Si-woo had fought the Lord before, perhaps he knew how to solve this problem. Kim Si-woo replied that it was very simple. They just needed to kill this Lord. Kim Si-woo believed they would have to make great sacrifices to stop this horde. The damage to ordinary women would be incredibly great, so it was better to simply kill their Lord. As soon as the leader is destroyed, the orcs will start fighting among themselves, because these tribes are actually long-standing enemies. It sounded like utter nonsense. After all, the leader is surrounded by a massive horde of 100,000. How on earth could they get to him? And even if we accept this proposal as correct and logical, how do we get close to the leader? The army would be forced to fight its way through this massive horde. Kim Si-woo said that this would indeed be the case if they relied on ground forces, but they could use air power. Fighters and helicopters hadn't exactly disappeared. They could organize an airstrike and simply bomb the orcs. There were no guarantees that killing the overlord would stop the horde. The military officer wanted to know whether he should send out a hunter without any certainty of success. To the military officer, it sounded as if Kim Si-woo wanted to sacrifice the lives of soldiers for the sake of civilians and livestock. Kim Si-woo said that if the military had no proposals or solutions, and they were just ready to voice unnecessary opinions, then they'd better shut up. He hadn't said that hunters should be sent out. Kim Si-woo said he would go on this mission alone, and it grew quiet around him. You could even hear a fly buzzing by. Kim Si-woo added that some media outlets were exaggerating and overstating his strength, and he was ready to use this opportunity to unequivocally refute those claims. If anyone had objections, let them voice them right now. If not, he wanted a helicopter prepared for him. Kim Si-woo had long known and tested time and again that the best defense is a good offense. And soon enough, a helicopter was indeed ready. However, people couldn't believe until the very last moment that the young man was ready to go alone. But Kim Si-woo asked them not to worry. The situation would be resolved before they could even blink. Si-woo said he was in a great mood because high in the sky, he would be able to breathe in some fresh air for the first time in a while. He used to fly on a griffin. The pilots were very surprised to hear about the griffin. Si-woo said it wasn't very comfortable, and helicopters were much better and more comfortable. The pilot admitted, in fact, he was very concerned that Kim Si-woo had refused to use the large anti-aircraft gun. Kim Si-woo tried to calm the guys down and said he had a plan and a couple of interesting skills. After that, the young priest walked up to the helicopter and touched it. He needed to activate certain skills for a moment. He used the House of Light skill. A powerful blessing was cast upon the object. Kim Si-woo believed the effect would be quite good. Even monsters wouldn't want to run toward their deaths. Sol Seo-myung was working as a cameraman today. He had been involved in the doppelganger incident last time and was now ready to film. At Ground Zero, filming was impossible due to mana contamination. So Kim Si-woo hadn't used a cameraman's help back then to record a stream for himself. But in the Lost Lands north of the ceasefire line, there would be no problems with filming. Given the fierce competition, it was important to rack up views with a live stream. Si-woo gave the video a title like, "Fought 100,000 orcs alone," or "I flew into the Lost Lands by helicopter." He couldn't get by without that kind of clickbait. Kim Si-woo looked at his cameraman and tried to calm him down, saying that it would all be over soon. Seo-myung was literally shaking with fear. He said he knew the safest place to stay close to Kim's dad. It was simply that the young man considered it a tremendous honor to fulfill this duty. He thanked Mr. Kim Si-woo from the bottom of his heart for this opportunity and was now ready to risk his life for the goddess Riemann. Kim Si-woo was beginning to realize that there were far more fanatics on Earth. They were ready to believe in anything and throw themselves into their faith with heart and soul. Be that as it may, the helicopter finally took off and headed for the Lost Lands. Many wyverns were flying in the sky. But very little time had passed, and the helicopter was already flying in complete solitude. No one could believe in a miracle, but they had managed to avoid a collision with the flying lizards. Soon the pilots announced that they would reach their destination in 5 minutes. Seo-mon was very focused and ready for work. Just as the awakened Kim Si-woo had warned, the flying monsters didn't even try to approach the helicopter, and the orcs moved toward the border without being distracted by anything. The minister of the Department of Ability Management was watching this flight live. In the end, the minister admitted that he hadn't expected to see a live broadcast of an airstrike on Matuba and was now prepared to issue a written apology. Kim Si-woo said he was ready to stop the broadcast at any moment if the minister was that concerned. Of course, everyone understood that the young man had agreed to and insisted on the broadcast to prove his skills, and now, perhaps, it was best to simply trust him and not interfere. Kim Dong-sik agreed with his boss. Up until now, the anomalous awakened had been a great help to their department. But if he failed this mission, the responsibility would fall on the minister. And if that happened, the reputation of the Department of Ability Management would be severely tarnished. Yu Seong-ho remained completely calm. After all, if this genius couldn't handle it, they wouldn't be able to do anything about the horde of monsters anyway, and who would care about reputation then? Whether Kim Si-woo broadcasts it or not, it doesn't matter. If he fails the mission, the result will be the same. So why shouldn't they raise the stakes now? Many years have passed since the awakened of large private guilds surpassed the government's awakened in power. The country lacks the resources to keep the national coalition of awakened under control, and it certainly lacks the strength to avoid the coalition's influence. Kim Si-woo is not an employee of the Department of Ability Management, nor is he a member of the Awakened Corporation. First and foremost, one should consider why each side independently classifies the returnees. especially those with a catastrophe rank. After all, they could simply be called S-rank players. But this is not done. Catastrophe rank returnees are people who play a major role in their own worlds. Before returning to Earth, it doesn't matter whether they are good or evil, but they are all very powerful and can influence the world order. And it's understandable that they have absolutely no interest in and no desire to submit to the authorities after returning to their homeland. Of course, all people are different, and that is why potential conflicts within the country are avoided. That is precisely why such people are called catastrophes. However, even the power of the returned catastrophe class can be measured, whereas with the players known as anomalies, the situation is completely unpredictable. And so conflict is inevitable. It is the duty of government organizations to channel this conflict in accordance with national interests. Kim Dong-sik realized that the boss was suggesting using Kim Si-woo to keep the corporation of the Awakened in check. But the minister didn't consider this exploitation. After all, Si-woo himself had chosen to help them rather than join forces with other players. In reality, the government is currently completely powerless, so it is forced to do whatever it can and must not give up on anything. After that, the men read viewers' comments during the live broadcast. They didn't believe it was possible to deal with the hordes of monsters and were already starting to panic. The minister understood that they had no way out. They simply had to humbly accept the outcome, whatever it might be, and hope that Kim Si-woo would succeed in his mission. Meanwhile, the helicopter arrived at the operation zone, and soon a unique orc, the Great Lord, was spotted. Kim Si-woo showed the Great Lord to the viewers and said that this monster was very dangerous and significantly different from ordinary orcs. Standing in the helicopter, Kim Si-woo told the viewers that he would now descend and show them the orc up close. The young man also promoted the official channel of the Riemann Order, encouraging viewers to comment, like, and hit the bell icon. And then, without putting on a parachute, Kim Si-woo jumped out of the helicopter and now looked like a shooting star. Who among us didn't recall the little prince from the fairy tale? The smoke cleared, and the savior walked the earth safe and sound. The young man felt that his knees were no longer what they had been in his early youth, and decided to pay attention to this in the future. Si-woo looked at the enormous orc, who turned out to be even taller than he had previously assumed. However, the young man noted that this Lord of the Orcs looked very familiar. At that moment, the Lord of the Orcs himself spoke. He didn't understand what was happening. In the future foretold to him, there had been no mention of a war involving someone like Kim Si-woo. And now he sees a player radiating a repulsive energy hostile to all orcs. Kim Si-woo had heard something like this before. He realized that lords like this don't appear on their own. They are created by an alien demonic energy. First there was the Wyvern, then the Lich and the Doppelganger. Now it could be said with certainty that this was Lucifer's demonic energy. He had been the king of pride last time, but now he was the king of the demons of wrath. The Lord of the Orcs did not wish to answer the question of why the kings of the demons were trying to come to Earth. Everything was happening to fulfill a chosen destiny. And now the Lord of the Orcs was about to kill the warrior right here and now. That too was his destiny. He swung a massive axe that split the ground into pieces like a bar of chocolate. However, Kim Si-woo managed to jump out of the way and was unharmed. The young man noted that the destructive power of demonic energy, combined with physical prowess, was formidable and would have to be reckoned with. The demon lord raised his axe again, preparing to attack his opponent once more. At that moment, Kim Si-woo unleashed his divine power upon the monster, who was shielding himself with the axe. It was clear the orc was struggling. Kim Si-woo leaped backward. He noted that his opponent was much better at blocking blows than he had previously thought. In Eden, this Lord of the Orcs would be considered one of the strongest. At that moment, the monster declared that their war had already begun and that they had already started a war against humanity. And no human army would stand in the way of destiny or be able to stop the demonic army. The Lord of the Orcs called on his brave warriors to follow him and pay no heed to anything else. Kim Si-woo calmly watched the monsters. He knew that demonic energy was linked to despair, and now he could use that to his advantage. Si-woo realized how he could get rid of the orcs before they became even more dangerous. Kim Si-woo couldn't stop thinking about his subscribers. He really wanted to rack up 10 million views, so he decided to take a quick photo for the preview. The Lord of the Orcs addressed the young man and called him over. Finally, the monster had met a worthy opponent who wasn't afraid to stand in his way, and now the Lord of the Orcs would personally destroy this man. Kim Si-woo asked him not to rush, because he was filming a video here. He likes long, spectacular scenes, but today and on this set, he wanted to film different orcs for his subscribers. But looking at the orcs' dumb faces, Kim Si-woo realized that this backdrop was only ruining the impression. They were too ugly. Actually, Sai Wu had nothing against cowardice. After all, he wasn't a warrior, and fear is natural not only to humans, but also to animals and monsters. The young man gathered divine energy, and its power grew stronger and stronger. Using the skill defied causality, so it had been modified to avoid breaking the rules. And now the Tomb of the Holy Spear skill was activated by the player. This powerful divine spear crashed down on everyone present, illuminating everything around with a bright light, and it was unclear if anyone could survive such an impact. Space shook so violently that the temple's arch seemed to collapse, unable to withstand the strain. The divine light struck like a multitude of blades, piercing through everything in its path. Kim In-woo sat with his mouth agape in front of the computer screen. The young man was watching the live stream and was stunned as he observed his older brother's duel. Viewers in the comments couldn't even find the words. They didn't know if it was magic or just interference on the screen. Is it really possible to do something like that? Watching the broadcast, viewers must realize that everyone is equal in the face of overwhelming power. Kim Si-woo suggested that his younger brother make a soybean stew for dinner, but In-woo replied that he was missing some ingredients. Sai-woo threw some money at his younger brother so he could buy everything he needed, and in doing so, even turned his younger brother against him. But just a couple of hours later, this man, Kim Si-woo, was displaying simply incredible strength, and it became clear that he was unlike anyone else. In-woo had never doubted it and had always believed that Sai-woo was very strong. But now it was clear that not even the strongest hero in Korea could stand up to him. It was a true miracle revealed to all the spectators, as well as a demonstration of unprecedented divine power. In-woo was deep in thought as he watched his brother. He was convinced once again, and now no one would accuse Si-woo of cheating. And soon the spectators saw the orc's hand tremble, and everyone was horrified when they realized that the Lord had survived such an ordeal and was still alive. In-woo's mouth fell open in surprise as well. The young man noticed the monster's movement and now wanted to see what his brother would do next. Kim Si-woo approached the Lord of the Orcs and with a single stroke of divine light, sliced the monster in half. Kim Si-woo was a little annoyed that the enemy hadn't died from the first blow. However, now this enormous monster lay destroyed at his feet. At the temple of the goddess Riemann, there had been an uproar since early morning. Kim Si-woo was upset that the Lord of the Orcs had survived the first strike, and the video's ending turned out to be disappointing. Si-woo was convinced it was a failure and nothing impressive. But everyone else was absolutely thrilled. They thought his performance was magnificent and that he even showed viewers his human side. Everyone understands that nobody is perfect. However, Kim Si-woo believed it would have been better if the first strike had been a complete success. It seems the religious figure thinks only about looking cool. Gu Min-soo said that after the Orc Lord's death, the remaining orcs began fighting among themselves, and soon the orc horde fell apart, and it seems everything is fine now. The Department of Ability Management, on behalf of the state, thanks Kim Si-woo. The National Corporation of the Awakened, however, has remained silent so far. However, all the media outlets wrote only about the true leader of Greater Korea. But it turned out that just a few minutes earlier, a new massive gate had opened in Busan, and now everyone is wondering when Korea's chief savior will join the mission. Kim Si-woo, of course, would not have minded stepping forward right away. But the fact is that after using a massive amount of divine power, he received a warning that his limit had been exhausted and blocked for the next 24 hours. When a powerful surge of divine energy crashed down on the Lord of the Orcs, it looked terrifying even to those standing far away. The military personnel watching the battle stood with their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. Kim Dong-sik was also staring intently at the screen, unable to comprehend what it was. Now even the minister of the Department of Ability Management understood why the abilities of anomalous awakened ones were compared to nuclear weapons. Everyone had only a very vague idea of Kim Si-woo's power, but now it was becoming clear what the guy had been aiming for by hosting this live stream. Most likely, all the viewers were feeling the same way. Kim Si-woo was still addressing his subscribers from the computer screen, urging them to subscribe, comment, and like the post. The men realized that they no longer needed a written apology and that from now on, they should take this guy's suggestions more seriously. Donshik called Awakened Si-woo and said the broadcast was simply amazing. He watched intently and didn't even blink once. Kim Si-woo was pleased that his partner liked everything and asked if he could leave the rest to the military because an unexpected situation had arisen. Donchik replied that of course they would handle it themselves. Thanks to Si-woo, they had managed to hold back the horde, and now the department head was flying to China for negotiations regarding the orcs' movements. Donchik promised to call back and summarize the negotiations. After that, the men said goodbye, satisfied with each other. As soon as Kim Si-woo ended the call, he immediately began reading the comments under his video. The news reported that a group of orcs who had lost their leader had been spotted heading north, and that all players were being mobilized. There were many provocative headlines such as, "The first anomalous awakened has stopped promoting his religion and is doing nothing in the current situation." Invu was stunned that his older brother was still falling for such provocation and was ready to prove he was right to everyone. Judging by the comments, it seemed that all of Kim Si-woo's actions had already been forgotten. Representatives of the National Corporation of the Awakened had gone there, and Si-woo could now tend to his household chores and go to the store for potatoes. Si-woo raised his fist and reminded his younger brother that only part of his power was blocked, and he could still give his younger brother a good beating. In the end, the brothers sat down to eat and decided that, given how often he was mentioned in the headlines, Kim Si-woo would live a long and happy life. All the political opportunists were now getting active. The Goblin Guild has placed its bets on the gates, which, according to rumors, have their own horde of monsters, and soon everyone will be busy fighting. They need to handle at least one horde properly. Kim Si-woo had a hearty meal and calmed down a bit, reasoning that while all the Awakened are fighting the orcs, he has important business of his own. Kim Si-woo was going to prepare the temple and headed there first. Besides, he needed to check his status after the duel with the Lord of the Orcs. The young man had completed a secret mission related to the monster horde. He had protected the Allied forces while the Earth was undergoing renewal and was in danger. The young man had earned many divine power points, but there were still nearly 7 hours left until the restriction on using holy power was lifted. Kim Si-woo began studying the religious order. He felt relieved that he had managed to earn divine points before the Earth's reorganization. Of course, the final goal was still a long way off, but nevertheless, the number of followers was constantly growing, and he wanted to know how they were coming. The brothers noticed the commotion and saw the missionary Leo, who was telling people about the goddess's religion. He greeted the head of the order and said that after the monster horde, many people had appeared who wished to become official followers. Leo Ruman was very proud that they now had brothers and sisters on Earth. Kim Si-woo looked at these people who were expressing their support and admiration for him. Many of them had watched yesterday's stream on MeTube and were now enthusiastically discussing the recent battle. Others shared that their relatives had been buried at this ground zero and that they could finally visit their graves. Kim Si-woo thanked his new followers for choosing his religion and said that the goddess Riemann would be very pleased with them. Si-woo understood that it was precisely for this moment that he had brought the missionary Leo to this land. Leo was very skilled at teaching others and had become an excellent preacher. Kim Si-woo told the people that Leo was the Archbishop of the Order of Riemann. From now on, he would teach the people the goddess's commandments. The head of the order said that he had complete trust in the Archbishop, and if people had any questions related to religion, they could turn to Leo. Si-woo quietly asked his bishop if he knew how to teach. Leo confirmed that he did, but there were too many people, almost 250,000. Kim Si-woo smiled upon hearing that number, for he understood that it was still quite a small number. Si-woo decided not to scare the missionary, and not to mention that he would have to teach about 200 more groups like this. Leo could read his leader's thoughts and said that according to Korean law, the work week consists of 5 days, and the workday cannot last longer than 8 hours. Si-woo reassured Leo, saying that the goddess had promised to send more people from Eden to help with the training of new believers, so they just needed to hold on a little longer. In-woo could sense perfectly well when his older brother was lying, and now all these words about new missionaries and reinforcements sounded like the most blatant lies. Besides, there was the financial issue. More and more people were arriving, and the religion needed money. In-woo knew that living expenses and administration would require a lot of money, and Mituba might eventually hit a ceiling and stop generating a stable income. Kim Si-woo said he had no intention of taking money from Mituba, and his younger brother had already imagined them holding out their hands on the street to collect donations. Si-woo insisted that he would accept donations. From the very beginning, he had planned to replenish his religion's budget in this way. His younger brother looked very worried. He didn't want to dampen Si-woo's spirits, but his sister's tuition and other expenses were substantial. Si-woo understood that his brother was very concerned, and in principle, his fears were logical and justified. Of course, he didn't want to reveal the secret prematurely. But Si-woo decided to share some information with his brother in order to reassure him and avoid hearing such insinuations in the future. It is unknown what Si-woo whispered in his brother's ear, but In-woo's expression spoke volumes. He was clearly surprised by his older brother's words. In-woo wanted to know how legal all this was, since it was already beyond the norm and a real business, not a religion. Si-woo asked his younger brother not to blaspheme, because if Leo caught them, both brothers would hardly get off with just a scare. Siwoo explained that with the help of holy stones, one could create holy relics that could be blessed in the House of Illumination, and then these items would become sacred relics. Kim Siwoo set about building the House of Illumination and spent 5,000 divine points on it. Soon, the House of Enlightenment appeared before the brothers. It belonged to the temple, and holy relics could be created there. Kim In-woo now fully understood where his older brother would be crafting the health bracelets. The man examined the holy stones and was absolutely delighted, as he had never seen anything like them before. The head of the Craftsmen's Guild said that this was a completely new material, and they were very curious to work with the holy stones. Kim Si-woo explained that he had met a great man and was able to find holy stones that do not explode like mana stones, so they are completely safe. Si-woo wanted the craftsman to fulfill his order using these holy stones. The man said that with his skills it would be a piece of cake. It was also a tremendous honor for the Craftsmen's Guild to work with the famous Riemann order, and the guild master assured him that he would justify the trust placed in him with excellent results. And soon a contract for the extraction of holy stones was concluded and signed between the two partners. Siwoo was very pleased and believed that things were going perfectly, although his brother saw it as a masterful scam. Soon the order of Riemann's greatest creation was ready, a bracelet with a sacred stone that enhanced the wearer's natural recovery. With such an item on the market, there was no longer any need to worry about money. The bracelet helped relieve fatigue, improved blood circulation, and alleviated pain. Siwoo could agree that this item resembled the pseudo-scientific bracelets that regularly became popular and were sold in various countries. In-woo continued to look at his older brother, realizing that he was completely hopeless because he was a terrible PR person. The younger brother suspected that the new religion selling health bracelets might look like some kind of fraudulent pyramid scheme to outsiders. Siwoo was certain that wasn't the case because his bracelet actually worked. It was imbued with a blessing that reduced fatigue and performed other functions, but it was crucial that the bracelet be blessed by a priest. Now they could send their younger sister to any school or academy she wanted. The world was descending into chaos, and the Order of Riemann was gradually becoming just another cult. Suddenly, Kim Si-woo realized that he couldn't bless these bracelets right now because his use of divine power was limited. And that's when missionary Leo came to the rescue again, able to take on this part of the business project as well. In-woo realized that his brother was a real scapegoat who was shifting all the blame onto his assistant, but Si-woo insisted that there was nothing he could do, since Leo was their only priest. At that moment, a notification appeared stating that the goddess had sent an oracle. As soon as the goddess connected, In-woo started shouting that his brother was going to kill the missionary Leo through overwork, forcing him to work practically without rest. The goddess Riemann announced that she had arrived just in time. Her preparations were already complete, and soon she would send one of the holy knights in the same way Leo had appeared. Siwoo had to make a purchase in the system, and the goddess would send the guest through the gate. Just at that moment, a notification appeared before the young man stating that the Paladin Commander was available for purchase. Siwoo noticed that the cost of the Paladin Commander was the same as that of a new building. If it weren't for the reward from the hidden quest, he would have faced financial difficulties. But since he couldn't let Leo die from exhaustion, he had to buy another assistant no matter what. Siwoo paid the divine points and now waited to see what would happen next. Siwoo asked the goddess to warn him in advance where and when the gate would appear, because there had been a lot of problems last time. On the other hand, thanks to those problems, Siwoo had met the head of the Goblin Guild. Luck had been on their side after all, but now they needed to prepare thoroughly in advance. The goddess was silent for a long time, then announced that the paladin was already on his way, and it was completely untimely, which showed on Siwoo's face. Riemann admitted that she was too ashamed that she hadn't been able to send help for so long, so now the goddess had dispatched the commander of the paladins immediately. Siwoo agreed that this made sense. The world was already plunged into chaos because of the strange gate and the dungeon phenomenon. But just then a frightened In-woo ran up to him. He showed a video of a girl fighting monsters, and it seemed she was from Riemann's order. The beauty had easily killed several monsters and was now standing over the body of one of them. One of the warriors was simply furious. He ran up to the stranger and declared her an enemy, demanding she identify herself and state her name. And now the girl found herself surrounded. Armed warriors were pointing their weapons at her from all sides, ready to attack. The stranger didn't react for a long time, and then simply parried the attack, doing so sharply, quickly, and powerfully. She leaped high into the air to prepare for the next attack. And now she was absolutely confident those players had attacked her first, which meant it was her turn to strike back. Her powerful new blow stunned everyone present. Stones flew in all directions, and everyone demanded an explanation, unable to figure out who she was. Kim Si-woo was also watching this live broadcast closely and wanted to figure out who this girl was. Besides, it was unclear why the beauty was winking at the other players before striking them with tremendous force and sending them flying. Si-woo wanted some answers from the goddess, but she said that her authority ended there. She needed to return to Eden, since she had a lot of work to do there. At that, the connection with the oracle was severed, and Kim Si-woo stood there stunned, not knowing how to react to all this or what to do about it. But then finally, the girl reached the camera and introduced herself. Her name was Luna Leventon, and she was the commander of the Paladins of the Order of Riemann. After that, the girl addressed the warriors she had been fighting and said that if they hadn't decided to surrender yet, she strongly recommended that they do so. The Kim brothers realized they were in big trouble. Luna Leventon was the third in command of the Paladins and one of the Order's strongest fighters. Some call the missionary Leo a mad dog, so Luna has a nickname. She is the Bloody Saint because on the battlefield she is always covered in the blood of her enemies. Luna is highly skilled with any weapon, but the mace is her favorite. She takes great pleasure in cracking skulls and invites everyone to try it so they can experience it for themselves. The girl has also repeatedly tried to get closer to Kim Si-woo, inviting him to spend their free time together and have a drink. In addition to her combat skills, Luna Leventon boasts influence within the order. She is not only a saint and a paladin, but also possesses striking looks and draws people to her. To put it in modern terms, Luna Leventon is an idol in an era when social media is of great importance. It's wonderful to have someone like Luna among your friends. Kim Si-woo was already furious. He didn't understand why Luna had started fighting with the warriors. Come to think of it, Leo had started out that way too. The missionary couldn't even give a coherent answer right now. It seemed he had no other choice at that moment. The fact was that the guild representatives had attacked first, so they had to fight back. Leo said that he and Luna had acted according to the protocols they'd been taught, and now Kim Si-woo wanted to know who had trained the priest to do that. Leo Ruman looked intently at His Excellency and said nothing. Kim Si-woo tried to ask the same question again, but Leo responded with silence, merely whistling some silly tune. The gates of Inshin looked simply gigantic. They radiated negative energy, and it was clear that powerful monsters lay beyond them. Government officials tried to keep journalists away from the scene. They said a military operation was underway in the area, and the press had no business being there. Journalists had already learned that the government was fighting a representative of the Riemann Order, but it was unclear why they were treating those who had saved the entire country from the horde of monsters this way. Perhaps the government was jealous and afraid to reveal its own incompetence. Si-woo drove up to the scene. He saw the journalists fighting with each other and with the government. Of course, people have a right to know the truth, but in this case, it was more a matter of sheer pride. The Daeho Guild was one of the most famous in South Korea, but they had disgraced themselves during the stream. On top of that, Luna beat them all up and announced that she was from the Riemann Order. Before stepping out, he should have considered what would happen if everyone saw Kim Si-woo there right now. Then the conspiracy theorists would simply tear him to pieces. Kim Si-woo understood that his appearance would ruin the initial good impressions. Besides, he would let down team leader Kim and Minister Yoo Seong-ho. For now, they needed to enter the barrier created by the guild to stop Luna and quietly take her away from there. But Leo was certain that Luna Leventon would never leave quietly. Besides, it wasn't clear how to get through the barrier. Si-woo replied that they would do it simply. They would walk right through it. And so the guys activated the passive skill of divine protection and walked through the magical barrier. Luna Leventon stood with her hands on her hips, looking down at a pile of bodies, beaten and slain players. And one might say that this girl was simply gorgeous, if not for the carnage she had caused. Kim Si-woo looked at his former friend. He still couldn't believe it was her. At that moment, the girl was attacked by one of the guild's players, but she raised a barrier with her weapon. And although Luna withstood the attack, this warrior turned out to be quite strong. He was knocked aside, but clearly didn't look defeated. Perhaps this hunter would be able to hold the beauty back, but the guys were sure that Luna Leventon was simply testing her opponent. Of course, it would be more accurate to say that the beauty was simply toying with the guy. It was clear that she was bored and, having nothing better to do, had found herself some entertainment. The unfamiliar warrior lunged at Luna. She, in turn, also moved to meet her opponent. But then Kim Si-woo stepped between them and held the adversaries back with both hands. Si-woo said there had been a misunderstanding, and he could stop the girl if the authorities promised not to interfere. In the end, both opponents went their separate ways, and it seemed the worst was over. But then Luna rushed to embrace His Eminence Kim Si-woo. The girl said she had missed him terribly because they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Siwoo didn't think too much time had passed. Only 2 months had elapsed since his arrival on Earth. Luna Leventon knelt and said she had received a summons from the goddess Riemann and had come to Earth to help His Eminence. Kim Siwoo told the girl that he understood perfectly well. It was his fault that Luna had arrived so late, but now they had to figure everything out together. How was His Excellency supposed to fix everything the girl had already caused? Why did she have to beat up all those warriors? Life doesn't always go according to plan. However, sometimes unplanned events only improve the situation. Team leader Oh Chun-woo told his commanders that they needed to take partial responsibility for what had happened. His commanders clearly did not expect such a recommendation and demanded that he repeat himself. The young man was very indignant. They had followed a special act regarding abilities and attacked the unknown entity that had emerged from the gate. However, it was they who had attacked first, despite several warnings, and now the commander believed they should apologize to the Riemann Order, since the entity from the gate had declared its unwillingness to fight, and it had spoken in Korean. And despite its desire to negotiate, the military attacked, which was surprising, since those were exactly the arguments Kim Si-woo had intended to use. The Order's leader suggested that Luna Leventon had brainwashed this guy, and he had started taking their side. But the girl said that unfortunately she didn't possess such abilities, and if she did, she would have used them on Kim Si-woo. At that moment, the missionary Leo approached them and began explaining to the girl that she shouldn't have been so harsh with the local population. But Luna was absolutely thrilled to see Leo. Had he really not missed her at all? The girl noticed that Leo had lost weight. She touched Leo, checked his muscles, wanting to know what he was doing here. Kim Si-woo was surprised by such intimacy and couldn't understand where this tenderness in their relationship was coming from. Luna said that they were all holy servants of the same order, and that made them kin. Soon, Leo could no longer tolerate these embraces and asked His Excellency for help and protection. The subordinates couldn't understand what had happened to their team leader. Of course, Mr. O was the guild leader's right-hand man, but now his intentions were utter nonsense. Oh Chun-woo didn't claim to be right and was ready to accept any punishment if his decision turned out to be wrong. But he believed they needed to apologize. The commander looked at the beautiful girl, walked up to her, and addressed her with a rather unusual speech. Oh Chun-woo apologized for the fact that he and his subordinates had greeted the girl so aggressively and thanked her for the lesson they had learned. After that, the squad commander asked if Luna Leventon would mind meeting with him sometime after work to discuss everything again. Luna was very pleased. She said that the guy was much better than he seemed, and if he corrected a couple of mistakes in his fencing, he would be even cooler. Oh Chun-woo was very embarrassed and couldn't take his flushed face off Luna. Kim Si-woo told the young man if he was so interested in further collaboration, he could visit them at the temple. Luna Leventon would be happy to teach the young man. Hearing these words, the warrior began to thank him for the invitation with a trembling voice. As soon as Oh Chun-woo heard that he would have a great time with Luna, he immediately promised that he would definitely visit their temple. Kim Si-woo was already calculating if he played his cards right, they would have one more S-rank follower. Luna commented on His Eminence's words, saying that, as always, he had devious plans. And the missionary Leo stated that the leader of the order was already starting to scare him, and that it reminded him of the past. After that, everyone decided it was time to go home, because the main purpose of the trip had already been accomplished. They had met the goddess's messenger. But the next day, the news was full of reports about the conflict between the girl and the guilds. The official channel on Mitube was flooded with questions about Luna Leventon, and even in the comments under the news articles, people wanted to know everything about the new member of the Riemann Order. Her undeniable beauty and her ability to fight even against the strongest warriors from the guild immediately made the girl a media personality on par with an idol. Mitube was still the primary means of advertising, and therefore someone as attention-grabbing as Luna was a huge advantage for the entire order. However, there was still one problem that could not be ignored. Kim Si-woo entered the room where the red-haired beauty was lying on the sofa. The girl was absolutely thrilled with Earth and was now upset that she hadn't come here sooner. Kim Si-woo realized that Luna's temperament could cause them problems. The girl was watching her videos again and had already concluded that next time she needed to pose better, pay attention to her appearance, and smile regularly at the viewers. Luna Leventon said that every time she lived in Eden and Kim Si-woo rejected her, she believed that Earth had different standards of beauty. But now, seeing the public's reaction, the beauty realized that it wasn't about her at all. Si-woo noticed that Luna was wasting her time. He had no idea when she had learned to use a phone. It turned out that all of this was made possible by Riemann's blessing, which allowed her to learn how to use various gadgets and devices. And indeed, if you studied the passive skill blessing closely, the blessed person could use anything. Tools, weapons, devices, their possibilities were limitless. Even while still in Eden, Civ understood that this skill would be too aggressive, but now it turned out that it even taught how to use a phone on Earth. This skill had become even stronger. Luna wanted to know if His Eminence was pleased that she had appeared on Earth, since he had wanted to meet her. Sivu was ready to admit that seeing the beauty again had indeed been a pleasant moment. But if he tried to dodge the question, she would keep wasting his time until she got an answer. Sivu suggested, why not go to a military base when the opportunity arose to find out if the blessing worked on helicopters and airplanes. At that moment, Leo entered the room with a mop and a rag. He had seen the pair chatting amiably and felt out of place. Leo in turn asked if there had been any problems in the Holy Land lately, and it turned out that things were indeed not peaceful in Eden. After His Eminence's return to Earth, demonic beasts had begun to reappear, hiding in the northern part of the continent, and someone had even spotted the Demon King in the southern archipelago. Kim Sai-woo was very upset, as he had believed he had completely destroyed all the demonic beasts. Now it was clear why the goddess had been so busy. He asked if the situation was so turbulent, wouldn't it have been better for Luna to stay? But the girl believed that helping His Eminence was her duty. It was he who had saved Eden, and there was no need to feel guilty now. Kim Si-woo was sincerely grateful for such kind words coming from the beauty. After that, Luna suggested everyone have a drink. She was curious to try earthly alcohol. She immediately explained that any saint must know how to drink in order to keep an eye on those who don't. And she unambiguously pointed at Leo, who was the weakest of the heavenly knights when it came to drinking. At that moment, the voice of the younger sister rang out. She was delighted by the incredibly beautiful girl who had appeared in the apartment. Invu was also very embarrassed and amazed. He began scolding his older brother for not warning him about such a lovely guest. Luna immediately realized that she was facing His Excellency's younger brother, who moreover was talented, and said she had heard a lot about him. Sai-woo immediately demanded that she not call his younger brother a heartthrob, and now the girl noted that His Excellency was very cute when he was jealous. Of course, Luna immediately declared that she didn't want to be the cause of a conflict between the two brothers, and hid behind her younger sister. Kim Si-woo felt like he was starting to go crazy over this girl. The last thing he needed was for them to start arguing here. Si-woo looked furious, but his brother, on the contrary, thought that Luna was not only beautiful, but also sweet and funny. She was already smiling at the whole family and formally introduced herself. She said her name was Luna Leventon, that they could call her sister, and that she wanted to get to know everyone better. To her stunned and surprised younger brother, the beauty said not to be shy, since she'd heard constantly in Eden about what a wonderful and talented video editor he was. The last shreds of common sense told the young man that they didn't shoot videos in Eden. But at that moment, Luna asked if Invu would mind if she stayed with them for a short while. Seong had also relaxed by then and asked if she could call the beautiful woman her sister, to which she was immediately given permission. Although Leo felt that Luna was more of an aunt than a sister to the girl, Leo didn't understand why in that case he had become an uncle, while Kim Si-woo surveyed the entire group. This was the moment when his family from Earth met their closest relatives from Eden. In such a peaceful and pleasant atmosphere, the young people spent the entire evening. And of course, everyone wanted this harmony to last as long as possible. But at that very moment, representatives of the demonic circles demanded to be accepted, to be served, and to be obeyed. The warriors tried to fight against this monster, but it soon became clear that the forces were unequal, and they had to flee. There was one warrior who continued the battle no matter what, Mr. Cho Seo-jin, the head of the Goblin Guild. His subordinates believed they should retreat. They were certain that no attack could get past this monster. But the guild leader believed that if this continued, their guild would be destroyed. He would take on the monster himself and let the men escape. However, the man asked his subordinates that, once they were safe, they should ask the head of the Riemann Order, Kim Si-woo, for help. The warriors fled at tremendous speed away from the monster. The best thing they could do now was to bring Kim Si-woo. Choi Seo-jin understood that Earth's primary scenario had been updated, and now divine light was coming to the forefront. No one could have predicted this before, so all the warriors had been building up their physical strength without paying attention to the divine aspect. Now, the main scenario on Earth is the Age of the Awakened. Given the amount of mana, many considered the emergence of holy power to be an incredibly late development. However, Christianity, Buddhism, and other existing religions, even those no one had heard of before, such as the Order of the White Radiance, began reporting on players capable of using holy power. After Luna Leventon's arrival, a large number of new players joined the Order, and one cause for concern was alleviated. Sivu noticed that a hierarchy was beginning to emerge within their order, a sign of good coordinated work. Luna addressed the people and said that, although they had not been on Earth for long, they were grateful to those who had decided to join the Order of the Goddess Riemann. Kim Si-woo was looking over the new members when a child suddenly caught his attention. The boy was standing in a group of people, his hands clasped in prayer, and he seemed very absorbed in the moment. Leo explained that the boy's name was Son-woo. He had recently joined the order along with his father and expressed gratitude that Kim Si-woo had dealt with the gates. Leo believed that the head of the order had also already noticed. This boy was destined to become a prophet. Kim Si-woo hadn't expected to see someone with such pure faith in his order so soon. The order's history on Earth was still too short, and the boy was no older than Si-yeon. At that moment, Leo turned to the leader and asked if he would be so kind as to say a few words of encouragement, because the followers were practically begging for a meeting with Kim Si-woo. Little Seon-woo kept his eyes fixed on the order's leader, who recounted that in the past a wise man had said, "Give a man a fish, and he will be full for a day. Teach him to fish, and he will be full for a lifetime." Kim Si-woo said he would not make false promises, like other orders and religions do, just to raise money. Instead, they would teach the followers how to properly use and develop the holy power. Kim Si-woo was not here to perform miracles for the flock, but to show them how they themselves could one day perform miracles. Kim Si-woo believed that his order would never disappoint people. They must believe in the goddess and in themselves. Luna and Leo were very pleased with these words spoken to the congregation, and their leader's expression was deeply spiritual. Suddenly, a cry rang out, and a stranger burst into the temple. Ignoring the warnings, he continued to push his way toward the leader, Kim Si-woo. Si-woo looked at the warrior and immediately realized that standing before him was one of the Goblin Guild's men. The stranger fell to his knees and began begging for help. The young man spoke very incoherently, but it soon became clear that something terrible had happened. He explained that the leader, Cho Seo-jin, was in grave danger. He was currently at the 0 point in Busan, but was most likely already dead. The young man begged Kim Si-woo to drop everything and save the guild leader. There were 3 0 points on Korean territory. The 0 point in Seoul, where the goddess's temple was currently located, had been cleared by Kim Si-woo and his followers. The next 0 points were located in Daejeon and Busan. Of course, everyone knows about the gate breach in Busan 3 years ago, and the 0 point in Busan is a consequence of that breach. Although the mana contamination in Busan wasn't as severe as in Seoul, this place is very dangerous because it's located in a major city. During the gate breach, it was the Goblin Guild that made the greatest contribution. After they discovered that the 0 point was connected to dungeons located in other worlds, several more gates appeared in Busan. As a reward, the Goblin Guild was allowed to be the first to choose which gates they would explore. The gate breach incident granted them numerous privileges, and of course, the guild decided to take advantage of them. Kim Si-woo understood that this was how the ability management department would regulate internal relations between different players. However, after the announcement of the Earth scenario update, gates began opening all over the world. They opened in Busan as well, but the players of the Goblin Guild weren't too concerned about it, as they were already used to such occurrences. But a couple of days after arriving at the 0 point in Busan, the Goblin Guild began to face problems. They received a message from Cho Seo-jin from inside the dungeon gate. The problem was so serious that even S-rank hunters couldn't handle it. Upon arriving at the scene, Luna Leventon remarked that the people of Earth rode in strange carriages instead of using magic. They spent an enormous amount of time on it. Kim Si-woo noticed that the girl had even started copying the local fashion. Si-woo knew that the beauty had spent her first allowance on clothes, and now it was hard to even imagine that Luna Leventon was a saint. The girl replied that everyone in their order was strange, and the strangest of them all was their leader. When this conversation between the leader and his assistant ended, Kim Si-woo finally asked where exactly the gates were. The warrior immediately offered to lead them directly to the right place, and soon they were all standing in front of the entrance. Kim Si-woo sensed a terrible energy. He felt a familiar sensation, yet at the same time it was new. Now it was clear why Cho Seo-jin had asked for help. Luna Leventon, looking around, also guessed what they were about to face, and Kim Si-woo confirmed her guess. Before them lay none other than the Holy Land of Heretics. Kim Si-woo said he could already feel the unpleasant holy power emanating from this place. The notification reported that the Gates of Chaos, the Holy Land of the Fallen Faith, had been discovered. It was an unstable dungeon, and it was now clear that a difficult night lay ahead for the warriors. Kim Si-woo confirmed the mission, which required clearing the dungeon before it became unstable. To do this, they had to destroy the dungeon's cores. Soon the young people entered the dungeon, having also accepted side quests, and found themselves in some kind of abandoned city. The surroundings turned out to be nothing like what Kim Si-woo had expected to see. It resembled neither Earth nor Eden. The place felt like a completely different world, as if they had entered another dimension. Kim Si-woo wondered what this world would be like if people had only destruction on their minds. Probably exactly like this, looted and abandoned. The young man explained that this was typical of open guild dungeons. Since it was a pseudo-space, everything here was much larger than one might expect. The young man understood that the leader of the order must sense the holy power, and now, perhaps, he senses where the main monster of this dungeon is. But Kim Si-woo replied that the only holy power he could control was the power created by faith in the true goddess Riemann. If the local holy power were based on the power of the goddess Riemann, finding the guild leader would be quite simple, but now they had to explore the area on their own. But Luna thought this didn't resemble the sex from Eden, and wanted to know if it could be some kind of deity from Earth. Kim Si-woo said that there were no active religions on Earth with temples like this. Not to mention that the holy power had only appeared on Earth a month ago, and it couldn't have been established so quickly. Not enough time had passed for people to have worshipped the god and then abandoned the place. Most likely it was the holy land of a god from another dimension, who no longer has a name. The holy power is the power of a living being's true faith in someone or something. Therefore, faith cannot exist without life, but for some reason the holy power is felt in this place. Somewhere here there is life that believes in a god from another dimension. If they find him, they will find an explanation for this power. Suddenly, a noise caught Si-woo and Luna's attention, and they looked anxiously toward the source of the sound. Soon they saw a large number of ghosts that had appeared out of nowhere. Luna looked around carefully and said that everything was happening just as she had predicted. Now there were a great many ghosts, and they stood literally in every doorway of these strange buildings. It turned out that the most undesirable events were unfolding right around Kim Si-woo. A rather interesting situation arose 3 years after Kim Si-woo's arrival in Eden, when endless battles, homesickness, and the desire to return to his family began to weigh heavily on the young man. It was very hard for him. The young man asked if a being like a god could die. The goddess asked if the young man really wanted to kill her. Riemann didn't want to believe that the young man was still upset because the goddess had forced him to sign the contract. And then the goddess explained that gods like her could only exist thanks to people's faith in them, but would vanish as soon as people forgot about them. Kim Si-woo wanted to know what would happen if people forgot about the gods. Riemann explained only then can one become a true god. It's hard to understand now, but someday, Si-woo would realize what the goddess meant. 7 whole years had passed since then, and the young man still didn't understand the end of divinity. However, as the goddess Riemann had once explained to him, the young man now understood that these ghosts had failed their divine completion. Luna began swearing to the leader that she had never seen such suspicious creatures. The fact that they looked so terrifying, yet possessed holy power, was driving the girl crazy. Kim Si-woo advised the beauty not to judge a book by its cover. Luna didn't understand what was wrong with her behavior, since the leader of the order himself had just called these ghosts freaks. Kim Si-woo was certain, if their goddess saw these ghosts, she might get angry, but she would still feel pity for them and would not condemn them. This temple had been here so long that it had already fallen into ruins. However, those who should have long since departed for the afterlife are still here. They are held in place by threads of holy energy woven by their god. And now it's unclear how this thing can mock the people who believe in it. This has nothing to do with holiness anymore. Can this energy even be called holy power? Luna found it simply repulsive. It was obvious what would happen if such an abomination broke through to Earth, and the girl prepared to attack. Luna Leventon leapt high into the sky and raised her favorite mace above her head. The ghosts did not move from their spots and merely watched her with their eyes. Luna finished her attack and brought the mace down, slicing through a multitude of ghosts that crumbled into fine dust. Luna realized she could easily handle these ghosts and suggested to His Eminence that he use his own method to free the dead. Kim Si-woo said he wouldn't argue with Luna and was willing to leave the ghosts to her while he went to look for the leader of the Goblin Guild. The guys wanted to stay and help the beauty, but Kim Si-woo forbade them from doing so. He ordered them to come with him because Luna hates it when outsiders interfere in her battle. The guys set off, even though they really didn't want to. Oh Chun-woo was especially upset. He wanted to spend time with Luna. Kim Si-woo realized he needed to keep the guys busy, so he suggested they search for Cho Seo-jin together, and that the best place to do that was the center of the dungeon. Soon they reached the middle of the dungeon, but something was clearly wrong there. First, there was absolutely no one there, and second, there wasn't a single trace of the leader beyond that point. There was a huge crater on the ground, left behind by an explosion. The guys could sense the leader's mana emanating from this crater. Judging by the size of the crater, the battle had been very fierce, but the trail ended right here. And Kim Si-woo found this very suspicious. Si-woo sensed the presence of divine power with his hand and told the guys that he would go on alone, although the young men insisted that they would continue searching for their leader. Kim Si-woo was grateful to these warriors, but the best thing they could do right now was to stay where they were. Ordinary hunters would quickly have their minds washed in the place he was heading. Kim Si-woo activated the passive skill Divine Protection and neutralized the Holy Barrier. It soon became clear that a spatial barrier had been created in this place, concealing another space within the dungeon. The warriors didn't know how to deal with this place or what to do next. They looked around in surprise. Kim Si-woo told them not to worry, he would handle everything and bring their leader back. After that, His Eminence plunged into the subspace. At first, it seemed as though he were descending there via an invisible staircase, and then it looked as if Kim Si-woo had dived into deep waters. The young man passed through the holy barrier and saw groups of people armed with swords. Kim Si-woo sensed that the guildmaster was here and most likely still alive. The young man landed abruptly in the middle of a strange space. Soon he heard laughter and a voice that informed him that Papa Kim wasn't exactly in a hurry to save him. Choi Seo-jin was still alive. Some tubes were attached to his body. The young man said he had already begun to fear that Papa Kim wouldn't show up at all. And now he was pleased to note that Papa Kim had landed with great flair, only he could pull that off. And it was now clear that he hadn't called him for nothing. Kim Si-woo looked at the man and couldn't understand how he could even smile given the state Cho was in. Kim Si-woo understood perfectly well. If he had delayed even a little longer, the guild leader would already be dead. Besides, Cho Seo-jin seemed to have trained his comrades poorly. The fact was that the group of players, also bound by mysterious restraints, looked as if they wanted to kill their leader. The guild leader said that for some of these guys, this was their first dungeon. He couldn't harm them, but he couldn't leave them here either, lest they become followers of some obscure dead god. Kim Si-woo realized that Seo-jin simply had an incredibly strong spirit. Everyone else had already been brainwashed, but he was still holding on. If the leader had been alone in the dungeon, he would have been able to escape from here long ago. Kim Si-woo decided first and foremost to find out who they were up against. Cho replied that he had only heard its voice. The creature had said something like, "Accept me, serve me, obey me." The guild leader himself hadn't listened to it, but the others hadn't been able to ignore it. Kim Si-woo realized that Cho had summoned him to rescue these guys, and obviously he would have to pay him well for such a job. Choi Seo-jin was very serious. He looked Kim Si-woo in the eyes and said he would give him his life. The guildmaster was too serious and it sounded like he was going overboard. Kim Si-woo said that if they needed a hunting dog, he would be one, though he preferred cats. After hearing this, Mr. Cho bowed his head before the young man and began begging him to save his people. Kim Si-woo thought that personally, he had nothing against people like Cho Seo-jin. Si-woo said they would discuss compensation later, and then he began gathering the ropes that bound all the people. After gathering them into a large bundle, he addressed the deity hiding within the distorted space, using it as a shield. It immediately became clear that this creature had already lost its divine name and had plunged into evil instead of holiness. And now the master of this perverted temple appeared. He had been forcibly summoned and was the dungeon boss. Kim Si-woo continued to gather the divine energy that had been channeled into this room by the mysterious creature. The young man unleashed divine power against the boss, who looked like a giant octopus and demanded submission and worship. The creature claimed that it was the only true God, the only one worthy of prayer, the only savior. After that, it repeated again that people must serve it, that they must accept it, and all that sort of thing. Kim Si-woo couldn't stand listening to this nonsense any longer and demanded that it shut up. Kim Si-woo said that the creature was brainwashing people and forcing them to trust it. But in reality, it wanted to turn people into heretics who would serve it to preserve its divinity. But the creature insisted that it was a god, and although it was on the verge of oblivion, it was still a god for now. The people of Earth had never encountered holy energy before and had nothing with which to oppose the creature. Choi Seo-jin asked not to kill this vile octopus just yet, but to first find out if his people could return to normal if the creature were killed. Kim Si-woo noted once again just how admirable this Goblin Guild leader really was. He cared about his people and wanted them to stay alive. Kim Si-woo was confident that restoring these people would not be particularly difficult. But for now, with the help of holy power and light, he continued to destroy the creature. He had to use an overwhelming amount of holy power to erase the existence of this incomprehensible deity and all its followers. Kim Si-woo felt he had expended too much divine power. The process was progressing, but too slowly and was energy-intensive. There was just a little bit left. The divine power was incinerating the creature, and it soon became clear that the end was near. Kim Si-woo had finally found the symbol of divinity, the holy artifact, and grabbed it with his hand. This object turned out to be a tainted birthstone, and the longer Kim Si-woo clenched it in his hand, the louder the creature screamed and thrashed. This holy artifact contained within it the birth of a certain god, and once it held the desperate hopes of the people, but those hopes are no more. Kim Si-woo decided not to hold back or be modest, and he shattered the stone into tiny pieces. With the core destroyed, the dungeon was cleared, and the quest related to this dungeon was completed. The holy artifact was upgraded, and he gained the ability to use holy artifact points, which were earned by collecting artifacts from other dimensions. Kim Si-woo thought he had never seen such a notification before. This meant he could exchange artifacts from other dimensions for artifacts of the Riemann order. Choi Seo-jin was still trying to revive his guys. He hoped these beloved idiots would wake up soon. Kim Si-woo began looking around, and soon everything around him began to change its energetic composition. It seemed as though space was blooming. The young man saw a girl who had approached the stone pyramid. She placed another stone and addressed an unknown entity, asking to be allowed to be happy. Now it became clear where the birthstone and the myth associated with it had come from. It turns out that in the beginning there was a simple prayer from an ordinary little girl, and that turned out to be the moment of her God's creation. It's very strange to realize that sometimes such ordinary and primitive phenomena can lead to serious consequences and influence a reevaluation of values in the future. Finally, the warriors of the Goblin Guild came to their senses, and now they didn't understand what had happened to them or where they were. The men were surprised to see their leader's face covered in wounds. One of the warriors couldn't understand why he had aimed his sword at Mr. Cho. The more the fighters looked around, the more anxious and flustered they became, apologizing for having beaten their leader and failing to protect him properly. Choi Seo-jin decided to seize the opportunity. He fell to the ground and began shouting loudly that he was dying and needed to be saved. The men immediately began to fuss. They suggested examining their leader for injuries, laying him down, or better yet, lifting him up, carrying him and quickly getting him out of the dungeon. Kim Si-woo was just about to walk away, feeling reassured by these people, when suddenly a loud scream rang out. Luna rushed to hug him, but misjudged her strength slightly and knocked the guy to the ground. It turned out he was more injured by Luna than he had been fighting God. Luna was certain that Mr. Kim Si-woo had defeated that strange creature, and just at that moment, a notification arrived that the dungeon would soon disappear, so they needed to leave. Kim Si-woo wasn't interested in how the god of another dimension had come to be. The young man was more intrigued by the fact that this place had once been holy ground. Countless people had lived here full of hope and dreams, and now all those dreams had met such a cruel end. That same evening, the whole group gathered in the tents to spend the night. Cho Seo-jin raised his glass. He believed there was no better drink than the one you have after fighting for your life. Luna praised the man's taste, saying it was just the right drink, and emptied her glass as well. The group leader sent his men to fetch another case of drinks, while Kim Si-woo thought about how they were drinking in the middle of the park after the battle, just like model citizens. Si-woo felt it was essential to celebrate the fact that all his men had managed to leave the dungeon alive. And of course, Kim Si-woo deserved immense credit for that. Kim Si-woo replied that he was simply doing his job, freeing people from the clutches of the cult god. But the only person who had truly been on the brink of death was the guildmaster, and now Cho Seo-jin looked genuinely frightened. Well, if you consider the amount of alcohol consumed, most people would have died after drinking that much while wounded. But Seo-jin asked not to make a fuss about the alcohol. He had simply used it to sterilize the wounds from the inside. The man was on the verge of tears as he described how painful it was to see his comrades looking like puppets. So now they needed to heal the pain in the wounds. Kim Si-woo didn't want to hear any of it, while Luna believed this was a form of disinfecting the wounds of the mind. Luna agreed with the head of the Goblin Guild, saying that many drink because of mental exhaustion. But Kim Si-woo didn't understand why the girl wasn't supporting him. Luna and Seo-jin giggled more and more as they poured drinks for each other, and thought that it wouldn't hurt for him to have a drink and relax during the consecration. Kim Si-woo watched this pair chatting casually. He noted that both guests from Eden got along perfectly with Cho. Kim Si-woo continued to sit there sober and angry, but soon saw a new quest appear in his status window and realized that now was not the time to get drunk. The Age of Orders had begun. Many deities would soon arrive on Earth. And while some would show favor toward humanity, not all would. The mythical powers they possessed would serve their purpose by strengthening the order. We must absorb their power and expand the order's influence. We must be prepared to encounter many deities. It is clear that among them will be deities with impure intentions. Those who harm people are called evil gods. The main difference from demon lords is that even in their fallen state, they retain holy power. Holy energy and demonic energy cannot be combined. It was surprising and strange to hear that the Demon King had arrived on Earth, but believing that other deities would soon follow him is even harder. It's terrifying to imagine what will happen to Earth. At that moment, the tent flew open, and a flustered Oh Chung-woo rushed in, saying that everyone needed to come out and see for themselves. The warrior explained that people from the Order of the White Radiance had arrived. The guys from the Goblin Guild wanted to know why another guild was violating their borders without warning. The unexpected guests replied that they would explain everything as soon as they saw the leader, and they asked for permission to meet with Cho Seo-jin. Furthermore, the representatives of the Order of White Radiance did not believe that the Goblin Guild had cleared this dungeon. If they attempted to attack, the Order of White Radiance would respond with force as well. Just then, Guild leader Cho appeared. He wanted to know what had brought the Holy Order to these dark back alleys at such an hour. A representative of the Order of the White Radiance greeted the guild leader, introduced himself, and said his name was Shim Jin-yu. He was the vicar of the Kusong branch of the Order of the White Radiance. The man then apologized for coming uninvited, but explained that they felt it necessary to prevent a catastrophe, and it would be wonderful if the Goblin Guild would tone down its hostility. Leader Cho said that first they had barged into someone else's territory, and now they were asking to tone down their hostility. It really did sound a bit too presumptuous. After that, the guild leader turned to Kim Si-woo and asked what he thought about the matter. The vicar realized he hadn't sensed the presence of the leader of the Riemann Order. The man had greeted Kim Si-woo, and now it was clear to him who had helped the Goblin Guild. Luna Leventon also joined the conversation. She said that since the vicar was speaking with the Pope, he shouldn't dare speak to him arrogantly and should watch his eyes. Kim Si-woo turned to his assistant and asked her to calm down immediately. The fact was, he had sensed holy energy. All members of the Order of the White Radiance possessed impressive reserves of holy power. Given that it had appeared on Earth only recently, each of these people was a sincere believer. However, it was unclear which deity they worshipped. The vicar bowed his head and said that one of their seers had foreseen that a god of unknown origin had attempted to attack Earth. That was precisely why the diocese had ordered them to come here, as it always did in such situations. The vicar felt an overwhelming holy power emanating from him. If the representatives of the Order of the White Radiance had guessed where the gate would open and seen a strange god, then it seemed that these seers were incredibly powerful people. The man replied that this was no mere guess. Holy revelation always speaks the truth. Their God does not wish for the suffering of innocent people, which is why he has bestowed upon them the gift of foresight. But Cho Seo-jin wasn't reassured. He thought it was rude to bring so many members of the Order of the White Radiance here, and that it would be best for them to stop imposing their point of view and get out of here. The vicar replied that he could see perfectly well looking at the guild leader. If the Pope of the Order of Riemann hadn't arrived in time, Cho would have met an unimaginable end. And the Order of the White Radiance was merely organizing troops in case of a new breach. Kim Si-woo understood that the unexpected guests had come here ostensibly out of concern, but there was no need to bring so many skilled users of holy power. If it weren't for Kim Si-woo and Luna, the Goblin Guild and its leader would have perished in that dungeon. In that case, what would these heretics have done to a god from another dimension? Choi Seo-jin was already thoroughly enraged. He told the vicar that only invited guests were allowed to enter the operational area, and the Order of the White Radiance was not invited. But it seemed that the vicar and his subordinates were pretending not to understand, since they were currently breaking the law. Do they really think that the obscure scheme to seize the dungeon after the Goblin Guild's defeat isn't obvious? But now the clergy are convinced that the Abyss dungeon has been cleared, so they'd better get a move on and head back the way they came. The vicar agreed that now was not the right time for a conversation and announced that the representatives of the Order of the White Radiance were leaving. After that, the man said that his superiors were very interested in Kim Si-woo's identity. But Kim Si-woo replied rather bluntly that he didn't need unsolicited attention, especially from heretics. The vicar said that they were all faithful servants of the deities and actually had a lot in common. After that, the man bowed and repeated once more that his diocese would like to meet with the head of the Riemann Order as soon as possible. The next day, sitting in the temple, the head of the order read an article about the popular coalition between the Awakened and the Order of the White Radiance. Kim Si-woo immediately began to wonder what the national coalition of the Awakened would do in the face of the growing need for holy power. But he had not expected an alliance with the Order of the White Radiance. Kim Si-woo did not approve of their actions, and the fact of this collaboration made him even more uneasy. The head of the Goblin Guild had said that since they were all in the same boat, they should work together. The young man had no intention of wasting time recovering from his injuries. He claimed that all he needed was some food and sleep, and he'd be as good as new. Furthermore, Cho decided that he and his men would serve as the temple's watchdogs. And to do that, he needed to get to know the place better so he could guard the temple effectively. The night before, when everyone was returning from Busan, Leader Cho announced that he would arrive at the Riemann Order's temple first thing the next morning. Kim Si-woo didn't understand why this was necessary. They'd already spent enough time together. Leader Cho explained that they needed to discuss an alliance between the Riemann Order and his Goblin Guild. Kim Si-woo didn't understand what he was talking about. He had no intention of joining forces with anyone, but the young man said that from now on, he would guard and protect the Riemann Temple. Kim Si-woo honestly admitted to his comrade Min-soo that he was surprised when the latter proposed forming a coalition with the Goblin Guild. Gu Min-soo whispered that he had found out in advance that they could sell a large number of bracelets with holy stones through the Goblin Guild. Because in fact, the Goblin Guild, but the young man didn't get to finish his sentence, because Cho Seo-jin said he would explain everything himself. Of course, everyone knows the Yujin Group. It's the largest conglomerate, and many prefer their electronics. Indeed, this group is famous for its high-quality electronics, so Cho Seo-jin's grandfather still runs their electronics division. And thanks to his business acumen, Cho's younger brother is the head of the logistics department. So if anyone needs to sell something, provided it isn't illegal, the Yujin Group can help with that. Kim Si-woo was very surprised when he realized that this scatterbrain's own brother was the head of logistics at Yujin. But then Kim Si-woo had another thought. After all, if he understood correctly, Yujin was one of the 5 largest conglomerates in the country. And if he followed that line of thought to its conclusion, it turned out that this muscular brute, Cho Seo-jin, was a member of the Yujin family. Now, it made sense why the Goblin Guild continued to thrive while remaining independent. Luna reported that their new friend was the most likely member of the conglomerate to have committed the murder. Choi didn't deny receiving help from his relatives, but he had still built the Goblin Guild from the ground up with his own men, rather than simply buying his way into the leadership. Kim Si-woo had no intention of thinking along those lines. He had recently seen firsthand how the leader worried about his men. Kim Si-woo extended his hand to this hulking man and said they would work together. Whether Seo-jin wanted to be a watchdog or a friend, they would be on good terms. Kim Si-woo believed it was very beneficial to have wealthy people in his circle, and now he would interact normally with this Hulk. Kim Si-woo summoned Missionary Leo, and now that everyone was present, they needed to develop and approve a plan. Kim Si-woo looked at his closest aides. Just a short while ago, he had been completely alone and didn't know where to start. Now, however, it was time to announce the start of the first official meeting. Kim Si-woo said that, as the Pope of the Order of Riemann, he planned to declare the Order of White Radiance their enemy, and it was very strange to hear. Heretics are those whose beliefs run counter to our own. There were many gods, and the Order of the Goddess Riemann was allied with some of them. Since they shared a common enemy, the Demon King, the goddess had always maintained that faith is born not of pressure or fear, but solely of loyalty. Kim Si-woo didn't want his loved ones to go through that. Therefore, their order must coexist with other orders, with the exception of certain aggressive heretics, and that would be better for all of them. However, heretics who harm ordinary citizens were silenced by the Inquisitors. Luna couldn't wait for the end of this story. She wanted to get the address so she and Leo could wipe the floor with these heretics. But Leo said that such aggressive behavior went against their teachings, for the goddess Riemann had said that whoever wanted to be respected must respect others. But then Luna interrupted her companion, who had spoken very gently of the heretics who had tried to kill His Eminence and Leader Cho. But then she lost her temper, and he proposed declaring a holy war against the heretics. He himself, Archbishop Leo Riemann, would spare no effort to destroy these heretics on the battlefield. Choi Seo-jin was absolutely thrilled. He was eager to join the holy war, as it was a perfect chance to wipe out those stupid religious fanatics. Passions were running high. Gu Min-soo wanted to host a joint stream between the Riemann Order and the Goblin Guild. Kim Si-woo was very pleased with the commotion he had managed to stir up among the members of his coalition. Some time passed, and to everyone's surprise, Kim Si-woo began to laugh loudly, drawing the attention of his comrades. The young man announced that as the leader of the Riemann Order, he was declaring the Order of the White Radiance an enemy of the Order. A few minutes passed and Gu Minsu wondered if Kim Si-woo was acting hastily, and perhaps there had simply been a misunderstanding with the Order of the White Radiance. Kim Si-woo, despite his companion's suspicions and fears, understood. The Order of White Radiance's actions were straightforward but suspicious, and there was currently no clear evidence of their wrongdoing. However, what would have happened if Kim Si-woo and Luna hadn't appeared during the gate incident in Busan? After all, it's immediately clear that the representatives of the Order of White Radiance wouldn't have simply left this territory. They would have killed the members of the Goblin Guild to achieve their goals. And of course, there is still no absolute certainty as to what kind of organization the Order of White Radiance actually is. But these suspicions arose when it became clear that they knew about gods from other dimensions. What if we assume that the god of the Order of the White Radiance is a hostile god from another dimension? Luna believed that even if they had no direct evidence, if the head of the order, Kim Si-woo, considered them a threat, then they should heed his word. Kim Si-woo was the first follower of the goddess Riemann and her sole representative on Earth. Gu Minsu apologized to those present. He had thought that maintaining neutrality would be best for his channel, but now he felt ashamed. Luna believed he had nothing to be ashamed of, since such caution could be of great benefit. Besides, Minsu was a real heartthrob, and that was great, and even if he knew nothing about their goddess's teachings, she would personally tell him everything. Kim Si-woo watched as the couple began to gently hold hands and decided he would no longer organize joint group meetings. The head of the order raised his hand and summed up. So the Order of the White Radiance is their enemy. They will sever all ties with them, including trade relations. The same applies to any organizations associated with the Order of the White Radiance. That's all. The main thing is not to forget what has been said. The Order needs to aggressively recruit followers, and perhaps it's time to discuss selling bracelets, as well as improving the Order's funding. Leo said they currently have about 500 sacred bracelets in stock. Kim Si-woo opened a beautiful velvet box containing a very beautiful sacred bracelet. The Order's leader explained that this was a bracelet with a high-quality holy stone from the temple. In fact, it turned out even more beautiful than expected. This bracelet can help people with any chronic illness. In addition, it helps those suffering from hair loss. The sacred bracelet solves many health problems. Sejin listened carefully, then asked if he could try the bracelet out. The young man took out his knife and made a deep cut on his forearm. Blood flowed immediately. After that, Sejin put on the bracelet, and the wound closed up right before his eyes. It turned out to be even cooler than the potions of those damned alchemists. Kim Si-woo explained that the bracelet merely enhances the body's natural healing abilities, so the speed of regeneration depends on each individual. And once the holy energy runs out, the bracelet would simply be a pretty piece of jewelry. Choi Seo-jin thought for a moment and said that it would be difficult for him to help distribute these bracelets. The fact was that the young man had decided to buy up absolutely all the available bracelets for his guild. The bracelets increase players' survivability, and such healing abilities are very rare. Increasing players' survivability is a long-standing problem for all guilds. Even a player with excellent potential can simply die on their very first quest. Furthermore, aside from healing abilities which are very rare, it's difficult to recruit a sufficient number of users. Kim Si-woo asked exactly how many bracelets his new companion needed, but the guild leader didn't want to take them for free. Kim Si-woo realized he hadn't actually decided on a price for the bracelets yet, and numbers began dancing in the young man's head as he tried to come up with a price. Kim Si-woo thought for a moment and said he was willing to sell them for 100 million won each. The response was stunning. Cho said he would pay 100 million won for each bracelet and buy up the entire stock. However, he demanded a promise that all bracelets produced in the future would be sold exclusively to the Goblin Guild. Kim Si-woo said he already had about 500 bracelets ready, but that didn't stop Cho Seo-jin either. He said that as soon as they signed the contract, he would immediately transfer the money to the order's account. Kim Si-woo didn't understand why the guy was buying the bracelets at an inflated price. Could it really be out of gratitude for saving his life? But Seo-jin said that as the guild leader, he knew for certain that these bracelets were worth much more. In fact, there are many people willing to pay that amount in exchange for a chance at survival. Kim Si-woo wasn't listening to his companion anymore. He could never have imagined such a huge sum. And why hadn't he thought of selling the bracelets to the guild right away? Si-woo once again sincerely thanked the leader for cooperating with his order. The head of the order shook the man's hand and said he would very much like to cement their friendship with a calculator. Kim Si-woo told his companions that the guild leader had left because he needed to raise 50 billion won. It was simply a staggering amount. Luna realized that they had accidentally solved all their financial problems, but she didn't want making bracelets to take up most of their time. Leo believed they should have kept some of the holy stones they found under the temple for themselves. As long as gods from other dimensions existed, it would be a good idea to keep high-quality holy stones. Of course it was a good idea, but why hadn't anyone thought of it before the sale took place? Kim Si-woo said he needed to find someone who understood financial management better than they did, because the Order of White Radiance was outpacing them in terms of expansion. The Order of White Radiance has merged with the National Corporation of the Awakened. Now there are many more of them, and they are the biggest threat. Gu Minsu needed to be told how things were going with their YouTube channel, and the guy said everything was going great there. After Luna beat up the Great Tiger Guild, the view count skyrocketed. Many are asking for a new video featuring Miss Luna. Luna's debut was simply mesmerizing. Her performance turned out to be stunning, and now this handsome couple will be promoting the order on MeTube. Kim Si-woo was confident that they would become more popular than the Order of White Radiance and would soon completely crush them online. Minsu was convinced that they needed to convert this interest into new players. Kim Si-woo agreed to host a live stream on the Order of Reman's official channel and introduce Luna and Leo during the broadcast. In addition, they could demonstrate training with the Ability Management Department, showcasing holy power and combat abilities. Minsu agreed, immediately scheduled a meeting, and within hours, a stream with the Ability Management Department was announced. But suddenly it turned out that the Ability Management Department building had been attacked by unknown assailants. It wasn't yet clear what was behind it, whether it was something magical or a terrorist act. It was unlikely that the department was planning to build a bonfire. Luna was absolutely thrilled. She knew she wouldn't be bored. Kim Si-woo couldn't believe his luck either. It was clearly a terrorist attack, and there might even still be people inside. The man stood by a huge panoramic window, admiring the city at dusk. Another man approached him and said that the situation in Busan had been resolved. It seemed everyone was already aware of the existence of a divine being from another dimension. In the second building of the Department of Ability Management, there is a subject who could become the new reincarnation of the Demon King. The man demanded that this person be brought to him, and in return, he would grant powers greater than those currently possessed by his interlocutor. And now the man in the hood, like a representative of the Order of the White Radiance, had reached a level he could not have attained on his own. And since the Order of the White Radiance has provoked Kim Si-woo, perhaps it's time for them to make their move as well, said the man in the red cloak. At that very moment, the building was ablaze, and those inside couldn't understand what was happening. Likely some unknown terrorist organization had attacked the facility. Kim Si-woo realized that, quite by accident, they had broadcast a terrorist attack live, without even starting to greet the viewers. Minsu admitted that nothing like this had ever happened before. There had never been any terrorist attacks on the Department of Ability Management. Kim Si-woo looked at his interlocutor and realized that this was a shocking situation even for an experienced MeTuber like Minsu. At that moment, the phone rang. Kim Dong-shik reported that a terrorist attack had occurred, and therefore their stream would have to be postponed until further notice. The department head said that high-ranking Magic class players were involved in the attack, and he asked Si-woo to help with the evacuation of civilians. The man didn't have time to say anything else, because at that very moment, someone grabbed him by the hair and knocked the cell phone out of his hands. Kim Si-woo heard a voice say that he never thought Kim Dong-shik would call his wife to say goodbye before dying. After that, there was another very powerful explosion, but Kim Si-woo realized that there had just been a woman standing next to the man he was talking to. Minsu knew a high-ranking awakened who used Blue Flame. It was Lee Si-hee from Blue Flower. This girl is a real monster. She became an S-rank player 3 years ago. Once she wiped out an entire guild during a raid, then fled to another country. Luna summed up the story. It seems she's a powerful villain who carried out a terrorist attack. But there was something else strange. The fact was that Luna could sense mana emanating from the second building of the Ability Management Department. Kim Si-woo confirmed these sensations. Although they were faint, they were distinctly perceptible. Kim Si-woo initially thought the Order of the White Radiance was behind it, but they emitted holy energy, and it was now clear that another organization was involved in the terrorist attack. Luna and Leo offered to clear the way for His Eminence together. Leo was in complete agreement with the girl, and they were ready to rush into battle. It had been a long time since they'd had any interesting battles. Leo was certain that going to Earth had turned out to be a good idea. Kim Si-woo looked at the pair and recalled the early days of the Riemann Order. But before losing himself in memories, The order's leader said he would return soon and instructed Minsu to organize the evacuation of civilians. Take care of yourselves. They'll finish the stream later. Inside the building, the situation was actually dire and tragic. Countless wounded people lay scattered right in the hallways. Some of the people were dead, and walking among them was Lee Si-hee, the villain and murderer. The girl had already managed to kill absolutely everyone. She had tied up the department staff and was now bored because she had no one to fight. The situation was too boring. If Lee Si-hee had known there were only ordinary people here, she would never have come to this place. The man in the hood and mask said there were more ordinary people in the building than awakened ones. But even among the governments awakened, there were almost none who could rival Lee Si-hee. Their goal was to retrieve the vessel from the detention room on the top floor. If anything happened or went off course, he wouldn't forgive anyone. Lee Si-hee was truly crazy. She said that since it was boring anyway, perhaps killing one of her companion's friends would cheer the girl up. In the end, she was even ready to fight her companion because she didn't think madness was a bad thing after all. It's better to be crazy than weak. Lee Si-hee crouched down next to the bound Dong-sik, took his name tag, and began to read, "Who is he?" The girl learned that Kim Dong-sik was from the Special Intelligence Division, which meant he must know this building well, since the Special Intelligence Division is the headquarters of the Department of Ability Management. The situation was turning out perfectly. They had found the man who knew where Kang Che was. Kang Che was one of the last S-rank hunters serving the government. Why on earth would these gangsters and murderers need him? Dong-sik replied that he didn't know where Kang Che was. He was just an ordinary office worker and didn't keep track of high-ranking hunters. Lee Si-hee, of course, didn't believe him and said that in that case she had no choice but to kill Dong-sik. She had heard that being burned alive was the most painful death a living creature could experience. Dong-sik confirmed once again that most officials know nothing about their own department, and he truly had no idea where Kang Che was. Lee Si-hee jumped to her feet, blue flames literally radiating from her. She said that Dong-sik was very amusing, which meant she would simply kill him now. The man was completely helpless. He sat on the floor with his hands tied, engulfed by blue flames that were already beginning to burn him. The heat grew stronger and stronger, and at one point Kim Dong-sik felt like a roasted sweet potato, but suddenly the flames around him subsided. Lee Si-hee was furious. She couldn't understand how a mere mortal could stop her flames. But the fact was that Dong-sik didn't understand it himself. The girl said she was taking the old man in for questioning. They had attacked the department building, so kidnapping a government official wouldn't change anything. The gangsters didn't want to linger here. They said they needed to pick someone up from another floor, but agreed to take the bound official with them. The bandits had received information that Kim Si-woo was nearby, so they needed to finish their business before he arrived. Lee Si-hee realized they were talking about that same badass guy who had stopped the horde of monsters, and she wanted to take the chance to fight him. But the next moment her companion crashed into the wall, nearly breaking through it with his back. Unfortunately, he dropped his burden, and now Kim Dong-sik was lying on the floor. Luna announced that Kim Si-woo had ordered the destruction of all who resisted, but they were in a great hurry to save their friend Dong-sik. So the girl asked those present to pretend that they had already begun to resist. Leo began to calm his friend down, saying that they needed to give the enemies a chance to surrender peacefully. However, Luna reminded Leo Riemann of how he had crumpled up those who surrendered like paper the very first time he appeared before people. Lee Si-hee was very surprised to see the uninvited guests because she knew they had left their people on every floor, which meant this pair had already dealt with everyone. The girl had been warned that these two were Kim Si-woo's friends and were very experienced, but this only made Lee Si-hee even happier. She was getting more and more excited as this presented an excellent opportunity to test her new powers. The girl immediately began to activate her blue flame, and the heat was so intense that it could melt even steel beams. Lee Si-hee was absolutely thrilled with her power. She found it all delightful and was grateful to him for such an enhancement. After that, the girl unleashed her flame on her opponents and declared that she loved hearing the screams of people burning alive. Luna and Leo didn't even put up a fight. They stood calmly as the blue flame raged around them. Lee Si-hee felt truly disappointed. She had expected more, but these weaklings couldn't even scream. Soon, a bright white star ignited at the very epicenter of the blue flames, its light scattering the flames in all directions. This white light shone ever brighter, and it soon became clear that Luna Levinton had gathered it above her head and was holding it there. And now a confrontation had begun between the girls. Lee Si-hee was exerting a great deal of effort to keep her fire burning just as fiercely, but soon even she realized that her strength was failing her. Luna unleashed a torrent of white light upon the villainess, and slammed her against the wall with all her might. Lee Si-hee had greatly disappointed Luna. Luna said that a defeated mage facing a knight in battle should, as a first and most natural action, choose to keep her distance. Luna grabbed the girl by the throat, lifted her with her outstretched arm, and continued. She didn't understand why that idiot who had given the villain mana hadn't warned her about the danger of using it alongside holy power. It was clear that Lee Si-hee hadn't heard anything about the dangerous combination of mana and holy power. Luna continued to choke the villain with one hand and said that she really liked it when people screamed, and most of all she liked it when beautiful people like Lee Si-hee screamed. Her former comrades abandoned their friend and tried to escape down the stairs. They realized things were bad. Given her blessing, Lee Si-hee should have been stronger than most hunters, but it turned out she was destroyed so easily and quickly. A man in a hood and mask tried to escape from a burly man in religious garb who kept chasing him. The man hoped his people would be able to detain this clergyman. Soon he reached the right floor and a special cell in the second building of the Department of Ability Management. Before sending detained awakened ones to a special prison, the Department of Ability Management holds them in this cell for special investigation. Given how badly things had turned out, the man realized he absolutely had to retrieve the subject, or the mission would be a complete failure. He drew his sword and knew that once he freed the subject, his only option would be to escape using the pre-prepared portal on the roof. The team leader appeared and was met by his comrades, who were already holding the object in their arms. It was unclear why they hadn't evacuated yet. The man apologized to the commander, saying that the emergency shutdown system had been activated. The commander checked where the subject they were supposed to steal was, and they showed him the body of an unconscious man in blood-stained pajamas. The soldiers explained that as soon as they freed Kang Che, he tried to kill them, so they had to knock him out. However, he managed to kill 2 of them before he was neutralized. The commander understood that such a reaction was perfectly normal for the target. His intense malice could be felt from a distance, and now they could use the teleportation scroll to deliver the target to the leader. One of the warriors asked if they shouldn't regroup with that explosive girl who controls the blue flame. But the commander was forced to say that everyone needed to rush to the roof immediately. A magic circle would be waiting for them there. One of the warriors was carrying the same lifeless man's body on his back. The gang leader thought that he needed just 3 minutes, which his comrades had managed to buy for him. As soon as they reached the roof, the magic circle would activate its self-destruct mechanism, and a massive explosion would follow immediately. All participants in this operation, except for him and Lee Si-hee, were considered acceptable losses. But it seemed that even Lee Si-hee had been unable to stop Kim Si-woo's henchmen and had also perished. But if he could escape now, he could deal with everything else later, and the man held a teleportation scroll in his hands. Of course, the Riemann order still stood in his way, and he would have to stop them by any means necessary. But that was for later. But then a voice rang out, saying that sending his comrades to buy time for his escape with their lives was too primitive, even for a villain. Kim Si-woo stood right in front of the man who was trying to carry the stolen Kang Che away on his back. Kim Si-woo finally realized what had happened. The guy on the villain's back was the Demon King's vessel, and they hoped to use him to summon the Demon King into this world. But Kim Si-woo believed the man had to be very careful when carrying such a dangerous vessel. And before the thug could figure out what was going on, Kang Che woke up and, opening his mouth, which looked like a vampire's, lunged at the man. What followed was a rather bloodthirsty scene of bloodletting, in which Kang Che satisfied his hunger and killed the villain at the same time. The Demon King's vessels usually gain their power by devouring their own kind. Kim Si-woo thought he was unlucky that his live broadcast coincided with the attack on the Ability Management Department, but it seems things aren't so bad after all. Quite the opposite, in fact. It's pure luck. If the villain had managed to escape with this man, nothing good would have happened in the near future. It's just unclear why such a dangerous subject was being held in the Ability Management Department building in the first place. At that moment, the vampire lunged at Kim Si-woo, but the cleric grabbed his bloodied arm and squeezed it tightly. Kim Si-woo tore the man's arm off, and now blood was spurting and flowing in all directions. For the Demon King to be reincarnated, a mortal being close to demons and under the Demon King's influence is required. Through such vessels, the Demon King travels to other worlds, and to begin the process of becoming, the vessel must start showing signs of losing its humanity. One such sign is cannibalism. As the vessel commits evil deeds, it grows stronger. And it was precisely this process that could be observed right now, looking at this man who was missing an arm but continued to live perfectly well. Moreover, a few moments later, his arm began to regrow like a lizard's tail. It was clawed and covered in hideous warts. Kim Si-woo calmly observed this process. Of course, the man hadn't fully awakened yet, but it was already clear that he possessed exceptional regenerative abilities. The vampire once again lunged at the priest, but Kim Si-woo placed his hand on the man's head and said that, fortunately, the man hadn't yet killed enough people to become a full-fledged demon. Moreover, it soon became clear that this was the first time the man had behaved this way. He hadn't even learned to control his powers yet. Using his abilities, Kim Si-woo identified this target as evil. He had been accused of assaults, murders, and cannibalism. This man had been a scoundrel since early childhood. Most likely he was facing life imprisonment, or perhaps he was the child of some bigwig in the department. Kim Si-woo placed his hand bearing the holy fire on the young man's head, and the latter looked very frightened and cornered. Kim Si-woo realized that a glimmer of sanity and consciousness still lingered in this man's mind. He understood that the holy power was affecting him more strongly than the power of evil. And of course, this monster should have fled when he had the chance. But now there was no way out. Kim Si-woo intensified the holy fire's effect on the young man, who continued to resist, consumed by evil energy. In the end, Kim Si-woo was forced to activate his abilities. He channeled his power and prepared for a powerful attack. For a while, the vessel was still able to put up a fight, but soon it began to falter, though it did not perish. He managed to leap aside and was now preparing to attack. It seemed that the Demon King's vessel's condition was seriously aiding him at this moment. The young man channeled his demonic energy, readied himself, and lunged at Kim Si-woo. The leader of the Riemann Order erected a holy barrier around himself, and the vampire's claws couldn't even scratch it. The longer the vampire clung to the holy barrier, the more pain he felt because holy energy was the complete opposite of mana. Moreover, the difference between the opponents was significant, and finally, Kim Si-woo grabbed the villain by the throat and was about to teach him a lesson. Kim Si-woo held the vampire at arm's length, preparing to purify him with holy energy. However, demonic power suddenly began to surge in from all sides. Si-woo realized that the demon was trying to take the talents of its vessel in order to later transfer them to the next host. Kim Si-woo believed that the Demon King should have chosen an opponent he could handle. Had he really learned nothing after being beaten in Eden? The Demon King continued to destroy his own follower, even though that wasn't his job. Kim Si-woo decided, since that was the case and he didn't need to deal with this vampire, he would end it all right here and now. And the young man activated his passive skill, Holy Fire. And now his holy fire had destroyed the demonic forces that were trying to strip the vessel of its talents. In the end, the demon was still too weak in this world. He could no longer resist, and now the department building was bathed in divine light. Soon the mana began to dissipate, and this was noticeable to everyone who possessed and sensed it. Kim Si-woo was certain. All who cause evil eventually become the cause of their own downfall. Just at that moment, Leo Riemann appeared. He reported that they had managed to stop the villains who were heading for the roof, and they had also succeeded in deactivating the dark magic circles. The magic circle used a human body to trigger a powerful explosion. If they hadn't managed to stop the people, the explosion would have destroyed the entire building. Kim Si-woo thanked Leo and said that the man had saved a huge number of lives today, and Leo wanted to know who that person was, who had literally vanished before his eyes. Leo, of course, remembered Satan, the Demon King of Wrath who had been in Eden. He could not forget the battle with the Demon King in his home world. Kim Si-woo pointed to the ashes and said that they contained a fragment of the reincarnation of the Demon King of Wrath. It was a way to summon Satan into this world. The second building of the Department of Ability Management had been attacked precisely because of this, because of the reincarnation of the Demon King. Leo was afraid to even say aloud what the appearance of the Demon King's reincarnation meant. Kim Si-woo confirmed his hunch and said, "It means there are many followers of demons on Earth. The reincarnation acts much like a prophet of a religious order. There are 7 demon kings in total, and Satan is just one of them. First, the Order of the White Radiance. Now the followers of demons in any case. They need to track them all down." And now came a very important and critical moment. Kim Si-woo wanted Leo to be honest with him. The head of the order wanted to know if even one of the attackers had survived, so they could interrogate him. Leo was embarrassed and caught off guard by this question. He said he had managed to capture 70% of the attackers. The rest had met their deaths due to the fragility of their bodies. Leo asked not to be hard on him. These people had sold their souls to the demons, and even if he had torn them in half, it was a small price to pay. Kim Si-woo didn't argue with the missionary, since most of them were still alive. Kim Si-woo expressed hope that Luna had managed to take a few prisoners, and wondered where she was now and what she was doing. At that moment, a perfectly happy and energetic Luna appeared on the floor, carrying Lee Si-hee's body on her shoulder. She announced that she had come with a gift for His Excellency. After all, he had always been looking for something like her, and the girl tossed the villainess onto the floor as if she were an object. Kim Si-woo confirmed that he had indeed been looking for someone to talk to, and now he stared in surprise at the mage Lee Si-hee, astonished that Luna hadn't killed her. The fact was that Luna had once lost her parents because of a mage's actions, and now she still destroys all mages. Apparently, Lee Si-hee was too weak an opponent, and she didn't want to kill her. But Luna said she took pity on the girl because she was very pretty. But that didn't really matter. Kim Si-woo thanked the girl for a job well done and asked if she was hurt. But Luna was perfectly fine. And besides, she was very pleased that the head of the order was concerned about her. She was glad to hear his words of care. Soon, department head Kim Dong-shik appeared in the hallway. He had almost fully recovered, even though he had previously been attacked by Lee Si-hee's fire. The man didn't understand it himself, but somehow he was completely unharmed. Memories of feeling like a roasted sweet potato still lingered in his mind. Kim Si-woo admitted that he had blessed the man last time, and now he could say with relief that this blessing had come from the goddess Riemann, and that it was she who had saved and protected Dong-sik. The department head began to thank him, but Kim Si-woo said there was no need, for his blessing would not have had much power if not for Dong-sik's faith. Kim Si-woo was practically certain that this man's faith was much stronger than he himself realized. At that moment, Lee Si-hee spoke up. She now understood why her fire hadn't worked. It was all thanks to the holy barrier, because a weak civil servant wouldn't have been able to stop her attack. The essence of life boils down to the fact that all weaklings must die because weaklings are useless. The world must be cleansed of them. Lee Si-hee also stated that absolutely everyone understands this, but Kim Si-woo keeps stopping them and preventing them from ridding the world of weaklings. Besides, she was annoyed by this strong girl who was getting in the way and preventing her from doing her job properly. Why do religious fanatics stand in the way of the purifiers? Lee Si-hee lay on the floor and screamed loudly, not understanding why those religious fools were stopping them at all, since none of them would stand a chance when he arrived. Kim Si-woo approached the girl and said that the word purifiers was too nice a name for a group of thugs. Lee Si-hee was flung across the entire hallway again and slammed into the wall. Kim Si-woo didn't even have time to ask her anything, but Luna said she'd felt His Eminence order her to hurl the girl against the wall, and she'd gladly obeyed the command. Kim Si-woo didn't interfere. Let the child have her fun, but he wondered who Luna reminded him of, and soon a man's face came to mind. Cho Seo-jin. When Lee Si-hee came to, she was asked who the purifiers were and what their goal was. The girl explained that they were civilians without abilities, and players who didn't use their abilities. Their goal was to get rid of the religious fanatics. Lee Si-hee believed they had no need for a rabble incapable of using their abilities. They were simply weaklings who needed to be protected in the current world. There was no need for them, and without them, an oasis for the awakened would be created. Lee Si-hee said that since they had been chosen, they were the best. To create a better future on Earth, it must be cleansed of inferior beings, which is why they are called purifiers. For the sake of humanity's evolution, they would sacrifice those who had failed to awaken their abilities. Kim Si-woo listened to this nonsense and gradually moved closer to the girl. Eventually, he placed his foot on her arm. The priest said that none of the purifiers came close to Leo and Luna, so it was unclear what there was even to discuss. Kim Si-woo couldn't believe they were just an organization of demon fanatics with a superiority complex. The fact that they knew the Demon King's reincarnation would be held right here meant there was a spy in the ability management department. But it turned out everyone already knew about this. The prisoner's name was Park Soo-ho. He was 16 and had awakened a year ago. Around the same time, he had attacked and killed 2 other awakened students at the academy. Furthermore, it was said that this teenager was already guilty of numerous other crimes. The department had received him just 2 days ago. After it became clear that ordinary prisons wouldn't be able to hold him, that's when the information leak occurred. Kim Si-woo suspected that this criminal was supposed to receive a life sentence in the prison for the awakened, or that someone had intervened on his behalf. Kim Si-woo told the head of the department that he had to look after this guy during the battle. Kim Si-woo wanted to tell the public that the prisoner had been the victim of an attack, along with other information regarding the assault. There is no turning back for the Demon King's vessel. Kim Si-woo hoped that the head of the department would handle things on his own from here on out. Dong-sik thought it would have been better if the guy had died. He couldn't imagine how he would have handled the situation if Kim Si-woo hadn't come to his aid. Luna reported that the girl was unconscious and didn't know what to do with her. But Kim Si-woo believed there was no need to do anything to her. she would make a good hostage. The head of the order suggested taking Lee Si-hee with them, bringing her to his temple, and interrogating her there. Kim Si-woo spoke over the radio with Minister Yu Seong-ho, who said that demons or forces influenced by demons were behind the incident. Of course, this would be hard to believe, but Kim Si-woo was certain that this was exactly the case. However, it turned out that the minister could believe this without a second thought. 5 years ago, after the opening of interdimensional rifts on Earth, anything became possible. People accepted this fact and tried to adapt, while those who couldn't were reduced to dust. The minister himself believed every word Kim Si-woo said. The order's leader was surprised at how this man without abilities had adapted so well to the era of change. He possesses a certain aura that suits his position. Thanks to such responsible officials, the terrorist superiority complex seems even more ridiculous and trivial. The order plans to interrogate Lee Si-hee, one of the terrorists who participated in the recent attack. After the interrogation, journalist Luna will write an article. But Kim Si-woo himself had a request for the minister, which he voiced right then and there. From now on, whenever the department receives information about demons or the Demon King, it must immediately share that information with the Riemann Order. This applies not only to demons within the country, but also to all demon sightings abroad. But the minister assumed that other countries might ask for some information from the order in return. In other words, if anyone has information regarding the reincarnation of the Demon King, let that person know that the Riemann Order will help them in their time of need. The minister seemed very pleased when he heard this request. He immediately agreed to fulfill it and pass it on. After that, the minister reiterated that the government was grateful for the rescue and would never forget the help provided by the Riemann Order. The minister warned that openly helping the order could cause unnecessary trouble, so they would soon decide on a way to express their gratitude. Kim Si-woo was intrigued by this other way, and after the conversation ended, decided to check in on Luna. Another scandal was brewing online. Surveillance cameras from the Department of Ability Management had broadcast footage of missionary Leo folding people in half. Kim Si-woo realized that the department had leaked the surveillance footage online, and Minister Yu Seong-ho was most likely involved. The news report stated that the recent terrorist attack had resulted in a large number of deaths and injuries. It is now clear that it was sheer luck that the area was under constant surveillance, allowing rescuers to minimize the number of casualties. Kim Si-woo felt a strong urge to speak with the goddess and hear her opinion on what was happening. The young man went to the temple and began mentally summoning the goddess, but she did not appear. It seemed she had too much on her plate in Eden. Kim Si-woo met with his assistants and they told him they hadn't even had to do anything. Lee Si-hee had agreed to cooperate right away. Lee Si-hee knows how to use magic with imbued mana, but she couldn't say anything else useful. Standing next to her was someone wearing a black mask, the team leader, who was also the captain. Kim Si-woo said that this captain had been devoured by the reincarnation of the Demon King. The only thing they found out was that the girl had gained her abilities through gifted mana and that it had happened abroad. Lee Si-hee explained that it had taken place in Shanghai, China. There is a group there that produced the purifiers. They have superhuman abilities, but their names are unknown. Although the girl received mana, she doesn't even know the branch head and doesn't know the location of that group. Luna suggested going to China to find out everything there, but Kim Si-woo believed that strangers wouldn't be treated well there. Si-woo explained that East Asian countries are always very wary of one another. You can't just go there not because he doesn't want to, but because it's physically impossible. Kim Si-woo explained, until they're called, there's nothing they can do. People like them are treated like nuclear weapons and aren't allowed across the border. Luna was very upset that she couldn't just raze China to the ground. Why all these complications? Leo realized that his religious soul was incapable of listening to talk of destroying entire countries. Leo reminded his comrades that they belonged to an order that loved peace and tranquility. And anyway, Lee Si-hee needs to stop pretending because everyone knows she's conscious. Kim Si-woo told the girl that from now on she would become an ordinary person, unawakened, and then be transferred to the Department of Ability Management. The young man added that he could purge her mana, but didn't want to do that to her. Kim Si-woo placed his hand on Lee Si-hee's head and activated the effect of the will to destroy evil. The girl screamed and begged him not to do this to her. Si-woo continued, divine powers would neutralize her abilities. The villain claimed that people without abilities were unnecessary on Earth. He wondered how she felt now. Leo was very serious. It seemed to him that there was even more work on Earth than there had been in Eden. First, the Order of White Radiance appeared, and now a group of purifiers as well. If the Riemann Order were to encounter similar strange organizations in the future, it would face problems, so it urgently needed to expand its influence. The Order's leader announced to his aides that they would soon have candidates for priests and knights. Luna would train the knights, and Leo would mentor the priests. To attract more people to the Order, they needed something to accelerate its growth. Kim Si-woo pondered abilities or items that might help with this. But then, fortunately, the head of the Order remembered the artifact he had received for defeating a god from another dimension. It turned out that by using the command Summon Holy Artifact, the Riemann Order was able to summon one random artifact to Earth. The prospect seemed utterly ridiculous since he wanted to choose the holy artifact himself, not rely on chance. Because holy artifacts could be completely useless, like the holy goddess's broom, Saint Joseph's hair, or the dumbbells that helped the paladin Peter. Kim Si-woo doubted that he could get anything good or worthwhile through a random artifact. He wanted to hope that, as the high priest, he would get lucky. He prayed fervently because they absolutely had to win this lottery of artifact selection and summoning. And so the choice was made. And now, of course, he wanted to receive the holy shield of the first paladin. It was a very interesting, worthy item, essential for his needs. Kim Si-woo also prayed and begged to be given something useful, rather than something strange and useless. And finally, the choice was made. And in the glow of the sacred artifact, the branch of the Endeavor appeared before their friends. Everyone's mouths fell open in surprise. They didn't know what they'd asked their goddess for, but looking at this stick, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But they all unanimously realized they'd lost. They'd never encountered a more useless artifact. And that was even more upsetting because there were hundreds of truly useful items in the vault. What use was this stick or toothpick to them? Sivu and Luna were very upset. They certainly sensed a little divine power emanating from the stick, but they hadn't expected much. Leo's expression, however, remained unchanged. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and began to speak. Leo was absolutely thrilled and couldn't believe his eyes. He had never in his life hoped to see such an artifact. Leo immediately fell to his knees and began to weep, thanking the goddess Riemann for her generosity and kindness. Sivu looked at the branch with interest, and Leo explained that it was the Branch of Beginnings, an artifact of the Order that had gone missing about 500 years ago. In the distant past, when the goddess first appeared in Eden, she promised mortals peace and prosperity in exchange for their faith. Riemann blessed the people with a single great tree. Later, this tree became the sacred tree of their order. However, unfortunately, about 500 years ago, the forces of the Demon King burned the sacred tree during the Holy War. Because of the suddenness of the disaster, the people could only watch as their sacred site perished. The defenders of the sacred tree tried to put out the fire, but they couldn't. However, one brave defender broke off a still living part of the sacred tree. This is the Branch of Beginnings. The sacred tree purifies the holy energy of the surrounding land and makes it more concentrated, as well as increasing the regeneration of everyone nearby. It was precisely because of this effect that the branch was stolen by thieves who had sneaked into the sacred place. Kim Si-woo realized what a great object they now possessed and suggested planting it in the garden immediately. The followers welcomed this idea with enthusiasm. They immediately grabbed shovels and rushed to the garden near their goddess's temple. Soon a spot was chosen to plant the branch, which was destined to grow into a sapling of the sacred tree and saturate the earth with holy power. Kim Si-woo admitted that he had often wondered what to do with all that empty land, and now it turned out that a sacred tree could grow there. Since the goddess Riemann possesses the gift of foresight, perhaps she knew this would happen. Si-woo planted the branch and firmly packed down the soil. Immediately, a pillar of sacred light appeared around the planted branch. It was very strong and powerful. A few moments later, a sapling of the sacred tree appeared before the astonished people, not some strange stick. Leo admitted that he now understood why this tree was called sacred, even though it was just a sapling. But according to legend, there is supposed to be a certain sacred beast that will guard this sapling. He wondered where it was, and suddenly a bright flash lit up the sky. And soon a white cat materialized near the tree, meowed, and moved toward the people. Luna gazed with delight at the cute little cat, which apparently was this sacred beast. Sivu admitted that he liked dogs better, but it was no big deal if the sacred beast was a cat. As the sacred beast grows older, it will grant the order more and more benefits. The sacred tree will grow with every good deed performed by the order's followers. In other words, the sacred tree will grow alongside the order, and that's wonderful. Sivu had already forgotten that he liked dogs better. He started petting the kitten and asked Leo if they could take the cat home with them. His younger brother and sister had always said they wanted a cat, but both kids were allergic to fur. Perhaps the sacred animal wouldn't trigger an allergic reaction. Besides, the sacred tree was located not far from their home, and they would often return to the temple grounds and bring the cat there. Luna realized that the head of the order was taking the cat home with him and asked if they could visit too, but Siwoo replied with a firm no. After that, the head of the order decided to use the divine points remaining from the purchase of the holy artifact. Siwoo asked his assistants to make sure the temple was in good condition. After that, Kim Siwoo used the remaining divine points to purchase the Paladin Barracks building. In doing so, he unlocked the Paladin Apprentice rank, and a monastery building was also purchased. Leo stood there with his mouth agape. He couldn't believe his eyes. But hadn't the head of the order said that Leo would be training the priests? Luna would be training the knights, and she wasn't opposed to it. In fact, she was quite happy about it. But did they really have to start today? Kim Si-woo, petting the kitten, announced that they had no time to rest. They had to get to work right away, and as for him personally, his workday was over. And despite Leo and Luna's protests, the head of the order went about his business, saying goodbye to his assistants. The young man hadn't gone far when he received a phone call from his younger brother, who delivered some very unexpected news. It turned out that something terrible had happened. Grandma was returning to Korea. At that very moment, a meeting was taking place in one of the skyscrapers in the city of Sejong. Due to the appearance of a disaster-class monster off the coast of Miyagi, as reported by the intelligence agencies of the United States and Japan, they needed to send their awakened one there. It was very strange that these nations were requesting assistance from another country. With the appearance of a disaster-class monster, they must have some strict conditions. The man said that America planned to send Aiden Howard, better known by the nickname Barbarian, to carry out the operation. Barbarian's favorite weapon was a two-handed axe. He was a returner who had appeared on Earth 3 years ago. They say he spent 12 years in continuous battles in another dimension. After the rank of Anomalous Awakened appeared, charlatans began popping up everywhere. Howard challenged anyone who called themselves an anomaly to a fight. If a returnee didn't live up to that title, their life ended very quickly, because Barbarian would destroy that warrior. The Americans sent the Barbarian, and Japan requested Kim Si-woo. They want to test the first Korean Anomalous Awakened. Of course, the men couldn't be pleased with this situation, but their personal opinions, of course, carried no weight. The men acknowledged that, unlike China or America, they had no way to control Kim Si-woo, and therefore needed to ask him directly. If control proved impossible, then a deal had to be struck. This was a method they used all the time. The man was very pleased. He greatly loved and respected Minister Yoo Seong-ho, who was able to find a way to approach anyone. The minister said he would personally visit Kim Si-woo, using the pretext that he wanted to express his gratitude to the hero who had once again defended the people. Before the stranger left the office, he decided to ask the minister one rather personal question. If Barbarian were to fight Kim Si-woo, which of them would win, in the opinion of the Minister of the Department of Ability Management? Yoo Seong-ho gave a clear and very quick answer. He had no doubt that victory would be Kim Si-woo's, and that Barbarian wouldn't even touch him. Kim Si-woo was sitting on the couch in his pajamas and slippers. He had just woken up and decided to watch the news. The news reported that a monster of national disaster rank had suddenly appeared on the shores of Miyagi, and the Japanese government had ordered an immediate evacuation of the civilian population. Japan requested assistance from neighboring countries, and the United States government agreed to send Aiden Howard. Experts claim that this is the Americans' way of testing Kim Si-woo's abilities. The young man jumped up from the couch in surprise when he heard that Barbarian would be testing whether he was a real anomaly or just pretending. Just then, In-woo walked into the room with some sandwiches. He didn't understand what was going on either. He wanted to hope that it was all a mistake and just journalist speculation, since Department Head Kim hadn't called yet and hadn't mentioned anything like that. Kim Si-woo began enjoying the sandwiches with his younger brother, and soon a cat appeared beside him. His little sister was absolutely thrilled because there was a cat in the apartment and she didn't have an allergic reaction. It was pure joy, and the cat was immediately named Snowball. The girl carried the cat into her room and began explaining to him that he was named Snowball because he was white as snow, and that he would now live in her room. The girl enthusiastically told him about and showed him her toys, while Kim Si-woo thought about how the holy beast had gotten his funny name, Snowball. In-woo was also very happy to have a pet. Holy beasts probably don't cause allergies, since they picked him up and didn't feel anything. Kim Si-woo told his brother that as the order grew, so would Snowball. Besides, he was already thinking about the need to assign a guardian for his younger brother and sister. In-woo was skeptical about the idea of a cat being his protector, but watching how the cat ate the sandwiches, He realized it would make a fine protector. Kim Si-woo explained to his brother that Snowball was capable of handling any awakened weaker than Kim Si-woo himself. His younger brother's jaw dropped in surprise. The brothers also discussed that it wouldn't harm the holy cat to eat delicious sandwiches, and they remembered that their grandmother was arriving soon. In-woo warned his older brother that he would be busy with work and wouldn't be able to meet Grandma. Si-woo replied that he would handle it himself. Besides, he'd noticed that their channel was growing and there was more work to do. They needed to keep up the momentum and keep making videos, because so far the view counts had been very encouraging. In-woo said goodbye to his brother, telling him to be careful, and went to edit a video for the channel. His older brother could now say with certainty that now that he had returned to Earth, In-woo had become much happier, and his eyes had come alive with joy. It must have been hard for him before, since he'd been taking care of his grandmother and sister all by himself, but when his grandmother arrived, the apartment would get cramped, and they'd have to think about moving. Si-woo told Snezhka to protect In-woo while he was away, and the cat agreed with a meow. Kim Si-woo stepped out of the house and was surprised to see a crowd of people and agents near the entrance, pretending to just be standing there. Kim Dong-shik called out to the young man and said that today was perfect weather for returning home. The department head knew that Grandma was coming back today and offered to help Kim Si-woo meet her. The young man refused, saying that was too much for him. He would just call a taxi and go to the airport. However, for some reason, Dong-sik wouldn't give up and continued to accompany the young man, which looked more and more suspicious. A huge black executive car surrounded by security guards was parked on the street near the house. Kim Si-woo probably wouldn't have been very surprised if it turned out that the president was waiting for him inside the car. But it really was the president who mentioned that he had already reduced his security detail to the bare minimum. The man introduced himself. His name was Seo Shin-woo, and he was the president of the country, and he had come personally for a conversation. Kim Si-woo was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth or say a word. He even forgot to say hello. The presidency is a position given to the person at the center of all power in the country, the highest office to which an official can be elected. Ordinary people can only dream of meeting the president. Kim Si-woo got into the car and told the president that he was planning to go to the airport to meet his grandmother. Seo Shin-woo told the young man that he also needed to go to the airport, and one could say they were lucky by chance, as they were heading in the same direction. Of course, Kim Si-woo understood that getting a ride with the president wasn't just a coincidence. Surely the president's staff shouldn't be wasting time on such nonsense. The man replied that most of the work of any organization's leader is done in secret, and official events are just a show. When Kim Si-woo was in Eden, he was a father, and he understood what this meant. It was now clear that a serious conversation was about to take place. The president was a charismatic man without a superiority complex, and he also had a wonderful sense of humor. The men discussed the news story from the morning programs about a monster that had appeared off the coast of Japan. Seo Shin-woo made sure the young man was up to speed on the situation and decided to get straight to the point. The government of the United States of America had requested that Korea include Kim Si-woo on the list of soldiers to be sent to Japan. Kim Si-woo didn't understand why the president had come in person to discuss this matter, since he could have simply issued an order. But it turned out that an anomalous awakened could only be mobilized within the territory of their country of residence, in this case South Korea. Thus, Kim Si-woo had no obligation to help Japan. But it became clear that the president of Korea wanted the young man to go there, and now Kim Si-woo wanted to know why. The United States of America has sent its own awakened, Aiden Howard, also known as the Anomaly Reader. If Kim Si-woo can defeat him in battle, it means he is truly one of the strongest anomalies in the world, and he will be an anomalous, awakened, approved by the US government, and leading his own order. People around the world will be interested in watching such an anomalous awakened. The president admitted that he isn't afraid of the monster the two strongmen are going to fight. He's worried about what will happen afterward. Seo Shin-woo addressed the young man. On my own behalf and for the good of the entire Korean people, we must destroy Barbarian. Kim Si-woo honestly admitted that it sounded as if they were striking a deal right now. The president replied, since ancient times, politics and religion have gone hand in hand, because both derive their power from the people's approval. That is precisely the kind of relationship he wants to create. The president of Korea wants them to work as partners and help one another. Unfortunately, the Korean government has little power, while the power of the Riemann order will only grow with each passing day. However, if the gap between the order and the government remains significant, they will cease to be partners because the relationship will become one-sided. And of course, as the head of the order, Kim Si-woo does not want such a future for his brainchild. By this point, the president's car had arrived at the airport. He said the young man had time to think over his decision. However, the president promised that whatever that decision might be, he would fully support it. Seo Shin-woo mentioned that he had an official visit scheduled to the temple of the goddess Riemann, where they would continue their conversation. After saying this, the Korean president got into his car and drove off to attend to his business. He seemed like quite an interesting person. But it was time to return to family matters. The weather outside was pleasant, perfect for a family reunion. After Grandpa's death, Grandma began traveling the world. When she heard about her parents' death, she immediately returned to Korea to take care of her grandchildren. Grandma always said that their family had a real knack for getting into trouble. Ever since they were children, she had been telling her grandchildren not to forget to protect themselves when the time came. In other words, Grandma was a truly unique person, and even if the whole world turned upside down, she decided that the time was right for a trip to the US. In her youth, Grandma took care of Grandpa after an accident involving her parents. She took care of her grandchildren. She was always a busy woman. And finally, Grandma and her eldest grandson were reunited after so many years apart. However, instead of hugs and kisses, Grandma patted her grandson on the back, saying that it seemed like life in another dimension had helped her eldest grandson become more serious. Kim Se-woo offered to hug his grandmother since they hadn't seen each other in so long. But Grandma told him that she was very proud of her grandson. After that, the woman admitted that she hadn't worried about him at all, since she was sure Si-woo would be fine. After all, he has arms and legs. Si-woo noted that his grandmother was acting as if he had simply gone away somewhere, even though traveling to another dimension could be considered a journey. His younger brother and sister reacted to Siv's return as if he had risen from the dead, but his grandmother views this return differently. She wanted to know everything about the other dimension, and her eldest grandson said that things there are completely normal and that he has found his place in religion. The young man explained that he had even managed to build a temple, and that his grandmother could visit if she wanted, or they could go there right away. The woman realized that the journey to this new place had allowed her eldest grandson to grow up. Besides, she had heard that the young man had cleared his 0 point. The grandmother looked at her eldest grandson with a loving gaze. Since their last meeting, he had become a great man. After that, the woman hugged her grandson tenderly and said that this would be considered compensation for his disappearance and all the hardships she had endured over the past 5 years. Sivu confessed to his grandmother that he had been very worried when he found out she wasn't planning to return to Korea after he showed up at home. The young man was afraid that his grandmother didn't want to see him at all. But the woman explained that her trip had been paid for in advance, and she didn't want to lose the money, so she had no intention of cutting her trip short. Moreover, thanks to her eldest grandson, the grandmother had the best flight of her life. She flew in on a private jet, and it was amazing. It turned out that Grandma hadn't returned from America alone, but with a friend. But some men in black had taken the friend aside and hadn't let her go yet. This friend really wanted to meet and get to know Sivu. She's a pretty decent old lady, so there's no need to worry. Sivu remembered how he had arrived at the airport with the president of Korea, who admitted he had personal business at the airport. Of course, it looked and sounded very strange, and coincidences like that don't happen. But it seems Grandma brought along some relative of the president. The first thing they did after leaving the airport was head to the temple of the goddess Riemann. The woman thanked Luna and Leo for taking care of her grandson in another dimension. But the young people placed their hands over their hearts and said that it was Kim Si-woo who had taken care of everyone, and that was why they had reciprocated his kindness. Luna cheerfully complimented the grandmother, saying she looked beautiful and young, and the girl even thought that the woman wasn't a grandmother, but Kim Si-woo's aunt. As it turned out, Luna was excellent at getting along with absolutely everyone. She said she was His Eminence's trusted advisor, and in essence, Kim Si-woo's grandmother was their grandmother too. The woman was very pleased to hear such words, and she was happy to have a grandson and granddaughter she could rely on. Kim Si-woo could no longer listen calmly to this sweet talk. He reminded her about his friend who had flown in from America and was supposed to have already arrived at the temple. Grandmother said she wasn't very tired, and besides, she wanted to meet his friends, and his friend was indeed due to arrive here soon. Besides, Grandmother was very eager to meet the goddess her grandson believed in right away. The woman examined the statue closely and realized it had no face. Most likely, the statue's lack of a face had a specific meaning. Riemann believed that sometimes what you cannot see is more significant. For some, this figure is a praying mother. For others, an image of a father. Since the faces of everyone we consider close and dear to us are different, a faceless statue becomes universal for everyone. The grandmother asked if she could pray in this temple. Kim Si-woo replied that his goddess loved everyone more than anyone else. She would love the grandmother. The woman admitted that she had never liked going to church since childhood, and had never thought things would turn out this way. The woman turned to the goddess and thanked her for taking care of her grandson and bringing him back. The grandmother prayed for her grandson, who still had much to learn in order to overcome all the trials the world had in store for him. And now she asked the goddess to help him on this path. Leo turned to the leader of the order and said that the priest must give the woman his blessing. Kim Si-woo even forgot that this was his primary duty, and he immediately activated his sacred power. After that, the young man knelt beside the grandmother, already dressed in his sacred robes, and gave her the goddess's blessing. After that, the young man helped the old woman to her feet, and she said that the gardens near the entrance were magnificent, and she would like to look around. To her grandson's surprise, the old woman declared that she wanted to take a walk with Luna and Leo. She had many questions for the two of them. Smiling, the woman hinted that a great leader should give his subordinates the opportunity to discuss him freely. In short, it became clear to the grandson that his grandmother wanted to gossip about him with his subordinates. He had to meet his grandmother's friend, keep her company, and talk. Kim Si-woo didn't quite understand what was going on. His grandmother, who hadn't seen him in years, had left with his friends, and he was supposed to meet some mysterious woman. But suddenly Kim Si-woo tensed up because he sensed manna in the distance, quite pure and delicate. Kim Dong-shik told the young man that his grandmother was traveling with a figure of great importance to the country, and now it became clear that his grandmother's friend and the guest whom the president of Korea had gone to meet were one and the same person. The eldest grandson had always known that his grandmother was a very extraordinary person and was hiding something, and now standing before him was an oracle, a famous prophetess who could foresee the future. At the same time, she was an important awakened being, beloved in the United States of America. The president had personally asked Kim Si-woo to take care of Madam Emma Miller. The woman greeted the young man and said that he looked very much like his grandmother. No wonder she had been talking about him all the time. Kim Si-woo also greeted Madam Miller and said he was very happy to meet her. It turned out that Madame Miller spoke Korean perfectly. She admitted that she had picked it up thanks to Go Yeon-young, the young man's grandmother. Kim Si-woo was replaying his conversation with Dong-shik in his head when the man had advised him to be very attentive and careful with this woman. If anything happened to Madame Miller, it would be an international scandal. Madame Miller was an awakened one from the United States. Who would have thought that such a person would become his grandmother's friend? The young man was curious what it was like to be an S-rank awakened and see the future. The woman immediately told Kim Si-woo that she was here as his grandmother's friend and had no particular secrets. Even now, she wasn't reading minds. It was simply the intuition of someone who had lived many years. Kim Si-woo was still confused. He didn't understand where the women had met, how they had become friends, or what the president had to do with it. Si-woo decided not to beat around the bush and immediately said that he knew Madame Miller had wanted to meet with him. And now the young man surmised that Emma Miller had befriended his grandmother in order to get to him and arrange this meeting. The woman tried to explain sincerely so he wouldn't misunderstand her. She had befriended his grandmother by chance. Although some people would call this situation fate, and at that moment the woman's gaze became piercing. And Kim Si-woo received numerous warnings from the system about the danger. Madame Emma's ability is somewhat related to this entire system. Just as Kim Si-woo was a representative of the goddess Riemann, Emma Miller represented the system that watches over Earth. Ms. Miller's ability to foresee the future was granted to her when she was chosen as the system's representative. This ability is available only to her since those who are part of the system cannot use it. Including the awakened or those living by different standards, such as Kim Si-woo, it was now clear why the system windows remained empty. This is because those who have returned to Earth are subject to the same rules as the awakened, but the source of their power lies in a different universe. That is precisely why the woman, even after revealing her ability, has nothing to share with Kim Si-woo. She would be better described as an observer rather than a prophet. Madame Miller worked on behalf of the system to read the flow of events in this world and share her observations. In this endless stream, the goddess Riemann and the entity the woman serves are intertwined. That is precisely why Madame Miller wanted to see for herself what kind of person Kim Si-woo was. Kim Si-woo was curious to hear what the woman thought of him after their personal meeting. The woman smiled mysteriously and said that he had built a beautiful temple. And now she could say with certainty that the young man still loved this world. Kim Si-woo realized that Ms. Miller didn't view him favorably, but that didn't mean she was hostile toward him. The young man admitted that, of all the awakened he had met on Earth, Emma Miller was the most interesting to him. Had she really traveled all that way just to see him? The woman giggled and replied that it was just an old woman's little hobby. And now that she had visited this temple and met Kim Si-woo in person, she didn't plan to return to the US right away, She wanted to travel around Korea. Madam Miller named a few Korean dishes her friend had told her about, and now she wanted to try them. Madam Miller had fallen in love with Korean cuisine and might now stay in the country a little longer. The main thing was not to provoke a war between Korea and the US with her delay. After that, Mrs. Miller thanked the young man for his company and said she would be back soon. But for now, she was leaving her grandson with his grandmother, because she could be terrifying when angry. Kim Se-woo couldn't imagine how his grandmother could possibly scare the awakened one. And now he watched in surprise as Mrs. Miller walked away, having not really told him anything. But suddenly the woman stopped and said that the entities from beyond the boundaries would bring darkness with them. Kim Se-woo and his goddess had brought light with them, and one had to hope that this would be enough to dispel the deep darkness. Kim Se-woo listened carefully to these words and realized that he had accumulated enough questions that he would like to ask the goddess Riemann. Then again, he always had countless questions. Se-woo wanted to know what his goddess was up to right now. Se-woo told his younger brother and sister that he'd had a wonderful time with Grandma and that she'd be coming to visit them tomorrow. For now, Grandma had returned from America with a friend, and they'd gone out for a walk and to enjoy some Korean cuisine. Se-woo asked his little sister if she wanted to see Grandma sooner so she could spend some time with the ladies. But the girl replied in all seriousness that there was nothing she could do about it. After all, the desire to hang out with friends isn't just for kids. Adults feel it too. Besides, Grandma had promised to spend some time with her granddaughter, so everything was fine. They just had to wait for her. After that, the girl finished folding her clothes and went to her room with Snowball to play with the kitten. Se-woo was shocked by his younger sister's maturity. It seemed as though this little girl had grown up a decade while he was away. Se-woo turned his attention to his younger brother and asked if the boy knew who their grandmother's friend was. After that, the young man explained that she was an oracle and seer from America, Emma Miller. In-View had often read about Emma Miller in various magazines, but now it turned out that this woman was indeed their grandmother's friend. In-woo looked at his older brother with disbelief and advised him not to joke about such things, since their grandmother wasn't an awakened one, and an oracle was the most important person in the US. The wealthiest people in the world begged Ms. Miller to spend even a little time with them, but they are turned down every time. Se-woo tried to convince his younger brother that he was telling the truth, because the younger brother already believed that it wasn't like his older brother to lie. But In-woo had absolutely no intention of believing this nonsense about Emma Miller being their grandmother's friend. Se-woo decided to reveal a little more of the truth, such as the fact that the president had recently given him a ride and had personally asked him to go to Japan to help. Se-woo did indeed tell his brother that he was planning to go to Japan, and now he wanted to know his opinion. But In-woo remained adamant. He was certain that headlines would soon appear in the newspapers declaring that the head of the Riemann order was a complete liar. His older brother gave him a few slaps, and soon the bump on his younger brother's head made him believe and take the words seriously. Since a monster threatening national security had appeared, it would be quite natural to go to Japan's aid. Of course, inviting an anomalous, awakened one wasn't the wisest choice. However, Korea's political influence has weakened recently, so if Kim Se-woo goes to Japan, the country will be able to make its presence felt again. In-woo was confident that the number of people watching the channel on MeTube would increase. All these viewers would feel national pride when they realized that their idol had saved humanity. Early the next morning, Kim Se-woo headed to the Department of Talent Management. The young man confirmed to Minister Yoo Seong-ho that he planned to join the team traveling to Japan. The minister was very pleased. He said the president would be delighted to hear of this decision. After Kim Se-woo agreed to join the team, the government issued an official statement announcing the news. A support team was formed, and among those assigned to travel to Japan was Kang Chae, also known as the greatest of all government-awakened individuals. The team flew to Japan that same evening. The news reported that the Japanese government was thanking Korea, that relations between the US and Korea were strengthening, and that everyone was eagerly awaiting the meeting between Barbarian and Papa. Kim Se-woo was browsing forums, and although he was flying on a private jet provided by the Japanese government, everyone was only discussing his anticipated battle with Barbar. After landing, the entire team headed to the operation zone under the guidance of officials from the Japanese Department of Ability Management. Dong-sik once again offered a lot of advice and recommendations and suddenly realized that Kim Se-woo wasn't listening to him. The young man confirmed that he was paying full attention. Kim Se-woo went on this trip alone without bringing his companions. Leo and Luna decided to stay at the temple and begin training new followers. In addition, they were working on making bracelets. Dong-sik admitted that he too dreamed of having such a bracelet, since, judging by the conversations, it was supposed to help with baldness. Kim Si-woo promised to give one bracelet to a man who hoped it would help him regain his beauty and confidence. Meanwhile, Si-woo was thinking about his assistants, how Luna was managing on her own, but he was still confident that Minsu would be able to take care of them. Kim Si-woo had no intention of leaving alone, but everyone at the temple was thrilled about his departure, believing they would get a great chance to look after the new followers without their leader. Luna believed they should visit Japan if such an opportunity arose, and they would use the chance to train their first followers. Si-woo understood if this couple caused any trouble while he was abroad, unfortunately there was nothing he could do to help them. But then the young man's thoughts were interrupted by a girl who approached and greeted the awakened Kim Si-woo. She introduced herself as Kang Chea, a member of the Awakened Corps under the direct jurisdiction of the Ministry of Defense. As captain of the reinforcement squad, Che decided to greet Kim Si-woo before the mission began. The order's leader stood up and in turn greeted the girl. Kim Si-woo thought of Lee Si-hee and realized that this terrorist felt inferior to the girl. There was a great deal of mana surrounding Kang Che. It was simply incomparable to that of the terrorists. At that moment, the girl raised her hand and saluted, and also thanked Si-woo for fighting the terrorists and protecting the country. It felt very strange for the young man to hear such praise, because Kang Che is one of Korea's greatest awakened, yet she is very modest and thanks him for his actions. Kang Che is modest and strong, confident in herself. It is thanks to her that the Department of Ability Management has endured all these years. The girl said that during the mission in Japan, she would do her utmost to provide support in battle. Kim Si-woo thanked her and thought that Kang Che was more like a soldier than an awakened. Kim Si-woo decided to get closer to the girl and admitted that although he had been to another world, he had never been to other countries. Kang Che replied that it was an honor for her to be with him on his first trip abroad. A few hours later, the plane landed in Japan, but a far from welcoming reception awaited them there. People were shouting for the Korean representatives to get lost. One of the government representatives tried to explain to the people that reinforcements had arrived from Korea and they needed to clear the way since the plane had been sent by the Japanese government. But the people refused to leave. They believed that Japan could defeat the Japanese monster on its own, and there was no need to invite Koreans or Americans to do so. Kim Si-woo was very surprised. He hadn't expected the Japanese to be so strongly opposed to foreign intervention. Kang Chea hadn't expected such a reception either. She could see that these people were absolutely certain they could handle the situation on their own. Kim Dong-sik decided that some kind of mistake had occurred and went to speak with the protesters. Dong-sik introduced himself, saying he was the head of the Department of Ability Management and wanted to speak with a representative of Japan's Awakened. But in the very next moment, Kim Dong-sik was flying through the airport building, hurled by some incredible force. Si-woo and Chea caught the man before he could fall and suffer serious injury. One of the Japanese Awakens said he hadn't intended to harm anyone, but had simply reacted to a man who had suddenly rushed toward him. At the same time, however, the Japanese Awakened were confident they could handle the situation on their own, even though people had already been injured by the monster. And now it's unclear why the Awakened reacted this way. Maybe it's related to their background, or perhaps they're so afraid that their pride will be hurt. Kim Si-woo recalled that a similar situation had occurred near the hospital when guild representatives were busy dividing up territory instead of saving people. Kim Si-woo was very angry at this representative from Japan because a man had approached him to talk peacefully, yet he dared to use his abilities against a human. Usually Kim Si-woo used his skill against heretics and unbelievers who wouldn't listen to him, but now he decided that his teaching skill could suppress this man's power. Dong-sik really didn't want an international scandal to break out, and he tried to hold the guy back. But at that moment, a voice rang out, apologizing for the rudeness. A stranger stepped out of the crowd and said that it was their mistake. Their extreme nationalism had blinded them, preventing them from seeing the true intentions of the visiting guests. The man introduced himself. His name was Ryu In-young, and he was from the Japanese Department of Ability Management. Mr. Ryu asked how Dong-sik was feeling, and Si-woo was surprised at how fluent this Japanese representative's Korean was. After that, Ryu In-young reported that the awakened ones from the US had already arrived at the camp, and now they would all travel there together. On the way to the camp in the car, Mr. Kim and Ryu greeted each other. It turned out they had known each other for quite some time. Ryu In-young once again personally apologized to Mr. Kim Si-woo for the mistake. Si-woo said it wasn't necessary, everything was fine now, and also noted that this man was acquainted with the team leader. Si-woo recalled that he had recently read an article stating that Mr. Ryu, as a Japanese citizen, was willing to come to Korea and defend the people. After that, he had been called a liar and a traitor. However, now, looking at this sincere man, Kim Si-woo didn't feel that he seemed irresponsible. Kang Chae took advantage of the situation and asked Ryu how his mother was doing. It turned out that after arriving in Japan, the woman had stayed on Dema Island, saying she could see the coast of Busan in the distance. Kim Si-woo realized that these two had known each other for a long time and were close enough to discuss families and relatives. But then flowers appeared all around. Birds began to chirp and the air filled with melodramatic vibes. It seemed there had once been something between these two. Most likely, Ryu and Yeon had no other option but to move to Japan. He would need to find out all the details from Dong-shik later. The awakened camp was set up in a local school. Residents of the surrounding areas had already been evacuated, so they could use the empty building. Ryu escorted his Korean guests inside and said that the discussion of the plan would begin shortly. For this mission, the Korean and American teams would be combined. Ryu remained outside the building, saying that this meeting was exclusively for the reinforcement forces. If he was needed, he could always be invited in. Kim Si-woo and Kang Chae entered the room and were greeted with phrases like, "You're finally here." In the gym, right behind the ping pong table, sat a group of people they would be working with going forward. There was no need for unnecessary introductions. It was immediately clear who among those present was Barbar. Kim Si-woo immediately felt an unknown force bearing down on him. It was not mana, not magic, and not holy power, but a force generated by will. Only one person on Earth could radiate this power. An interpreter was sitting next to him, but it turned out that his services were not needed. Kim Si-woo activated his gift of tongues and could now converse comfortably in English. Aiden Howard was very intrigued. He heard his companion speaking Korean, yet at the same time understood the words in English. Si-woo admitted that this was one of the blessings the goddess had bestowed upon him. The young man thought that Barbar looked and sounded as if he had just stepped out of the Middle Ages. Barbar approached Si-woo and said that it seemed his goddess was very kind and generous. Kim Si-woo continued to feel the powerful pressure of the force upon him and said that his goddess was not always kind to those who did not know her. The barbarian said nothing, but his thoughts conveyed, "I've always believed that the gods of your world were nothing but nonsense. That's why I killed them all." At that moment, everyone present felt as if their eardrums were about to burst and their brains explode. They couldn't understand how this religious man could carry on a calm conversation while under such terrifying pressure. Si-woo looked at his interlocutor and tried to guess. Was Barbarian testing him, or did he want to knock him out of the game right away? At that moment, Barbarian stated that it seemed he and Kim Si-woo would be more than enough to complete this task. The Japanese representative said he was grateful, but still considered it natural for the awakened from every nation to contribute their efforts. Varvar thought this was foolish. Why risk the lives of others when there was enough strength to defeat the enemy? Barbarian declared that he did not want to have the deaths of unnecessary Japanese awakened on his conscience. The Japanese representative said he would not insist on this plan. If everyone else agreed, they could resolve any disagreements through discussion and change the plan. Of course, they now had two weapons of mass destruction at their disposal, so the presence of the other awakened on the battlefield would be pointless. After that, the meeting continued. Kim Si-woo noted that the barbarian had spoken on his behalf as well. However, he agreed completely with all the arguments. Killing an entity on the verge of ascending to divinity is no easy task. This is especially true for those like Riemann, entities that have reached certain levels of divinity. Mortals are practically powerless against such beings. However, just as with the god from another reality, it is possible to kill godlike beings and even gods if they are on the verge of extinction. Most likely in his own dimension, Barbarian was able to kill precisely such fallen gods. But of all the awakened ones encountered on Earth, he is clearly the strongest. Soon the night came to an end, and dawn began. Kang Chae was about to give the order and prepare the helicopters. The girl wanted to offer additional information about the monster, but Kim Si-woo replied that the recent briefing was more than enough. He understood everything. This creature was named Yamato no Orochi. It first appeared in Japan and has not yet been entered into the International Monster Database. Like all monsters classified as a national security threat, it had caused enormous damage. According to descriptions, it resembled a dragon and was capable of controlling flying wyverns. A few hours ago, it stopped moving and entered hibernation. Kang Chae looked alarmed and worried. She asked once again if Si-woo was sure he wouldn't need backup. Kim Si-woo replied that there was no need to worry and that it would be better to focus efforts on evacuating civilians. Dong-sik was on the verge of tears, but it turned out he wasn't worried about Kim Si-woo. He was tearfully begging them not to drive Barbarian into the ground. The helicopter headed for the monster's location, but they said that flying monsters made navigation in the area very difficult. It looked like the journey wouldn't be easy. Varvar knew that this monster possessed many useful abilities. Kim Si-woo could cast a blessing on the helicopter and protect it. Varvar heard that Kim Si-woo had asked the reporters to fly alongside and film the battle. In most cases, the Awakened prefer not to make their fighting style widely known. Kim Si-woo thought the reporters had the same look on their faces as Sul Seum-young did when he asked to film the duel. And of course, Kim Si-woo didn't want to miss this chance to promote himself well in the future. Si-woo was certain only weaklings and self-obsessed idiots would be afraid to reveal their abilities. The barbarian looked as if he were even a little frightened. The man said he realized that Kim Si-woo was much more arrogant than expected. Si-woo noted that this wasn't something to discuss with a man who hid his ambitions, and that it was unclear whether there was any point in being polite to one another. After that, the men flew in absolute silence until the pilots warned them they were approaching their target. Kim Si-woo received a warning that the divine protection skill had been neutralized by the concentrated poison in the air. This creature was absorbing an enormous amount of divine power, and now it was clear why it was considered a threat to national security. Black flames and a massive amount of poison. The void poison harms not only the Awakened, but also ordinary people. It will be very difficult to live here afterward, and cleansing the area with ordinary divine power will not be easy. In a land where divine abilities had long been banned, a catastrophe would have occurred had Kim Si-woo not appeared. The barbarian began to tell how, once in the past, he had fallen into a trap dug by an enemy tribe. That tribe loved to use poisons as their primary weapon. Soon the barbarian found himself up to his ears in deadly poison. That was 20 years ago. But since then, no poison has affected him. The barbarian laughed and pounded his chest with his fist, saying that such poisons were like fresh air to him. Kim Si-woo realized that this ambitious brute had some kind of childhood trauma. Now he was definitely the strongest at everything, and even poison had no effect on him. As the helicopter approached the bridge, people noticed that the monster was beginning to stir and slowly rise. Soon, the enormous creature opened its jaws and let out a loud roar that echoed across the entire area. After that, various other monsters began moving toward the monster from all sides. They were clearly visible in the clouds of poison. The barbarian stood on board the helicopter and said that he used to be very upset that there were no dragons in his world. Kim Si-woo didn't want to compare the dragons from the world of Eden to this particular monster, because right now they had to deal with something entirely different. Si-woo replied, "If the lizard spreading the black mist were stronger than the Demon King, then he, Kim Si-woo, would be of no use to Eden." The barbarian just laughed in response and said that they would definitely fight each other after they dealt with this creature, and drawing his axe was ready to attack. A powerful flash illuminated the helicopter, and the barbarian was already charging into the attack. The enormous lizard-like creature spat poison in the direction of the flying machine. The barbarian was already swinging his axe and declaring that he would be the first and only one to destroy the monster. The man dropped to the ground, and towering above him was the enormous creature, staring down at its future prey. Kim Si-woo was still aboard the helicopter. He watched as this restless barbarian jumped around the lizard, trying to attack it. Kim Si-woo didn't understand why the system windows weren't appearing. Perhaps it was due to the increased number of followers, but he had waited long enough now and hadn't received any restrictions or warnings. Kim Si-woo began gathering divine light and divine power, preparing to attack. He activated the Holy Spear skill. Si-woo hoped that the barbarian would manage to step aside and avoid his attack. A powerful surge of divine power, like a sharp spear, pierced the enormous lizard right through. A moment later, a massive explosion rang out, and fragments of the demonic creature flew in all directions. It was hard to tell what had happened. Military personnel flew in helicopters and recorded the data. The monster showed no signs of life. The battle lasted 1 minute and 12 seconds. The monster, classified as a national security threat, had been defeated. The military noted that there were no casualties, and thanks to the skill of the Korean Awakened, Kim Si-woo, the situation had been resolved. Absolutely everyone was watching the battle unfold, and now even the Prime Minister jumped out of his chair, trying to figure out what was happening. It turned out that two anomaly-level awakened individuals had started fighting each other. More precisely, one of them was dragging the other by his long hair. The Prime Minister was furious when he saw these idiots fighting each other. Kim Si-woo didn't yet realize that he would become a star after he brought down the Holy Spear on the enormous monster. The barbarian considered it sheer cowardice on the part of the Korean Awakened one, who dared to use ranged attacks. The man considered it a complete lack of martial honor and shook his fist at the departing helicopter. Kim Si-woo thought he'd heard something like this before, and now it became clear that this Hulk would fit right in with the orcs. Kim Si-woo descended to the ground. He didn't understand why the barbarian disliked ranged attacks, but if he wanted close combat, they'd give him what he wanted. Kim Si-woo began gathering divine energy again and said, "Why wait when they could already start what they'd come here to do?" But it seemed the barbarian had already backed down. He said he'd merely been trying to determine whether Kim Si-woo was the real deal or just another pretender. The barbarian admitted that he had been ordered to find the strongest person in Korea and try to befriend him, so there was no point in fighting. He had previously said that an honest battle was the best way to get to know each other. The gods in barbarian's world were pitiful, but now he can say that Kim Si-woo serves an incredible being and asks permission to show respect to the goddess Riemann. Barbarian spoke, "I, Aiden Howard, an anomalous awakened of the United States of America, acknowledge Kim Si-woo as the strongest awakened in South Korea. From now on, we will be great friends." After that, Barbar suggested that Si-woo put down that divine spear and join him for a traditional visit to the bathhouse. Kim Si-woo agreed that he was ready to befriend this huge and strong man on one condition. Barbarian must withstand his attack and survive their friendly duel. After that, Kim Si-woo rushed after Barbarian, who was running away at full speed with his mouth wide open. Kim Si-woo told his new friend not to be afraid, and soon everything was bathed in a sacred light. The soldiers in the helicopters watched as the two awakened ones fought each other, but it soon became clear to them that one was beating the other. Now everyone was certain that these guys were complete idiots. Even those who wanted to use Japan as a testing ground for someone so powerful and strong were idiots. And now it turned out that a single man was able to destroy a giant monster that all of Japan's awakened had failed to defeat. Thus, Kim Si-woo achieved a true triumph, and it was seen live not only by Japan but by the whole world. The Japanese Prime Minister assumed that the South Korean president knew this would happen, which is why he suggested broadcasting it live. And now no one has any doubts. The South Korean anomaly is significantly stronger than the American one. At the very least, everyone saw what this man is capable of. The Japanese Prime Minister decided to act quickly and immediately ordered a connection with the Korean president. A huge audience watched the broadcast of the fight between Kim Si-woo and Barbarian. In the comments, they couldn't believe their eyes that Papa was beating up the American. Viewers jokingly asked Papa Kim not to hurt the American barbarian. They never thought they'd have to worry about this Hulk's health. Gradually, the poisonous cloud began to dissipate, for it was pierced by divine light. Soon, enormous angelic wings formed in the air, capable of covering the entire area and protecting it from the poison's effects. The American anomalous awakened being, his mouth agape, watched what was happening. He had never seen anything like it. Now everyone understood that Kim Si-woo had spread his wings to purify the contaminated area. The journalist wanted to know what this ability was called. The journalist didn't understand why Kim Si-woo had started cleansing the area, since he'd simply been asked to help destroy the monster. Everyone wanted to know what agreement existed between Kim Si-woo and the Japanese government. Taking advantage of the opportune moment in the presence of journalists, Barbar said that he and Kim Si-woo had decided to become best friends from now on. And now all of Kim Si-woo's enemies are Barbar's personal enemies. He also plans to visit his friend in Korea to build trust. Kim Si-woo thought that Barbar had become a leader thanks to his brute strength, but it turned out that he had climbed to the top through politics. Journalists wanted to know how relations between Korea, America, and Japan would develop, and whether this meant a strengthening of relations between Korea and America. Kim Si-woo promised to answer all these questions at an upcoming press conference. But right now, this is more important than any personal circumstances or international relations. Because of the monster's appearance, many have lost their homes and lives. And now everyone needs to pray and hope for the best for these people and their families. Kim Si-woo didn't want people to forget about the unfortunate victims because of his fame. After that, the head of the order called on everyone present to pray together. He hoped that the goddess would lead all people to a cozy place where they would be safe and at peace. That is how the incident with this terrible monster ended. For a time, it had terrified the entire Japanese and global communities. Si-woo received a notification that he had expended too much divine power in clearing the area. Dong-sik wept tears of joy and thanked the great Kim Si-woo for completing this mission, and moreover for not tormenting the barbarian too much. Kang-chae was still in awe. The girl now fully understood why Kim Si-woo hadn't needed her help. By the end of all these events, Korea had greatly increased its international power and influence. Chae was very happy that such a moment had occurred in her country's history. She realized that Kim Si-woo needed some rest. He must be very tired, so she went to her room, ready to come out at a moment's notice. Siwoo thanked her for everything and told her to rest as well. But whenever he was with Che, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was a soldier. Dong-sik mentioned that Ryu and Young would be coming to visit him soon with some people. But for now, they could have some coffee and just chat. Siwoo kept thinking about the Department of Ability Management. He wanted to ask a lot of questions and find out details about Ryu and Chea. Siwoo asked his companion if Ryu had been a member of the Korean office and why he was now working for the Japanese government. The news reported that Ryu had once intended to defend Korea but then defected to Japan. Yet he didn't seem like the type of person who was irresponsible or quick to change his stance. Dong-sik explained that Ryu In-young had never once renounced his homeland, South Korea. Ryu was a mage who had returned from another dimension. The young man had spent 15 years in the magic tower, mastered all forms of magic, and then returned to Earth. After his return, he reflected and stated in interviews that friends and family were waiting for him in Korea, and before he could reach them, Ryu underwent numerous trials. Traveling between dimensions was not accessible to mere mortals, which meant his teacher was someone who had attained divinity in his own dimension. Siwoo understood this perfectly well, because he too was only able to return home thanks to the goddess Riemann. Immediately after his return, Ryu began working as a government-affiliated awakened. He even trained some of them, such as Kang Chea. Even compared to the department head, or Kang Che, Ryu was an unrivaled mage, and thanks to him, many awakened began working for the government. At that time, Ryu was considered a true hero. When new gates opened in Korea, mages joined the troops, and they operated as a unified system. It was the golden age of government-affiliated awakened ones. But soon Ryu In-young had to move to Japan, and this happened against his will. Sometime in the mid-2000s, a massive gate opened in the city of Busan, and the government decided to concentrate all its forces there. However, 2 hours after all forces had been pulled into Busan, an even larger gate opened in Daejeon. These were gateways to another dimension, similar in scale. In other words, 2 gates of chaos opened almost simultaneously. The 0 points of Busan and Daejeon serve as evidence of what happened then. Kim Si-woo understood. While he was in Eden, the Korean nation had found itself on the brink of annihilation. The government had already mobilized all the best awakened in Busan, and so they had to strike a deal with the National Corporation of the Awakened. It was less a deal than a threat. In exchange for assistance in the area of the Daejeon Gate, the government promised to expel Ryu In-young from Korea. It was simply a terrible and shameful deal. As a result, Ryu settled in neighboring Japan, and only a handful of people know the truth. The Awakened Corporation's main objective was to eliminate the government's strongest awakened. After that, the government was significantly weakened and has never recovered, remaining in the background compared to other guilds. There was simply no other choice at the time. Ryu insisted that what had happened be kept secret and pretended to be leaving the country for his own reasons. The goal of the National Corporation of Awakened Ones was to create new forces, a new order, and a leader. They are crazy enough to do anything for profit. Kim Si-woo understood that these people had always been this way, and now they were doing the same to him, while the government was forced to merely watch. Kim Si-woo was able to resist these people, but unfortunately, Ryu In-young had fallen victim to them in his time. Si-woo believed that the government needed to cooperate better with the media. But Dong-sik believed that the truth meant nothing in the face of overwhelming control, and now he had told the truth solely because of his own desire. It was more like a confession, but now the men began discussing a new plan, and Dong-sik realized he wasn't exactly talking to a religious man. He would never have thought that Kim Si-woo was ready to play his part when it came to an unsolvable problem. But the conversation between the men was interrupted by guests who soon appeared at the hotel entrance. The door swung open and Ryu appeared, accompanied by a man in a hat, who greeted the Korean awakened one and apologized for the late visit. The man introduced himself. His name was Sosaki Hirota, and he was the Prime Minister of Japan. Kim Si-woo was a little shocked again. The young man still wasn't used to the fact that he now had high-ranking representatives from various countries among his friends. The young man politely greeted the Prime Minister of Japan, introduced himself, and said that he was the head of the Riemann Order. Si-woo also explained to the Prime Minister that he spoke Japanese fluently, so they could get right down to business. The Prime Minister was very impressed by this ability and said that he had come personally to thank the young man for saving his country. The Prime Minister had brought Ryu In-young along to assist with the conversation, but he was certain that he himself would also like to speak with Kim. Ryu was a little embarrassed. He said they had discussed the matter in private, and now they were having a business meeting. But the Prime Minister believed they must be very close because they shared the same goals. and one could say this was a private meeting between good friends. Kim Si-woo watched the Prime Minister. It seemed as if he was addressing Ryu as a son and looking at him with affection. Si-woo expressed his opinion. He was very pleased to see that the Prime Minister had befriended the Korean Awakened one. The Japanese Prime Minister apologized, saying that he had gotten carried away talking with Ryu, but was now ready to join Si-woo and talk together. Ryu apologized once more for the interruption. They hoped they hadn't disturbed Kim too much, though they understood that he needed to rest. After that, the Prime Minister began apologizing for interrupting and distracting him from his rest. But Si-woo said again that it was no big deal. After that, the Japanese Prime Minister bowed his head and formally addressed Kim Si-woo. On behalf of the Japanese government, he expressed gratitude for the victory over the monster, as well as for clearing the area, and asked how the Japanese people could repay him. Si-woo said he didn't need anything. He couldn't allow ordinary people to suffer for no reason, and it didn't matter to him whether they were Korean or Japanese. But now he wanted to echo the words of his president, Seo Shin-woo. To be a leader of the people means to do all that is important in secret. And now the young man wanted to know what the Prime Minister planned to propose to him, having appeared in his room late at night. The Prime Minister was forced to admit that his interlocutor was very perceptive. First and foremost, he would like to apologize for the incident at the airport. Kim Si-woo agreed that the situation had been alarming, and although no one had been hurt, it could have ended tragically. Of course, it had been immediately apparent even at the airport that relations between Japan and Korea were rapidly deteriorating, and this was evident even in their attitude toward the Awakened. Ryu and Yun's move to Japan was only the beginning, and although hostile relations between countries are not exactly rare, the Prime Minister had always wanted positive relations with Korea. And now the man wanted to know what Kim Si-woo thought about building a temple to the goddess Rimin in Japan. Kim Si-woo pondered this proposal, realizing that religion is a faith that transcends borders. If the Rimin order builds a temple in Japan, the strained relations between the two countries will begin to thaw. As soon as people of the same faith begin to appear, the tendency toward mutual hatred will start to subside. Only a few hours had passed since the Japanese people learned the name of their savior, and perhaps now was the best time for such a proposal. Kim Si-woo now understood why the Prime Minister had immediately addressed him as father, even though it was their first meeting. After that, the Prime Minister took his leave and said that their official meeting would take place the next day, and that in the meantime he could talk with Ryu. Si-woo realized that the Prime Minister preferred to pretend the next day that they had just met for the first time. All politicians are sly foxes. Ryu In-young, once they were alone, immediately said that it seemed Kim Si-woo didn't trust the Prime Minister very much. Si-woo replied that of course that was exactly the case. He had no intention of hiding his opinion or pretending otherwise. Si-woo admitted that he might agree to the construction of a temple in Japan, but he wasn't sure that would be enough to improve Korean-Japanese relations. But Kim Si-woo believed that everything else was no longer his concern. For his part, he would do whatever was necessary. Ryu In-young realized that the Rimin order could be used to resolve the conflict. With the emergence of Kim Si-woo as East Asia's first Korean anomalous awakened, Japan received direct support during a national disaster. Furthermore, since the government no longer needed to rely on the strength of extremist awakened ones, it could use politics and logic to suppress any objections and begin building positive relations between the two countries. Japanese Prime Minister Sosaki is no idealist, but a born politician. He has a keen sense of the situation, and Kim Si-woo must not underestimate the influence he already wields. Si-woo was certain the same could be said of the others, including Ryu. Si-woo saw trust and responsibility in this young man's eyes. Lies from people like him are too obvious. It's better to tell him the truth right away. Kim Si-woo turned to his companion and said he wanted to speak frankly with him. Team leader Kim Dong-shik had already explained the reasons for Ryu's move to Japan. Furthermore, Kim Si-woo admitted that he too was at odds with the Awakened Corporation. And now he wanted to hear the answer to this question. If Kim Si-woo settled things with the Awakened Corporation, would Ryu In-young return to Korea? There was no need to fear public opinion. Kim Si-woo was confident that everyone would understand once they learned the truth. Ryu told his interlocutor that for 2 years now, every Monday, a little Japanese girl has been writing him a letter in which she thanks Ryu for saving her family and says she wants to be like him. At first, the young man couldn't understand what she was writing, but over time it became easier. There is also the Prime Minister of Japan, who treats Ryu like his own son. There are people in Japan who will try to stop Ryu In-young if he attempts to leave. Besides, Korea now has its own hero and savior, Kim Si-woo, who knows the whole truth, and that is enough. Si-woo looked at the young man with admiration, His firm stance would have greatly pleased Luna. Siwoo asked how old Ryu was, and it turned out he was 31. Kim Siwoo was 27. They could have become good friends. The next day, news outlets around the world were reporting on Japan's savior, as well as how grateful Japanese citizens were to Kim Siwoo. Siwoo was certain that the goddess Riemann would be very pleased with the improved relations between Korea and Japan. She had always advocated for peace and would be delighted. The goddess used to appear from time to check on things on Earth, but lately she hasn't been visiting Kim Siwoo very often. Soon, Kang Chae came to the young man and told him it was time to board. The girl and the department head stayed in Japan for a while to prepare the conditions for negotiations between the departments. They also intend to help with reconstruction efforts and consultations. The night before, after drinking a fair amount of cognac, Ryu In-young said that he and Chae had shared true love, but they were unable to stay together. Kang Chae became a symbol of the Korean awakened and remained in her homeland. And since the young people loved each other deeply and understood one another well, they could not help but respect each other's choices. Kim Siwoo called out to the girl and said that he had been drinking with In-young the night before. That was why he had been constantly checking his phone. Besides, Ryu hadn't started dating anyone since moving to Japan, and Kim Siwoo got the impression that he was waiting for someone to call him. Kim Siwoo hadn't known this guy for very long, so he couldn't even imagine whose call he was so eagerly awaiting. Kang Chae turned around and said she had urgent business to attend to, and that Kim Siwoo would find his way to the plane on his own. Siwoo said he would certainly manage, and said goodbye to the girl until they met again. Kang Chae thanked her dad for telling her everything, and admitted that she too was really looking forward to that call. Kim Siwoo was very pleased with how things had turned out, wished the two of them all the best, and flew back home. At the Seoul airport, a completely different reception awaited him. Crowds of citizens had gathered to greet their beloved father, the savior, and to thank the goddess Riemann. The man asked Varvar for his opinion. Would Kim Siwoo be useful to them in the future? And the answer was yes. The purifiers were behind the terrorist attack on the Korean department, and a conflict had already arisen between them. Kim Siwoo knows everything about demonic energy. Varvar was certain that Kim Siwoo wasn't just a cult leader, he was incredibly tough and powerful. It turned out that China had now deployed a massive number of soldiers near the Yalu River. The lost territories might contain valuable resources, and it was quite likely that the Koreans would begin fortifying their northern borders. Now that Korea has a superpower on its side, the government would never give up the territory. The barbarian didn't understand what this had to do with him, but his interlocutor replied that Aiden was heading to Korea in the near future. Until he received his orders, Aiden was to establish friendly relations with Kim Siwoo, as well as with other influential figures in Korea. The guy didn't really like the idea working as a spy and building relationships with the Riemann Order. After all, he worked for the U.S. government, and any of his actions could be perceived as direct policy of the United States of America. However, his interlocutor urged him to be diplomatic and to pursue his goal with determination. In other words, Aiden understood that everyone associated with the Riemann Order, including its leader, had drawn the close attention of all the major powers on the planet. The man still felt fear at the mere thought of Kim Siwoo, who was worthy of attention and respect. On the other hand, it was clear that like attracts like, and now Aiden was certain they would become friends. Luna and Leo personally came to the airport to meet their leader, Kim Siwoo. A large number of followers were at the airport. They bowed their heads and greeted their leader, as well as congratulated him on his safe return. Kim Siwoo couldn't believe his eyes. This didn't really look like Korea. It seemed as though he had landed in Eden, and soon people would start calling him Sir. Only one person could have orchestrated this with all the parishioners, and that, of course, was Luna's doing. The girl said that upon joining the order, serving His Highness, the goddess's representative on Earth, becomes a natural thing, and this is a common duty in any religious community. Luna explained that during his absence, she and Leo had been teaching the new followers the sacred doctrine. The girl wanted to know how much fun Kim Siwoo had had in Japan without her, and whether he had managed to spread the goddess's word in that country. Siwoo had hoped that Leo would be able to stop Luna in his absence, but Leo said he was powerless to do so, and that it was actually a good thing things hadn't gone any further, because it was impossible to hold Luna back. Kim Siwoo was shocked to learn that Luna had rented a bus to bring all those followers to the airport. It was completely baffling how she'd managed to arrange the rental. Siwoo wanted to get home as quickly as possible. He was feeling tired, and Luna could have told him that one of the followers was the bus driver. However, he couldn't rush home because the president of Korea was greeting Kim Siwoo, the hero of South Korea, with a gorgeous bouquet of flowers. There were many journalists near the airport. A banner with congratulatory messages was hung, and the president was waiting for the hero with a bouquet of flowers. This was followed by a photo session, during which many journalists asked the president and the young man to look at the camera. Of course, politicians have to play to the public, but doing so every time is very tiring. The president thanked Kim Si-woo for agreeing to pose. Kim Si-woo told the president that he was happy to have done his duty. It was a job that didn't even need to be asked. Seo Shin-woo understood that the young man believed he had done the right thing, but in reality, not every awakened person would have acted exactly the same way. The president continued to shake Kim Si-woo's hand and said that thanks to the awakened, Korea could make new political decisions and the young man's actions would now change everything. In turn, the president also promised Kim Si-woo that he would do everything not to disappoint him. No one knows what the future holds, but time will tell if the president keeps his word. The president asked what Kim Si-woo would do next. He would probably go home to rest. But the young man said he had some urgent work to do, so he would head straight to the temple. The president thanked him once more and wished the young man all the best, adding that they would see each other again soon. Kim Si-woo thought the president was a rather strange man, but on the other hand, he seemed honest. And at that moment, an urgent task appeared before the young man. He needed to spread the faith in Japan. Kim Si-woo finally made it to his temple, but immediately ran into a group of followers who bowed their heads, greeting their master. Kim Si-woo didn't understand what they were doing, but Luna explained that they were expressing love and compassion, the most essential qualities in the order. Kim Si-woo didn't want to scold these people, whom Luna had already teased, so he simply let them go. After that, Luna immediately set about providing a brief report on the new followers. A total of 142 people were currently being trained at the temple, and all of them were required to study the rights and duties of the awakened. They also now understood the order's ideal thanks to the sacred scriptures that had been presented. 142 people wasn't that many, but it wasn't few either. It was an excellent start, and the number of followers would grow. At the moment, the Order of White Radiance had 190 awakened. Considering that the growth of the Riemann Order was spurred by its leader with Kim Si-woo's help, the followers had grown stronger, and now Luna wanted to know exactly what he would be teaching them. Kim Si-woo was very pleased with the latest update. The status window was now more informative, and he immediately decided to teach the followers combat. Choosing a sermon made no sense. However, Kim Si-woo immediately began to wonder, didn't that mean the order would consist solely of paladins? Leo asked him not to worry about it, since even priests could learn to fight well, and he himself was a prime example. There was some truth to that. Priests remained bookworms, yet were also excellent fighters. Leo wasn't the least bit offended by that remark. Better to be like that than stubborn warriors who don't know Riemann's words. Then a spat broke out between Leo and Luna, because their order's leader was a priest and yet counted himself among the holy knights. Si-woo had already forgotten that the archbishop and the commander of the paladins had always been like cats and dogs, yet they got along perfectly and complemented each other. Kim Si-woo paused to think for a moment, but he was distracted by the voices of his aides, who noticed that their leader was daydreaming. Kim Si-woo was about to head home, but Luna stopped him, saying there was one unfinished matter. The girl knew the order needed money, and although they had struck a deal with Cho Seo-jin, they still had to pay for training and maintain the school for disciples. And since the number of followers would grow, they would need to invest even more money into all of this. But Kim Si-woo reassured the girl, saying that he had already struck a deal with Japan. There was nothing better for cleansing demonic energy and poisons than holy stones. The Japanese are ready to buy up any remaining stock, and Cho's representative is already considering purchasing even more bracelets. Leo Ruman reported that he and his followers had begun crafting low-grade bracelets. So it turned out that finances were in order. Funds would come in regularly, and for now, there was no need to worry about that. Finally, everyone began exchanging wishes for a good rest after the trip and all the past events. Kim Si-woo was already hoping to finally head home, but then he was told that a guest had arrived. It was a very important guest. Si-woo couldn't imagine which of his acquaintances would call themselves a very important guest. But then Varvar appeared on the temple grounds, happy, confident, and announced that he had come bearing gifts. Sivu and his closest aides stared at the man in surprise, wondering what he was doing there. Aiden also looked stunned and awestruck. He stood there with his mouth agape, unable to look away. The barbarian couldn't even imagine that he would find such a beautiful lady here, and he wondered why Kim Si-woo hadn't warned him. Then he would have definitely dressed up. Aiden was certain that this beautiful rose, of course, had thorns, but a hero would never let a beautiful lady go, and now he had finally found the purpose of his stay in Korea. By this point, Luna was already furious. She drew her divine sword and demanded he repeat what he had just said. Kim Si-woo was very pleased and smiled sweetly. He asked Luna not to kill their American guest. But beating him up was allowed, which is exactly what the girls set about doing before Aiden had a chance to react. A few moments later, Leo was pulling Luna away from the battered man, and he couldn't help but wonder if all members of the Riemann Order had a habit of beating people up on their first meeting. Si-woo was even impressed. This Hulk had withstood a full 5 blows from Luna. He really was tough, just as one would expect from a super strong man from America. At that moment, Aiden raised his hand and said he had come with a gift. Besides, he was here as a representative of America and was now demanding diplomatic immunity. Sivu asked Luna to wait a moment and see what kind of gift he had brought. If it was nonsense, they could beat him up a little more. Kim had let his assistants go for a walk and now wanted to know the purpose of Varvar's visit right away, without any nonsense. Aiden still couldn't get to his feet. He already understood that the Riemann Order was some kind of Korean criminal organization. Siwoo didn't want to listen to this nonsense anymore. He placed a hand on the guy, signaling that it was time to get down to business. As a gift, Varvar brought information about the Purifiers. It was the organization responsible for the terrorist attack. After a passage to other dimensions opened on Earth, demons and gods began to use it. After that, Earth entered an era unlike any before, and now America is paying close attention to the great changes taking place. These changes concern organizations and groups that behave suspiciously or as if they know something. Among them, the Order of the White Light stands out. Special attention is also being paid to a group called the Purifiers, and recently, the Order of Riemann has drawn widespread attention. Kim Si-woo was an anomaly who was taken to another world. After that, the young man saved this world from demons and returned with immense power. At present, Kim Si-woo is the strongest awakened in Asia, and after the holy power of the Riemann Order manifested on Earth, the Order began to rapidly spread its faith. At first, America was concerned, as the involvement of such a powerful awakened could become a problem. However, it appears that the Riemann Order is fighting suspicious organizations on its own, and Kim Si-woo is the fiercest dad imaginable. Aiden admitted that he had already submitted a report regarding the Riemann Order, and the United States government no longer suspects him. America believed that Korea could not handle all sorts of suspicious organizations on its own. That was before Korea got its own hero, Kim Si-woo, and now he is receiving a gift from the American government. It was a folder containing information about the Purifiers, and the Korean Department of Ability Management would not be able to gather such information. Of course, this was a blow to Si-woo's national pride, but the information from America largely coincided with what was already known, which serves as confirmation of its veracity. The Order of the White Radiance and the Purifiers, just like the National Corporation of the Awakened, have suspicious ties to all of this. And now it's clear that the Order of the White Radiance is connected to gods from another dimension. They are hostile toward demons passing through the interdimensional rift. The Purifiers use vessels to summon demons or even the Demon King in order to use them to purge the world of the weak. Siwoo looked through the papers and realized that the Americans don't know all that much about these organizations. There are some influential figures in their country associated with the Purifiers. It seems they want Kim Si-woo to uncover them on his own. Siwoo had initially thought the Americans wanted to manipulate this information for their own gain, but now it became clear that made no sense. Kim Si-woo thanked him for the papers, but after that, Aiden didn't understand where they would put him up for the night as a guest, or what kind of hospitality this was when guests weren't welcome. It was already late in the evening when Siwoo finally made it home. He flung open the door and told his brother that he was finally back home. In-woo greeted him with party poppers and confetti, and now it was unclear which of the brothers had lost their mind. In-woo said he'd seen photos of his older brother with the country's president, which meant they were now world famous. Besides, a crowd of reporters was stationed outside the house. Everyone wanted to get an interview and have a chat. In-woo said they now needed security because, like other celebrities, they couldn't walk down the street normally. Siwoo himself realized that with Grandma's return, they needed more space. Besides, the noise from the reporters would disturb the neighbors, which meant they had to find a safe place for the family to live. His younger sister came out of her room. Siwoo had brought her souvenirs from Japan. Snezhok also received Japanese souvenirs, and his younger brother In-woo was no longer a child, so he needed to check his bank account. In-woo checked the balance in his account, saw 7-digit numbers there, and was very pleased. After that, he turned to his older brother and said, "What would you like for dinner tonight, sir? You can choose between earth, water, and air." Si-woo told his younger brother that this was a bonus for increasing their subscriber count, but that he would have Korean-style beef. Kim Si-woo looked at his brother and sister once more and thought how wonderful it was to see his family happy. After a delicious and hearty dinner, the whole family lay in front of the TV, watching an interesting movie. Meanwhile, the children from the Hope Orphanage were playing on the playground. The director of this orphanage had taken in children who had lost their parents during the interdimensional rift. Gradually, funding for the orphanage and government support dwindled because times were hard for many people now. The director of the orphanage wanted to continue caring for these children because he saw it as his calling, but with each passing day, it became more and more difficult. The director asked for any help anyone could provide. Si-yeon also saw the report and felt very sorry for the children. If their grandmother hadn't taken Si-yeon and In-woo in, they would have ended up in the orphanage too. Si-yeon asked her brother if they still had any benefits left. In-woo confirmed that they did. But before they could do anything, Si-woo snatched the phone from his brother's hands. Kim Si-woo said there was no need to worry about it. He would personally take responsibility and look after this orphanage. Instead of a one-time transfer of funds, it would be more helpful to provide fundamental assistance on an ongoing basis. The next day, the head of the order told his aides everything, and they supported the idea of helping the children. It would be strange not to help orphanages, because the goddess is always kind to children. Kim Si-woo was very pleased that he wouldn't have to convince anyone, and his closest aides agreed with the initiative. Kim Si-woo asked if Gu Min-soo was free tonight. Luna and Leo didn't understand why they were staying home again. Min-soo confirmed that his filming was finished, so he would have time in the evening. Kim Si-woo suggested that the guy go to the Incheon waterfront tonight. I don't know what you might have thought, but there was a black market on the Incheon waterfront where all sorts of things were sold. Here, you could buy cheap medicines and drugs, dragon claws of various sizes, protective gear, and magic stones. Min-soo admitted that he hadn't been to this black market in a long time, while Kim Si-woo had never been there at all, and had imagined it a little differently. An old woman approached Kim Si-woo and said she could get him anything he wanted. He just had to tell her what he was looking for. Si-woo admitted that, surprisingly, this black market was well lit, crowded with people everywhere, and turned out to be much safer than he had expected. Min-soo confirmed that this place is traditionally called the black market. Nowadays, it's one of the main ways for the awakened to get the things they need. Min-soo pointed to a couple of awakened with bracelets on their wrists. They were members of the Deho Guild and were responsible for guarding the market. Such a market, geared toward the awakened, is essential for portal attacks. The market used to be run by the government, but 3 years ago, control over this place passed to the coalition. Si-woo realized that this was the time when Ryu had been forced to move to Japan. Since then, the market had been controlled by the National Coalition of Awakened. But it would be more accurate to say that it is run by the Deho Guild, which is part of the National Coalition of Awakened. Of course, all of this is very strange because the black market is on Korean territory, but the country's government has no authority here, and this is an indication of how much the government's role has diminished. The National Corporation of the Awakened conducts regular raids and arrests criminals in hiding. More precisely, it doesn't arrest all the criminals here, but only those who refuse to cooperate or aren't particularly useful. In short, the black market was a place beyond government control through which a large flow of money passed. It was the perfect place for all sorts of rats. Furthermore, a powerful demonic energy was distinctly palpable in the market. According to Aiden's information, the United States had detected the movement of people associated with the purifiers in this market, and it seemed this was no false alarm. The demonic energy currently being felt was quite powerful, and the fact that the Americans didn't warn the Korean government only suggests that the U.S. considers Korea useless. Mansi soon turned to his high priest and said that dangerous territory lay ahead, a place where even the Deho Guild doesn't send its patrols. Of course, Mansi understood that Kim Si-woo was strong and had already gone far, but he still had to consider whether it was worth going any further. Si-woo left the young man near the entrance so he could alert them if anything happened outside. He himself went deeper into the market under Min-soo's frightened gaze. Kim Si-woo walked through the market, realizing that the purifiers had hidden themselves well, but this time he needed to find out what they were planning. Si-woo sensed that the atmosphere and surroundings in this part of the market were completely different from where they had just been. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Si-woo. The stranger said that Si-woo looked like a normal guy, had come alone. Had he gotten lost? This was said by a rather scary man, half of whose face was disfigured by a horrific burn. He wanted to know who had sent this handsome guy here, or maybe the handsome stranger had come on his own, and if he needed any goods, they could talk about it all without hesitation. Si-woo realized that business was running quite smoothly in this market, and now he asked what these guys could offer him that was out of the ordinary. The scarred freak realized that the young man wasn't scared or lost. If he'd come here, it meant he wasn't a greenhorn and he needed a specific product. The scarred man declared that he could satisfy any taste. All he had to do was say what he was looking for. Meanwhile, Kim Si-woo used the skill Will to purge evil and already had a rough idea of what crimes this villain had committed. Si-woo gradually activated his abilities and soon removed the mask from his face. Having become quite well known over the past few days, Kim Si-woo had calculated correctly, and soon the gangsters realized who was standing before them. In gang circles, they called Kim Si-woo Black Papa, and now, to their horror, Black Papa was right in front of them. Kim Si-woo realized there was no point in pretending anymore. He immediately asked which of the guys wanted to spend an unforgettable night with him. He was definitely going to teach them a lesson right now. The next moment, the scarred man hurled knives at him, shouting, "Die, Black Papa." Si-woo easily caught all the knives flying at him and now held them by the blade between each finger. Si-woo turned the knives into dust that scattered to the ground and said that such enthusiasm on a first meeting held great promise. The villain tried to calm Black Papa down. He stammered and begged to be left alone, promising to do anything. Si-woo had already begun using his divine power against the thug and said that he had a pretty silly nickname, Two-Faced. Maybe it really was worth sawing him in half. The villain was terrified and begged for forgiveness, promising to reform and asking for mercy. Kim Si-woo said that he doesn't usually kill people for no reason. His religion is very peaceful. After that, he asked the villain to take him to a store that sells the best merchandise. And so, after some time, the two-faced gangster led the customer to a special store. Behind the counter stood a woman who said she had never seen this customer before. But Two-Face confirmed that he was a good acquaintance of his, while Kim Si-woo held a finger imbued with divine power against the villain's back. That recommendation proved sufficient, and the saleswoman wanted to know exactly what this customer was looking for. Si-woo ordered the very best, and the woman was pleased, saying that something special had recently arrived. The woman pointed to a child, a boy of about 7. This young product was completely healthy, had no parents, and was free of any illnesses. Kim Si-woo couldn't contain himself, realizing what they were offering him to buy. Have these bastards completely lost their minds? Si-woo immediately activated his holy power to unleash it against these scoundrels. The saleswoman instantly realized that a dark priest stood before her and rushed to attack him, though Si-woo knew there was nothing he could do. Si-woo gathered divine energy, and he could see that his opponent was using dark magic and demonic energy, just like Lee Si-hee. As soon as the villainess approached the black priest, he delivered a powerful blow to her body, and that was enough to knock her out. The saleswoman lay on the floor in a pool of her own blood, and there was still a bit of demonic energy lingering around her. Kim Si-woo approached the woman and delivered a final punch to stop any attempts she might make to recover. The two-faced thug, the boy, and his uncle watched the scene unfold and saw blood spilling in all directions. This villainess had hoped to grow stronger by harnessing demonic energy, but it was sheer folly. Si-woo recognized the director of the orphanage who had come to sell the boy and ordered him to stay put. If he tried to run away, Si-woo would do to him something far worse than he could ever imagine. Kim Si-woo soon realized that he needed to go down into the basement because the source of the demonic energy spreading through the black market was somewhere down there. The deeper the young man descended into the basement, the louder he heard the voices of people, pleading for help, screams, and moans. Kim Si-woo reached the bottom of the basement and soon saw an unusual glow in the depths of the darkness. For the moment, it was unclear to whom it belonged, but soon a huge toothy maw and sharp claws emerged from the darkness. They belonged to some incomprehensible creature. Si-woo used his divine power to create a protective barrier around himself. First and foremost, the young man wanted to figure out who was in front of him. Kim Si-woo realized that these purifiers had already managed to summon magical beasts, and now he needed to figure out exactly what these damn creatures were up to underground. When Aiden gave him the papers about the purifiers, he of course knew about this organization too and had told him a few things. It turns out that under the command of the purifiers, there are various organizations called altars. For example, the group that attacked the Department of Ability Management was from one of these altars. The Americans don't know how many altars are currently active in Korea. Perhaps Kim Si-woo will be able to find that out. And now the young man was looking around. He saw cages where people were locked up, begging to be saved. In the center of the room was a magic circle, and there lay the bodies of people who had been killed earlier. It turned out that this was literally an altar, a place for performing sacrifices. Deep in the basement stood a demon with a glowing gaze, dressed in white, and several lizards were near him. Siwoo realized that the demons were responsible for creating this altar. Could it be that someone was planning to summon the Demon King using human sacrifices? Kim Si-woo couldn't believe that such a thing was happening in his hometown. A group of demonic beasts tried to approach and attack Kim Si-woo. The demon had set them on the unexpected guest. Siwoo was completely calm and confident in his abilities. He used divine energy to cut these monsters to pieces. After that, the demon spoke. He said he had already heard about the Awakened One who had destroyed the altar, the one seeking a vessel for incarnation. The Demon King's vessel is the best way to preserve him after summoning, and this was a very unfortunate loss. But the locals are already on the demon's side, and the demons are completely at ease, because the high priest from another world, Kim Si-woo, was late. Siwoo understood that in Eden he was called the High Priest, which meant that the demon had also made its way here from Eden. The demon said that ever since Siwoo's arrival in Eden, his position there had been significantly weakened. And if he hadn't brought them here, they would already have been destroyed. But upon arriving here on Earth, the demon realized that this place was the priest's homeland. This world is full of chaos, evil, and suffering, but in the demon's eyes, it is a beautiful world. Even in times when they should unite, these people point their weapons at one another, and as soon as you feed their greed, they willingly make generous sacrifices. Siwoo quickly analyzed what he had heard and found no demons from Eden on Earth. Could some misfortune have befallen Eden again? Siwoo turned to the demon and asked where the villain was whom he spoke of with such enthusiasm. Siwoo demanded that the demon confess to him before he killed him, but all he heard in response was laughter. The demon said that his mission ends here in any case, and although they had lost in Eden, this world is doomed and will serve as their revenge. These foolish humans fight each other for profit, and even the cursed goddess Riemann won't be able to help this time. Kim Si-woo realized that the demon knew communication between him and the goddess had been severed. Siwoo grabbed the demon by the throat and demanded an explanation for why he was so confident and what else he knew. The demon said that this place was different from Eden. Here, the priest was merely defending himself against demons, and now they knew the future. No matter how fiercely the priest fought, he would not be able to stop what was to come. And of course, it was very foolish to think that the goddess did not know the future that awaited Earth. And after that, the demon left this world of his own accord, before Siwoo had a chance to ask him a multitude of questions. Suddenly, the young man noticed that he was standing in the center of a magic circle, and demonic energy was beginning to circulate around him, growing stronger with every passing moment. The space around the demonic circle seemed to be teeming with all manner of monsters. Kim Si-woo could only look around, but there was nothing he could do about it. But soon all that demonic energy dissolved into the void. It was a voluntary self-sacrifice. Although Kim Si-woo had destroyed most of the magical beasts, a peaceful approach to this problem was no longer possible. Suddenly, Si-woo was snapped out of his thoughts and realized that there were still survivors in the basement. The young man realized that his duty was, first and foremost, to save these people. And Siwoo clasped his hands to summon divine power. And soon the magic circle, which until very recently had been used as an altar for sacrifices, was consecrated by a sacred light. As the light spread, Siwoo realized that there were 13 living people in these cellars. About half of them were small children. Most likely, they had been brought here from somewhere to be sold, just like that boy from the orphanage. Kim Si-woo felt sick to his stomach looking at these children. He apologized to them for being late and promised to get them out of there right away. Of course, it was clear that these children were not well, for they had witnessed people being sacrificed right before their eyes. Who could remain sane after something like that? Siwoo continued to actively purify the children with holy light, promising that everything would be fine now and that the children were safe. After a while, the door to the basement swung open and a group of people rushed in. The man in the suit addressed the person standing in the center of the basement and demanded that he introduce himself and state his name. Kim Si-woo replied that the men had arrived rather quickly. It had taken them about 10 minutes, and that they were most likely all from the Red Lotus. The men confirmed that they were from the Red Lotus, and that the stranger had entered their territory without permission, and he wouldn't get away with it. Kim Si-woo told the men that, of course, in that case he was indeed in big trouble, but the Red Lotus would have to take responsibility. At that moment, a masked man appeared among the crowd. He was the team captain and ordered everyone to step aside. After that, the squad commander began apologizing to Kim Si-woo. He said his comrades were on edge because of the yellow alert and asked for forgiveness for their inappropriate behavior. The commander turned and addressed the stranger by name, Kim Si-woo, And then all his subordinates realized in horror who was standing before them. Siwoo turned to the masked man and said he was glad that at least someone had understood the situation correctly, and that he had actually been waiting for a long time for the man to visit the temple. In fact, Kim Siwoo was disappointed that this hadn't happened. Siwoo knew that Oh Chun-woo was hiding behind the mask, and the squad leader removed it. Oh Chun-woo apologized once again for his comrade's inappropriate behavior. Kim Siwoo again expressed regret that the young man had never shown up at their temple, even though he should have. The young man hadn't expected Papa Kim to remember him, but Siwoo never forgot those who had once helped him. Oh Chun-woo was the awakened one from the Deho Guild whom he had met near the gate, through which Luna had emerged onto the ground. Back then, the young man had looked lost and seemed to have fallen in love with Luna at first sight. But now his behavior was different. One of the guild members reminded the commander of the yellow alert level. The man began to say that on orders from their superiors, they were required to eliminate all survivors. But at that moment, Oh Chun-woo grabbed him by the throat. The young man shoved his colleague aside and apologized once more to the leader of the Riemann Order. The young man said that the new member of his team lacked experience, and he would be grateful if Kim Si-woo would show mercy and forgive him. Oh Chun-woo admitted that he wasn't a strict boss. On the contrary, he had just saved his subordinate's life. It was all quite amusing and even sweet, but Kim Si-woo still wanted an explanation regarding the order to eliminate all survivors. Oh Chun-woo explained that yellow indicated a lethal contamination. It was usually declared in the event of a viral or chemical terrorist attack. To prevent the infection from developing into a worst-case scenario, the fighters are required to completely clear the area. Kim Si-woo understood that the young man didn't want to ask direct questions and was pretending to believe these explanations. It would have been better if Oh Chun-woo had asked what had actually happened in that basement. But perhaps the reason was that the boy already knew everything perfectly well and was therefore turning a blind eye. After all, this place was actually Daeho territory, and they couldn't possibly be unaware that murders and sacrifices were taking place here. Kim Si-woo studied the young man closely and soon realized that this warrior, who wasn't entirely corrupted yet, truly knew nothing. Si-woo advised the young man to leave immediately and return home. He had already summoned the Department of Ability Management, which would restore order here. Kim Si-woo understood that at this stage, the young man was not yet guilty. The situation had simply cast him in a bad light. Si-woo detected nothing suspicious using his source of evil ability, and besides, Luna also took a favorable view of the young man, sensing his humanity. Seeing the young man's concern, Kim Si-woo turned to him and said he could offer him some good advice. Si-woo reaffirmed his offer, which still stood, and advised Oh Chun-woo to visit the temple in his free time. Whenever Oh Chun-woo started to feel anxious, they would talk again. Kim Si-woo knew that destruction begins with a small crack, and now he watched the young man walk away, unsure if he would follow the path he hoped to see. It was terrifying to think that a nightmare involving human sacrifices had occurred in the capital region. Representatives from the Department of Ability Management were clearing the area, hauling away the bodies of the living and the dead, and everyone was in shock. Most likely, in addition to the people discovered today, there were many more victims. Siwoo said that the order would pray for these people. Dong-sik reported that 12 survivors had been found in the basement, and they had rescued them all. This was very strange because Kim Si-woo was certain there had been 13 people in that basement when he was there. Those in the temple listened to a broadcast stating that the people must no longer be deceived. Oh Chun-woo planned to reveal everything he knew about corruption within the Jeonggak Alliance. The young man was sincerely grateful to the person who had given him the advice and the resolve to stand before the cameras today. After that, the press conference with the newly awakened Oh Chun-woo came to a close. Si-woo, of course, expected the young man to take some kind of action, but he never imagined it would be so swift and powerful. The next report covered the director of an orphanage who had been selling children, and this situation would cause a major public outcry in the future. The minister announced plans to introduce a special law regarding anomalous awakened individuals, and this could become a serious problem. The Daeho Guild had been turning a blind eye to what was happening in the depths of the black market. The revelations Oh Chun-woo made about that guild, which was a pillar of the Jeonggak Alliance, and the fact that he was a hunter also played a role. Now it could be said that they had succeeded in knocking out one of the pillars of the Jeonggak Alliance, even if it happened unintentionally. But what worried Kim Si-woo far more was what they planned to do with the altar. And Si-woo had let one rat escape. They absolutely had to track them down. Luna asked that she and Leo handle the matter. Dong-sik explained that as a representative of the Department of Ability Management, he had come to discuss the incident. Dong-sik confirmed that the existence of the altar created by the purifiers had been officially confirmed. People were particularly shocked by the fact that the Americans knew what was happening. Unlike the Korean government, it was the Americans who had warned the Riemann Order. When the minister first heard this news, he was in shock as he reviewed the information received from an American awakened nicknamed Barbarian. The documents contained the names of companies, government officials, and politicians linked to the purifiers. One can imagine the terrible feelings the minister experienced. He asked that heartfelt thanks be conveyed to America for their help. And now the Department of Ability Management was certain that they could count on Siwoo's assistance. After that, the man fell face down on the table and began to sob, because he felt his own weakness and helplessness due to his incompetence. Kim Si-woo didn't want to get upset, because the future is far more important than the past. Yesterday, he let one of the purifiers slip away, and now Luna is tracking him down, but they need help. By providing the government with sacred artifacts capable of detecting magical energy, Kim Si-woo asked for help in tracking down the purifiers and for information to be shared as soon as it became available. Simply by having the Department of Ability Management take control of the black market, they had already significantly altered the situation. Things will be different now, as the balance of power in South Korea has shifted. Because of this incident, the public is demanding a special law for people like Si-woo. More and more people are calling for Kim Si-woo to play a greater role. Kim Si-woo realized that the president had decided to strengthen his power and influence in the country. If the special law is passed, the order's scope of activity will expand significantly. The order will be able to help people in many more ways, including by promoting fairness toward other religions. Si-woo wanted to be sure that the government would be prepared for the wave of change that would arise when the Riemann Order gained more power. Dong-sik explained that the president had ordered an additional budget allocation to expand the functions of the Department of Ability Management. Kim Si-woo was surprised by the additional budget, as the tax situation in Korea was far from ideal. Kim Dong-sik also agreed that there was a financial problem and that it could ruin the whole picture. But President Seo Shin-woo had come up with a solution and planned to issue new government bonds. Now, Korea was the country with the strongest awakened. Its national credit rating had risen, and an influx of investment could be expected. Dong-sik was stunned himself, realizing how the presence of power could radically change the situation. What a precarious world they now lived in. Si-woo wanted to know if the president was planning to do anything that would require a lot of money in the near future. The department head didn't know any details, but said that Kim Si-woo would soon receive some documents and a detailed report confirming that the president had a plan. The young man understood that after Ryu In-young left Korea, the state surely had problems managing the awakened. And if the department grew stronger, it would benefit the Riemann Order. The eradication of corruption would directly lead to the weakening and downfall of the national coalition of the awakened. This was merely part of the process, returning everything to its rightful place. However, there remained another important problem: the purifiers. Si-woo wanted to figure out the internal structure of the purifiers. He understood that this sect consisted of hundreds of people. Given that the purifiers were collaborating with the demons of Eden, they must be connected to Kim Si-woo in some way. The young man thought very hard along these lines. In any case, he now understood what he was looking for and where to dig. It was late in the evening, but the city streets were still full of people. Si-woo lay in bed, dead tired, and his younger brother thought this was the first time in Korean history that an awakened one would die from overwork. Si-woo asked his younger brother not to be sarcastic about it, but he really was very tired. There were too many suspicious and unsavory things going on around him. In-woo admitted that the situation at the black market, as well as the sale of children from the orphanage, had truly shocked everyone. His younger sister, Sien, was also shaken, probably because she had seen orphans in the news report who were about her age or even younger. But now the girl was already asleep, because In-woo had forbidden her from watching TV and put her to bed. Si-woo kept thinking about how they needed to catch all the purifiers as soon as possible. He wanted to know how Luna's efforts were progressing. He had really stirred up the nest of the awakened coalition. In-woo told him that crowds of journalists and security guards were swarming around their apartment complex. After the incident with the president, there were a lot of unhappy people. Siv saw a large number of strangers near the house, and once again thought that it was time for them to move. He needed to talk to his grandmother and little sister, but, of course, the girl would be sad to leave her local friends behind. But Sion declared that the move would benefit her learning to communicate with people. If she stayed in one apartment for too long, it would be hard for her to make new friends. The brothers were shocked by their younger sister. It seemed as if she were living a second life because she was too wise and articulate for her age. Grandma and Madame Miller set off for her hometown. In-woo didn't know if it was dangerous for the two of them to stay there alone without security. However, Siwoo reassured his brother and showed him his cell phone. The boy watched the video closely and gasped in surprise when he realized that the man right before his eyes was none other than Varvar. It turned out that Madame Miller and Varvar had known each other for a long time, and Siwoo had arranged for the American guest to entertain the two friends. Aiden would personally guard them until Madame Emma returned to the city, so there was no need to worry about Grandma's safety at all. The brothers had already firmly decided to say goodbye to this apartment. It would be easier for them to host guests in a new place. Leo and Luna would visit them more often, and they would have a good time after work. After all, it doesn't matter where you live, because home is where your family is. The streets of the ordinary city weren't clean and clear. It seemed as though demonic energy was present everywhere. People were constantly coughing and feeling unwell, both adults and children. Luna was amazed when she saw the land. She realized that this place was more developed than Eden, and it seemed that in such a place, no one would have to worry about how to earn a living. But it turned out that this was absolutely not the case. A world where everyone is equal and happy probably doesn't exist, and if it did exist, there would be no need for religion in such a world. Luna, looking at the homeless children, remembered her own childhood and realized she had gotten too emotional and that she needed to stop. Soon the girl reached a church, around which she sensed a demonic energy. Luna thought the building looked suspicious and knocked on the door. A rather pleasant woman opened the door. She informed her that some kind of plague was roaming their neighborhood, so it would be better not to walk the streets, but to leave the area. Luna froze in place, and the movement of the demonic energy intensified. The girl said she had spent 3 days finding this place, since the villains had clearly caused a lot of trouble in a very short time. In the main building of the Department of Ability Management that night, everyone was also working, paying no attention to the time. A man with a completely frenzied look, spittle flying, tried to break out of his cage, growling and lunging at the iron bars. Kim Dong-shik explained that this recording was made in the north of Daehan, in the temporary quarantine zone. Just recently, these people were fine, but the disease began to spread 4 days ago, and now the zone is under control. But the situation is quite strange. The people there look like the undead, and we probably need to call in the Order of Riemann. An utterly incomprehensible, terrifying demonic creature looked as if its entire back were covered in hands. When it opened its hideous, toothy maw, wyverns and bats flew out of it. The demon was annoyed that Lee had died. Things weren't going according to plan, and he was very angry. The ritual was complete, but now there was no altar, and a new one had to be made urgently. Siwoo was given a mission. He had to save people from an epidemic of an unknown disease. The moans of the afflicted could be heard everywhere, and many had lost hope for the future. Kim Siwoo, along with his assistants and the department head, set off for the northern part of Daehan, where the unknown disease had spread. The initial symptoms resemble a common cold, but as the disease worsens, it destroys the mind and body. The eyes of the afflicted fill with blood, and their skin turns black as if burned. This phenomenon cannot be explained by conventional medicine. Most likely, it is linked to some otherworldly influence. Siwoo thanked Luna for finding traces of the purifiers. She had done so faster than the government, and now it was clear why they had been assigned to investigate the epidemic. Luna felt she should have discovered what was happening even earlier. This place is nothing like the rest of Seoul. The children there are thin, and the adults look as if they're barely scraping by. Dong-sik confirmed that Patient Zero had been discovered in the very place Luna had found, and now they were heading straight for what remained of that settlement. To be precise, it was a refugee camp that had sprung up after the gates opened in Daehyun. Living conditions and medical care there were in terrible shape. Luna now understood why the atmosphere in that village was so heavy. Mr. Kim confirmed that there were far too many victims, and that reconstruction efforts and compensation payments were not yet complete. As a government official, the man felt ashamed of this. Donchik explained that the local pastor who was caring for refugees and children could use holy power. He had requested government assistance due to the effects of the holy power. Missionary Leo listened intently to the conversation. He knew that there was only one type of magical energy capable of causing such an epidemic, the magical energy of hunger. A disease resembling a curse and spreading through magical power causes the infected to lose their minds and attack people in a thirst for their flesh and blood. The disease is highly contagious. If it isn't stopped, the infected will become low-ranking demons known as disease demons, who will spread the spores. Most likely, such people will be marked as sacrifices for summoning the Demon King in Eden. They had caused a great deal of trouble. Kim Siwoo added that such infected people are later used as sacrifices. The young man also remembered how terribly it all happened in Eden. Back then, they had to quarantine an entire city to stop the infection, but the victims turned into undead. And after that came a truly terrible time when they fought the demon king of hunger. Holy energy is almost the only thing that works against the disease. Kim Si-woo believed that first they needed to find the demon of disease, who marks and infects people. Most likely he's hiding well and pretending to be an ordinary person. But then Luna suddenly realized that she might have already met this person when she visited this settlement. The car had already entered the settlement, and Kim Si-woo asked to stop at the village entrance. Si-woo said that he and his assistants would go in first, and only after that would the mop-up team from the Department of Ability Management arrive. The religious figures stepped out onto the street and began looking around. It was quite quiet and peaceful near the church. Si-woo even began to doubt himself. Maybe Luna had gotten it wrong and hadn't actually encountered anyone suspicious here. But at that moment, a woman appeared in the hallway. She was armed with a poker and lunged at the uninvited guests, trying to drive them away. Leo grabbed her by the clothes and lifted her into the air. It turned out to be a child, some girl with a poker. The girl was crying. She was convinced that black demons had come to infect them. Si-woo said it was pretty insulting to be called demons when you're actually a minister. And Luna replied that she had red hair and couldn't possibly be a black demon. Kim Si-woo told the girl that they had come to help because this place was quite dangerous, especially for children. At that moment, a man entered the room. He didn't understand what kind of strangers had appeared inside the church or where they had come from. Kim Si-woo assumed that the man was the pastor who cared for people infected with the magical disease. The pastor turned to the child and said he didn't understand what the little boy had been thinking when he rushed at the strangers with a poker. Leo let go of the boy and he clung to the pastor in fear, then began to apologize and say that he thought bad people had come. Si-woo noticed that the child felt at ease in such a contaminated place, filled with magical energy. This was because holy energy lay dormant within him. But this seed belonged to a different religion. Kim Si-woo introduced himself and said that they had come from the Order of Riemann to help and offer support when they heard about the epidemic. The man introduced himself. His name was Pastor So, and he had been serving at this church for 3 years. That morning, several infected people had broken into the church and nearly harmed the children. Most likely, this was the reason the boy was wary of strangers. The other children are sick, but Himing is fine, and his help is invaluable. Si-woo asked permission to look around the premises. Of course, this sounded very strange, but So didn't object and led the guests inside. There were beds in the church with sick people lying on them. These children had lost their parents due to the epidemic, but they couldn't be transferred to better hospitals because the area was under quarantine. At first glance, it was clear that the children weren't in the best condition. They ate very little and were barely conscious. Kim Si-woo immediately sensed a powerful magical energy emanating from these children. Si-woo asked the pastor who was helping him care for these patients constantly, around the clock. Pastor So replied that volunteers sometimes came by. There was also a deacon. He had been living at the church for a long time, and together with the pastor looked after the refugee camp. The deacon doesn't get sick either. Just like Himing, it seems she has immunity. But the pastor knows there is a reason why God has given them this trial. At the same time, however, the pastor periodically feels indignant, and he wants to do more than he is currently able to. Kim Si-woo reassured the pastor and said that the man had done everything in his power. He simply wasn't able to solve this particular problem. Si-woo asked if anyone had visited the church recently or if the children had gone outside. The pastor replied that a young man had recently come to volunteer, but he hadn't even interacted with the children and had left shortly after. Kim Si-woo approached the crib of one of the sick children, placed his hand imbued with divine power on the child, and began to draw the demonic energy out of him. Soon, all the black energy had gathered in Kim Si-woo's hand, and he examined it with interest. The curse, the mark of hunger, had been lifted, and now the child looked like a perfectly healthy person. Pastor So was shocked by what he saw. The man realized that the children had been healed and immediately fell to his knees before Kim Si-woo. Pastor So began to thank him for his help. He was surprised and happy that the illness had been so easily overcome. Soon a woman entered the church building. It was the deaconess. She said she had brought some fever-reducing medicine from home. The woman looked around and recognized Luna, who had recently been attending their church. Pastor So told the woman that the children's condition had improved significantly, but he still didn't know how it had happened. However, he was certain that their guests had helped. The deacon was overjoyed. She began thanking God for the wonderful news and the healing, and also offered to change the children's clothes, which had become damp with sweat during their illness. The woman reached out to one of the little ones, intending to wake him up and change his clothes. But suddenly Luna grabbed her hand, and the two women stared at each other in silence. Then Luna activated the divine power in her palm and asked if the deacon wanted to say something. But Luna didn't wait for any words. She simply punched the deacon in the face with all her might. The woman flew across the room, offering no resistance. Luna looked very serious and combative. She asked how this woman dared to touch the children. After all, she was actually a real brazen demon. Sivu thought that perhaps his assistant was being overly harsh, but Luna was certain she hadn't started it. At that moment, the pastor rushed toward the deacon, trying to support her. The man was certain she urgently needed to go to a clinic or hospital and didn't understand why these strange people had treated her that way. But in the next instant, Pastor So received a powerful blow that sent him flying across the entire building and crashing into the wall, where he lost consciousness. And the deacon finally took on her true form. Various arms emerged from her back, and it was now clear that she was a demon. In the end, Luna called Pastor So a complete idiot. Did this creature really look like his acquaintance? The pastor couldn't believe his eyes. After all, the woman had worked with him for 3 years, and the pastor couldn't believe his eyes. After all, they explained to the pastor that the deacon had long since died and been devoured, and that her body was something halfway between a human organism and a demon of disease. At that moment, the deacon spoke up and said that she hadn't been saved by the God she believed in. Fortunately, she had already realized this, and soon everyone else would understand as well. Kim Si-woo was surprised that the woman had so easily rejected her faith. Was she really just a traitor? The demon was simply furious. She lunged at these people who had ruined everything here. All the sacrifices she had gathered to dedicate to her god were now lost. Luna, seeing what was happening, pulled out her favorite mace and prepared for battle. Besides, the girl quickly put on her armor and now looked simply stunning. And so the two girls faced off. Each defended her faith and did so sincerely and with total dedication. Luna swung her mace just a couple of times, and the effect was simply stunning. The divine light worked its magic and destroyed the demonic magic. Soon the incomprehensible creature lay crushed, still growling and wheezing. Deacon began to apologize and beg for forgiveness for failing to gather offerings for her master. Luna brought the mace down on the deacon's head a couple more times, and Kim Si-woo asked the girl not to make a noise because there were children sleeping here. Whoever this creature was, the deacon was simply the perfect figure for selecting victims. They spread the spores of the demonic plague, infecting people with the disease, and then chose the purest souls from among the infected. Most likely, they planned to sacrifice all these children in the future. Pastor So prayed, could this really be a trial sent to him by God? Until now, he had overcome difficulties without a doubt, but this time he couldn't manage it. But Luna was certain that the pastor was helping the children with holy power and doing everything possible to save them. But now, instead of complaining to God, it was better to finish treating the children. Sivu thought Luna had spoken a bit harshly, but there were reasons for that. Usually the girl was very kind-hearted. After all, it was she who had found this village, and the religious leaders had been able to come because the pastor had spread the word about the effectiveness of fighting the disease with holy power. If it weren't for the pastor and his little helper, this village would have already turned into hell on earth. Pastor So couldn't hold back his tears. He said that Kim Si-woo was very kind even to people of other faiths. After that, the pastor agreed that he shouldn't slack off. He needed to have faith and do what he could. The pastor began praying again instead of treating the children. Now he was thanking God, who had always been watching over him, though unfortunately he hadn't realized it. Kim Si-woo was certain that the pastor had recognized him the moment they arrived. The man replied that, of course, like any Korean who watches TV, he couldn't help but recognize the most powerful revivalist. Absolute power, yet mercy toward the weak. Such a thing is impossible to forget. Pastor So wondered only one thing. Was this really Kim Si-woo? It doesn't matter which God you believe in. The power that lies in faith works miracles. And now the source of the remaining mighty magic lay behind the church. Si-woo left the church and the children in the care of the pastor and Leo, and set out to destroy the source himself. Kim Si-woo stepped into the courtyard and soon saw a group of undead or zombies. There were more of them than he had expected. But before the young man could do anything, the zombies' heads were severed and flew off to the side. Luna, absolutely delighted and smeared with someone else's blood, chopped off a few more heads and informed Kim Si-woo that he was too late. The girl continued to destroy the zombies while Kim Si-woo watched in silence, utterly enthralled. After finally clearing the area, Luna drank the water with relish, noting that it tasted delicious. At that moment, the girl looked more like a bandit than a holy knight. And, of course, she didn't deny that she was thoroughly enjoying it all. Kim Si-woo tried to remind the girl that they were people of God and shouldn't kill. But then he remembered their very first meeting. The sweet and gentle follower, Luna Leventon of the Holy Order, stood before the priest, bowing her head. The girl said she would be happy to work alongside Kim Si-woo. she would do her very best to help the apostle. Before becoming the Pope, Kim Si-woo had met a red-haired girl with rosy cheeks. She was incredibly shy, gentle, and touching. And Luna had become such a fierce and beautiful Amazon after traveling through Eden with Kim Si-woo. And it turned out that her transformation really was his fault. Kim Si-woo hadn't looked at their relationship from that angle before. Luna surveyed the area once more. It seemed she had dealt with most of the disease demons before Si-woo left the church. But soon the ground split open and a huge eye appeared from within. In the center of this giant eye's pupil, something resembling demonic plants began to sprout. Now Luna was completely focused. She said she had seen something like this in Eden before, and now knew for certain that this was it. Once upon a time in Eden, an identical demon consisting of a huge eye and a multitude of tentacles devoured people's souls. Who would have thought that Luna would encounter the servant of hunger again? And although she had already exacted her revenge, she could not allow him to run rampant on Earth. Luna turned to His Eminence and asked if she could go first. Kim Si-woo was very surprised to learn that Luna had seen something similar in Eden. It was Baal's lowest form, a spore colony. It spread spores created from magical energy, an airborne agent of infection. Before devouring people, Baal creates spore colonies to spread the source of the magical plague. The fact that the spore colony appeared in just 4 days underscores the terrifying speed at which the plague was spreading in the area. With such a concentration, the infection could have already spread beyond the settlement, but Kim Si-woo wasn't sure if it was definitely Baal. But Luna knew exactly what was going on and wanted to take the lead in the first battle this time, having already activated her sacred power. Kim Si-woo could see that the girl was very angry and was approaching this problem emotionally, rather than staying composed for the important battle. Unlike other demons, spore colonies serve as carriers of microorganisms, so there aren't many ways to destroy them. Fortunately for everyone present, Kim Si-woo could use holy fire. Si-woo activated the ring of holy fire and unleashed it against the demon colony. Gradually, the demon began sending out some kind of signals. The fact was, it had no mouth to speak with. Luna now realized that her opponent was almost immobilized, and said she would take care of the problem herself from here on out. The girl struck with her holy sword, and soon the eye began to crumble. Luna cut through the spores and said she had thought she was facing the real Baal, but it turned out that wasn't the case. Now she understood this perfectly well. And why shouldn't the demon take on its true hideous form? And soon a terrible, loathsome creature appeared before them, with a vast number of eyes and arms protruding from its back. The demon was outraged that these people had dared to invade his territory and desecrate it. Had the killings really given them such confidence? The demon remembered how much trouble this Papa of the Riemann order had caused him when he was exterminating his subordinates in Eden. Kim Si-woo didn't recognize this creature. He hadn't seen it before and wanted to know if perhaps Luna knew who they were facing. Luna didn't recognize it either. Perhaps it was some newcomer pretending to be Baal. It is now known that a lich named Dreno was killed in the black market. But Kim Si-woo, and why would he have to deal with a lich again in such a baffling situation? If the demon before them had no name, it meant his status was very low even among demons. Most likely, he was some errand boy for respectable demons. The monster could no longer calmly listen to such provocative accusations against him and immediately lunged at Kim Si-woo. The monster intended to present him with the holy man's corpse and claim the name Baal for himself. But then Luna stepped into the spotlight. The demon turned out to be a real dimwit and didn't realize that she was the one fighting here first. The girl activated the sacred energy around her weapon once more and prepared to strike. The enormous monster opened its jaws wide and screamed loudly when it took the first blow of sacred light. Luna looked simply stunning. She wasn't intimidated by this demon, and she worked her mace without stopping. Several of the monster's eyes were already out of commission, and then it said it remembered a red-haired woman. Baal had devoured her relatives in order to capture the girl born with the holy power of Riemann. Back then, the girl was a nobody, a frightened child, and her life depended on them. But now Luna didn't want to listen to what the monster was trying to tell her. She drew the sacred light into her mace and raised it high above her head. After that, she unleashed all that sacred power upon the monster, which was still writhing but clearly could no longer speak. In Eden, this monster was an insignificant, nameless demon. He lived a rather mediocre demonic life and was one of many. But one day he discovered an interdimensional rift and became interested in it. Suddenly he heard a voice that was addressed to him, to the demon who had neither a name nor a home. The unfamiliar voice asked if he could lend him his power. After that, The demon heard a promise if he followed these words, he would one day become the king of the demons of gluttony. And now before dying, the nameless demon said that his name was Baal after all, or at least that was what he wished. He was neither a human nor an avatar, but an ordinary nameless demon who wanted to serve his master and become the king of demons, but in the end remained a nobody. Many years ago, the priest Kim Si-woo killed Baal, the king of gluttony demons, sealed him within a holy barrier, and burned him alive for 4 days, and he burned for all those days. Almost the entire elven forest was consumed by fire back then in order to destroy that demonic abomination. And this weakling who appeared on earth has neither a name nor greed, yet he wants to call himself Baal. Soon, government troops and representatives from the Department of Ability Management arrived on the scene. Kim Dong-sik reported that they had confirmed only completely dead bodies turn into zombies, and about 500 such bodies have already been found in this village. There are still patients on the verge of turning into zombies, but with the help of holy power, they will soon recover. The government has requested assistance from other holy awakened ones. They will arrive soon, but until then, the Riemann Order's help is needed. We also need to ask them to take care of the patients after their purification. Kim Si-woo promised that they would continue to help the infected people. Besides, they have a pastor and his young assistant who will also be helping. Missionary Leo wanted to know how Luna managed to kill such a large number of zombies, but the girl said she is capable of identifying and destroying them, even in chaotic conditions. Kim Si-woo confirmed that Luna had been simply magnificent today and had done an excellent job this time. The girl asked for a bonus as compensation so she could buy herself some girly goodies. But first and foremost, of course, they needed to focus on the cleanup, so Luna spent her bonuses on special supplies. Leo tried to tell the girl she shouldn't be blackmailing their leader for money, but Luna insisted she wasn't threatening him. She was just showing how small and defenseless she was. Kim Si-woo surveyed the area which had gone through hard times, and now he couldn't just walk past these suffering people. The goddess certainly wouldn't want that. After the purification, efforts would need to be made toward restoration. The people would be able to rebuild their village themselves if they helped one another. Kim Si-woo used his active skill, Wings of Purification, and spread them over the entire village to drive out the magical energy completely. Luna once again recalled herself as a young girl who had gone through exactly the same process. Back then, a priest of the goddess Riemann appeared beside her. He protected her from the demon king and spread his angelic wings. Kim Si-woo was satisfied with the process, but didn't realize that the purification would soon be over. However, warning windows suddenly popped up. Kim Si-woo had interfered in the lives of hundreds of people, and this action carried a high probability of disrupting the system. Causality manifested itself, as always, at the most unexpected moment. Kim Si-woo hoped that his actions would be justified in any case, but then the status window changed color, which was unusual. The system determined that direct interference in the lives of mortals had exceeded the permitted threshold. Causality blocked Kim Si-woo's actions for 168 hours, and that was terrible. The status window appeared every time he interacted with the world of Earth, but this time the violation turned out to be quite serious. Kim Si-woo considered this completely unfair, since he had once cleansed Japan, and that hadn't been a violation. Why then was he now under a ban? Si-woo had already been stripped of his powers for several hours on multiple occasions, but now he had become an ordinary human, and this would last for quite some time. At that moment, Leo Ruman reported that the situation had improved somewhat. The Order's new recruits were helping patients with transportation and treatment. They already possessed sufficient knowledge to handle this, and now it was gratifying to see the followers earning their keep. Luna noticed that Kim Si-woo didn't look quite right. On top of that, he had suddenly changed his clothes. Kim Si-woo decided not to hide this from his assistants and told Luna and Leo that he was now a completely ordinary person. Si-woo explained, operating in other dimensions was difficult, and now he had lost his powers. Leo realized that his holiness was now weaker than he or Luna, and the girl realized that this was their only chance to stage a rebellion. But Kim Si-woo immediately warned that he would kill her as soon as he regained his powers. But Luna continued to look at him slyly. She clearly had something in mind, and now Si-woo was beginning to fear this girl. The radio news reported the latest developments. The awakened Kim Si-woo had performed a purification ritual at Daejeon's Ground Zero. Some reporters who were at the scene witnessed the event. This situation gave hope to many residents, and they were once again grateful to Riemann. Kim Dong-sik was driving the car. He felt it was quite a major incident, and thanks Si-woo for his work. The entire village is the most contaminated place in Korea. The settlement has been completely decontaminated. The result is simply amazing. Kim Si-woo said that we shouldn't forget the people who helped the villagers. Without them, he wouldn't have been able to do everything quickly and efficiently. Kim Si-woo, in his own words, simply added the finishing touch and put an end to the situation. But Dong-sik was certain that without an awakened like him, they wouldn't have survived, and how lucky Korea is to have a man like Kim Si-woo. Dong-sik asked what Kim Si-woo planned to do in the near future, and the guy replied that he would be taking some time off alone. Besides, he needs to resolve some family matters, and there's someone in the city who can provide him with answers to those questions. Kim Si-woo was glad he didn't have to fly to America for this, and now he could calmly focus on certain aspects of his life. Kim Si-woo stood on a deserted street near a fence and looked around. It had been a long time since he'd been in this neighborhood. As a child, he often ran here with his brother and sister during times of great change. After that, he never thought he'd return. Looking around, the young man realized that this place hadn't changed at all. Kim Si-woo approached the gate where several guards were stationed. The young man thanked them for their work. Entering the courtyard through the gate, Kim Si-woo saw sticks and logs flying through the air. Aiden was entertaining himself by chopping wood. He greeted his friend with pleasure. Kim Si-woo looked at this strongest awakened one from America, who had become a servant. He was chopping wood and talking admiringly about the delicious rice. Soon Si-woo heard words to the effect that he had been called a good-for-nothing boy who hadn't announced his arrival beforehand. Grandma and Mrs. Miller looked at the young man and scolded him for showing up unexpectedly. Soon both women set a beautiful, delicious table. They treated the young men, served them seconds, and generally took care of these strong men. Grandma kept grumbling that she usually didn't see her grandson for months, and now he'd just shown up. He must have some business to attend to. In the end, Grandma admitted that if she'd known Siv was coming, she would have run to the stores and cooked up something tasty. But the young man tried to reassure her, saying that she had already laid out a feast and there was no need to worry about it. Chewing on another piece of meat, Aiden mentioned that they had just eaten a wild boar he'd hunted, since a tribal chief must be a skilled hunter. Kim Si-woo ate the wild boar meat and listened to the hunting story. This was the first time he'd had such a meal, but his grandmother was always a good cook. Gradually, Kim Si-woo felt a certain anger or even resentment that his own grandmother was taking care of this American. Why was he the one eating and living in someone else's house? Grandma explained that Aiden chased away wild boars, chopped wood, and helped around the house. He was a very kind and likable guy. And Kim Si-woo, her real grandson, wasn't doing a thing. He just sat there feeling jealous. Aiden Howard was very pleased. He started saying that his friend's grandmother was his grandmother. After that, the young man promised Kim Si-woo that as long as he was in Korea, he would protect his family, and there was no need to worry. The grandmother kept adding fuel to the fire. She said that Aiden was much better than her own relatives, who didn't even visit her. Si-woo suspected that the grandmother was training Aiden, exerting her influence over him, using the guy as a workhorse to be put to work. If you really thought about it, Aiden could make an excellent servant of great use to the two old ladies. Suddenly, Aiden turned serious. He'd heard about the magical plague on the news and now asked why Si-woo didn't go there. Si-woo explained that he had just returned from there, had already fixed the whole situation, and now everything was in perfect order. Kim Si-woo decided to move on to the main purpose of his visit. He said that Madam Miller, of course, should have been informed of his arrival in advance. Mrs. Miller replied that she couldn't predict the future, but simply thought that Si-woo might have accumulated a lot of questions by now. Si-woo caught himself feeling that every time he spoke with her, it was as if he were solving riddles. At that moment, a powerful blow to the back snapped the young man out of his thoughts. It was his grandmother who had slapped him with all her might for talking about work at the table. When lunch was finally over and his grandmother went for a walk with Aiden, Si-woo had the opportunity to talk with Mrs. Miller. The young man was certain she understood why he had come. Si-woo wanted to learn more about the reasons, or rather about the vague standards for assessing compliance with causality. A world where anything can happen at any time, and yet Kim Si-woo cannot use his powers to their full extent. Causality didn't issue a penalty when Si-woo used purification at the hospital or in Japan. If one were to compare the scale, the wings of purification he used in Japan were much stronger, but Si-woo only received a restriction this time, and now he wanted to know what determined it. Emma Miller stood up and said she really hoped Si-woo would figure all this out beforehand. The woman said that unfortunately, she couldn't fully explain causality's evaluation system. Ms. Miller began performing certain actions to illustrate the situation, and soon a huge set of scales appeared between them, which could be used to understand the standards of causality. Miller said that the restriction had been imposed this time because Kim Si-woo had directly interfered with the fates of numerous people. Si-woo was certain that in Japan he had used the wings of purification even more intensely than he had in Daejeon. Ms. Miller said that intervening before something happened and intervening after it had already happened were two completely different things. Si-woo was already getting very nervous. He asked the woman not to beat around the bush, but to simply explain everything in plain words. The woman suggested looking at those Si-woo had saved last time. Without his intervention, most of the children and adults would have died of the plague. In other words, their fate was sealed the moment they contracted the disease. But after that, Si-woo changed their fate by directly saving countless lives. He performed a miracle, a feat difficult even for an absolute being. Causality cannot simply ignore such an absolute external force, for its task is to maintain the balance of the world. But if all these people had come to believe in the goddess Riemann on their own, then the creation of the miracle might not have caused a deviation from causality. Divine power places the faith of mortals on one side of the scales, and the miracles of the god receiving that faith on the other. When there is enough faith, the balance is maintained. But this time, Si-woo had changed the fates of too many people, so the miracles tipped the scales. Si-woo realized that the system would not turn a blind eye to him saving everyone in sight, but it still seemed that the system was overly interested in him. But Ms. Miller said that this meant the system simply knows about Siv, since Siv is a very significant person. Siv understood that the problem with the purifiers was not yet resolved, and now causality was tormenting him as well. These problems needed to be resolved as soon as possible. The purifiers are connected to the entities that arrive from Eden. Their actions since the opening of the interdimensional rift have been highly suspicious. But the woman said sadly that she knew absolutely nothing about the purifiers, other than that this group commits evil deeds. But Madame Miller is absolutely certain that the system is not the enemy of the purifiers. The woman could add nothing more. Mrs. Miller was certain that as the influence of the Order of Riemann causality spread, it would become increasingly lenient. And when that happened, they would meet again, and the woman would be able to provide more information. Mrs. Miller suddenly remembered a problem because of the restriction that had been imposed. Someone might take advantage of the situation and attack Kim Si-woo. But the young man replied that he had holy artifacts that could protect him from attacks by someone like Aiden for about 50 hours. Si-woo believed that this villain would first have to face Luna, and it was unlikely he would defeat her. But even if a powerful enemy were to appear, Miss Miller would be able to warn him in advance. The woman simply replied that Si-woo seemed to live for the moment and wasn't afraid of the future. Perhaps that was the reason why the system and the goddess Riemann had chosen Kim Si-woo. After that, the lady said that the young man was hearing this now, but soon he would face it personally. The woman said that such was the fate of people like Si-woo, and he would inevitably have to live through it. Ms. Miller believed this was a unique trait that Si-woo possessed. The young man didn't understand much, but he thanked her for the advice. The woman warned that she would be staying in Korea for a while longer, and if the young man had any questions, he could ask her. One day, while strolling along the seashore, Ms. Miller met someone similar to herself, who soon became her friend. Drawn by her intuition, Emma Miller flew to Korea and discovered that her friend's grandson was an awakened one with absolute power. Could such a series of incredible coincidences really have occurred without the system's intervention? Every day, countless coincidences and connections are intertwined. We call such phenomena fate. In the endless flow of the world, the goddess whom Kim Si-woo serves and the one whom Emma Miller serves are also connected. At that moment, Aiden entered the courtyard. He said that Mrs. Go Yeon-young had immediately gone to the kitchen to prepare a meal for her beloved grandson. Mrs. Miller thought this family had a very warm relationship, and Aiden agreed, saying he almost envied them. Aiden Howard was a returnee under close government surveillance. He had the greatest potential to become a villain. But now Mrs. Miller noted that the young man had changed dramatically. He used to be like a ticking time bomb, but now he lives with Kim Si-woo and his family. Aiden completely agreed with the woman's opinion. He had indeed become much better and calmer. Si-woo also saw in this huge American a truly compassionate being, and for that reason alone, he couldn't help but trust him. Emma Miller was very pleased with the guys. She said that for their sake, she would have to stay here a little longer. Aiden said he didn't think the Oracle should stay in Korea for no reason. If America had agreed, it meant the woman had seen in the future what would happen right here. Emma replied that she hadn't seen the future, but rather something that wasn't the future, most likely the present and immense despair. Variables from another world, grown from seeds scattered by the system administrator, they had all converged in one place. And now the woman understood that to make sense of this situation, She needed people exactly like Kim Si-woo. As soon as the opportunity arose, everyone gathered again at the temple. Kim Si-woo had returned after speaking with the grandmother, and his assistants had finished their business in Daejeon. They reported that they had completed the treatment of all those affected by the plague, and their young priests had also been working tirelessly. The local pastor once again asked them to convey his gratitude to Kim Si-woo and wanted to know if there was any new information regarding the purifiers. Luna explained that during the treatment, she had heard something alarming from one boy who had remained conscious. Apparently, before the epidemic began, a young man had visited the church. He stopped by very briefly, and the child saw him through the window. The boy said that at first it was just an ordinary day. And then he saw a young man approach the deaconess, who was hanging up the laundry. He didn't attend their church and was a stranger to the child. After speaking with this stranger, the deaconess looked as if her gaze had clouded over. Before leaving, the stranger approached the boy, who had been watching everything intently, and asked him to pass something on to his high priest. The stranger was grateful that Kim Si-woo had banished the Demon King from Eden, for thanks to that, he had been able to easily gather power. Thanks to the grace bestowed upon him, all of this had come to pass, and now he was close to completion. The boy couldn't remember anything else because shortly after that, he fell ill. Most likely, it was because of that scoundrel that all this happened, and he is somehow directly connected to the purifiers. Kim Si-woo was upset. He didn't like what he had heard from that stranger. Clearly, a man who sacrifices children to summon demons is clearly out of his mind. Si-woo realized that thanks to the information Aiden had given him, they had managed to stop the purifiers before they could fully summon the Demon King. It was unclear how that would have ended, but there were plenty of problems now as well, since the restriction caused by causality wouldn't be lifted anytime soon. The power was blocked, and the incidents continued. Kim Si-woo decided to take his mind off these problems and turned his attention to the priests. Were they really training? Leo and Luna were training with them with all their might, and soon the priests would be sufficiently prepared to begin their practice in the dungeons. At that moment, a man appeared in the temple, another guest. Luna began to smile sweetly. It was immediately clear who was coming. Oh Chun-woo had joined the Riemann order in order to teach the priests how to fight monsters. The young man thanked Kim Si-woo for inviting him to his temple, and also honestly admitted that after being exposed in the Diho Guild, he could no longer stay there. Luna added that they were indeed short-handed, and she was very grateful to the hunter Chun-woo for joining them. The young man immediately blushed and promised Lady Luna that he would work as hard as he could. Si-woo tasked the girl with training this new recruit because he could be very useful to them for now. Leo hoped that in time, he would be able to cut back on his overtime once someone came along who could replace him. Kim Si-woo understood that the National Corporation of the Awakened had lost a great deal when Oh Chun-woo left. The young man replied that he had wanted to do this for a long time, ever since Ryu In-young was forced to leave for Japan. But in any case, Chun-woo now felt only relief. After all, he could finally tell himself and others that he had returned to the path he had wanted to follow. It just turned out that the people he trusted had actually been leading him in the opposite direction. The man was simply furious and slammed his fist down on the table so hard that cracks spread across the surface. He hated that upstart Kim Si-woo, who had already ruined a huge number of plans. Everyone else seemed completely useless because they hadn't been able to recruit a single person. Kim Si-woo was the strongest in Korea, and his inner circle was close to S rank. Recruiting him or striking a deal with him proved impossible. We couldn't even find a way to pressure him, as we had with Ryu Yi, and we could lose everything because of a single holy man with abnormally immense power. If they lost power now, they wouldn't be able to recover. The man couldn't fathom how they could overcome such a massive disparity in strength. A man in a red cloak stood slightly apart from the others. He said that everyone understood the situation perfectly and was drawing the right conclusions. According to this unknown man, Kim Si-woo was close to the limits of a mortal being. Even the American barbarian was no match for him, and compared to him, ordinary awakened ones weren't even insects, and it would remain that way until these people accepted power from the man in the cloak. He grabbed one of the people present by the face. After that, he exerted some pressure on him and asked if the man would now serve him and do as he was told. After that, the stranger in the red cloak took out a small sphere resembling a pill or a capsule. He popped it into the man's mouth and forced him to swallow it. Soon the man who had swallowed the pill felt a terrible pressure in his chest. Demonic energy appeared around him, and he fell, unable to stand on his feet. It seemed as though the man had been completely saturated with demonic energy, and his gaze no longer looked human. The man in the cloak was very pleased. He said this was the last chance he was giving. The alarm clock had been ringing non-stop for quite some time, but no one had turned it off. Inwoo ran into the room and pulled the blanket off his brother. After all, they had agreed to spend time together. How could Siwoo be sleeping at a time like this? Siwoo lay completely relaxed and didn't understand why his younger brother was bothering him. He had finally gotten the chance to rest. But Inwoo was in a combative mood. He told him to stop pretending and get up right away. Siwoo stepped out of the bedroom. He'd finally had a good night's sleep, and the week-long vacation had done him a world of good. Looking around, the young man didn't recognize the apartment, but his brother reminded him that they'd moved into a new place the day before. Sion was walking around nearby, carrying the cat Snezhok in her arms and wondering why her little brother had woken up so late. It was already noon. The girl was absolutely thrilled with the huge new house. It was very beautiful, and now Leo and Luna could live with them. Besides, the girl said that Snowball was happy with the house too. Judging by the looks of it, it was time to put Snowball on a diet. The brothers looked around and thought their parents would be happy if they knew they'd managed to buy a house in Seoul. Its only drawback was that you couldn't see the river. But on the other hand, their parents would really like that the house was set apart from everyone else and even had its own separate plot of land. Siwoo smiled as he looked at his younger sister and brother. He liked that they now had their own real big house. Just then, the National Assembly passed a law regarding the planet's most powerful awakened. It listed the benefits such people would receive under the legislation. Siwoo was pleased that the president had proven to be a man of his word and honor, keeping his promise even though very little time had passed. Inwoo complained that their fridge was almost empty. They hadn't bought any groceries, but had already eaten everything their grandmother had sent them. Inwoo didn't want to hear anything about his older brother resting. He handed him some money and asked him to go buy some fruit for the family. The thing was, Luna had blabbed about Siwoo's temporary weakness, and now his younger brother had decided he could take advantage of it. But Siwoo still had enough strength to give his younger brother a good thrashing. In the end, Siwoo was forced to take off his pajamas, get himself together, and head to the store, borrowing his sister's cat, Snezhka. The boy walked along looking around. He wanted to explore the neighborhood, and so far he liked everything. The houses were neat, the streets were clean, and it was much safer than their old place. On the street, a stranger approached Kim Si-woo. She greeted him as they met, and he replied. On the street, people were constantly approaching Si-woo, thanking him for his help, and telling him how much better their lives had become after attending church. Suddenly, an unfamiliar young man wearing glasses called out to him. He apologized and asked if he had a moment as he would like to speak with him. The young man said he wanted to discuss the doctrines of the Riemann order and the church he was currently attending. Kim Si-woo didn't want to have any conversations, so he told the young man he was very busy, while wondering to himself why the security detail wasn't doing anything. But the stranger continued to follow close behind. He explained that he himself was a believer, and that a believer's duty was to guide those who had strayed. The stranger still wanted to talk to Kim Si-woo for a moment, but a knife appeared in his hands, and he was completely enveloped in demonic energy. Soon the stranger called out to Kim Si-woo in a loud voice, and the young man froze in place, realizing that a major problem was unfolding. Kim Si-woo turned around and saw several knives flying toward him, yet he was still powerless to do anything about it. And just as the knives were about to reach Kim Si-woo, the cat Snezhok appeared between him and the weapons, using divine power to deflect the attack. The knives crashed to the ground with a loud clatter, and the stranger realized his attack had failed. Kim Si-woo was completely helpless in this situation. He was unable to even react or simply hide, and found himself completely at the villain's mercy. But fortunately, the divine cat Snowball was with him and saved his master. The man was furious when he realized that Kim Si-woo could summon minions. He didn't understand why no one had reported this to him. The man was certain that all he had to do was get close to Kim Si-woo, and he would easily be able to kill him. Unfortunately, the stranger realized that this was his last chance to deliver the decisive blow, so he would have to take the blame for why everything fell apart. But now the man couldn't even handle this white, fluffy cat, which turned out to be a very strong defender. The man shouted, realizing he had lost. Because of Kim Si-woo, they had lost everything. As soon as he appeared on Earth, everything they had before, power, honor, and authority, all of it slipped through their fingers. This problem arose because of a suddenly appearing holy man who possessed immense divine power. Kim Si-woo was genuinely frightened and alarmed. If he hadn't brought Snowball with him today, he would have been in serious trouble. No one must know that he is helpless right now. Kim Si-woo turned to the man and said that, by all accounts, this man was the head of Daeho, though they hadn't met in person yet. The young man spoke loudly to the man on purpose to attract the attention of the neighborhood residents, and they immediately reported the matter to the Department of Ability Management. Kim Si-woo had to stall for time with conversation, so he began asking the man how they planned to deal with the consequences of having expelled Ryu to Japan, threatened the department, and exploited the black market. But the guild leader was furious. He began gathering his power again because he didn't want to listen to any words or accusations from this sanctimonious hypocrite. Kim Si-woo said that if the man wanted to preserve his honor, he shouldn't have allied himself with the forces of evil. After that, Si-woo pointed at the guild leader and ordered Snow to attack him. It wasn't for nothing that the cat had been eating canned food at Kim Si-woo's house lately. He had become strong and powerful and landed several serious blows on the guild leader. Now Kim Si-woo was almost at ease. Snowball had dealt with the danger. Besides, the guild leader turned out to be weaker than one of his own men. Oh Chun-woo, for example. Si-woo deeply regretted that he was currently unable to land a few blows on this scoundrel himself. But Snowball had already activated his skill, and now divine chains had appeared around the man. These chains tightly bound and shackled the man's arms and legs. Si-woo said he would now contact department head Kim Dong-shik, since everyone knows that fighting in the city among civilians is strictly prohibited. As soon as the department head arrived with his team, they would send the guild leader to a detention center, and as the investigation progressed, the man would end up in a prison deep in the mountains. Thus, the national coalition of the Awakened would come to an end. Kim Si-woo turned his attention to his savior, who turned out to be a very powerful cat, even though he hadn't played the role of a divine beast in a long time. In reality, they had gone to the store for fruit, but now it was better for them to wait for Kim's team leader. However, the guild leader had no intention of giving up, and it seemed he had received a new surge of demonic energy. The man began convulsing and soon managed to spit out a black pill or pellet that the stranger in the red cloak had shoved into his mouth. Kim Si-woo realized that this was pure demonic energy, but he hadn't sensed it until now. Snowball was now on edge as well and preparing to defend his master. The Demon King of Wrath, the Demon King of Pride, and a strange magical energy, all mixed together. And these were the auras of those Kim Si-woo had dealt with in Eden. Soon he saw the silhouette of a stranger behind the captive, a figure who hadn't been there before. This man was quite handsome. He looked Si-woo in the eyes and said he was very pleased to meet his high priest. Kim Si-woo must have already received a message from this man, but Si-woo still didn't understand who he was talking to. The stranger said he was the nameless purifier from Beijing, and that it was an honor for him to speak with Papa. No one could even imagine how much effort the purifier had put into speaking with Papa Kim in private, and he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The exterminator had come to personally express his respect and gratitude. After all, it was thanks to Kim Si-woo that he had been able to easily gather the forces of the Demon Kings. Si-woo grabbed the man by the jacket. Could this man really be the one behind all the purifiers? If he had made a contract with the Demon Kings, then he was merely their pawn, yet he spoke as if he were above all the Demon Kings combined. The purifier replied that this would be the case if the Demon King's power remained as it was, but since their souls had been shattered earlier, the purifier had gathered those fragments and absorbed them. Si-woo understood that this man was equal to, or even far stronger than a Demon King. He needed to keep stalling with conversation. The purifier said that the role of the People's Coalition of the Awakened ended there. They had fulfilled their purpose, granting him the chance to speak directly with his high priesthood. Si-woo understood that this man had used the Coalition of the Awakened, which ruled Korea, to speak with him, and was now simply getting rid of all his aides. The purifier proposed joining forces. If they worked together, he promised to reveal information about the Banyang Order. This was yet another group of heretics operating on their soil. After that, the purifier would leave Korea. If Kim Si-woo refuses to cooperate, however, the Riemann Order will face certain difficulties in spreading its teachings. Kim Si-woo tried not only to listen to his interlocutor, but also to analyze the situation. He sensed absolutely no magical energy until the man spat out the black thing. In other words, the purifier was now demonstrating that he could launch a terrorist attack at any moment. Now his interlocutor wanted him to turn a blind eye to the atrocities the purifiers would commit abroad. And if Kim Si-woo refused, they would not leave Korea alone. The purifier didn't think he was threatening Kim Si-woo because the enemy of his enemy was his friend, and the Banyang Order was far more dangerous than it seemed. Kim Si-woo laughed. He said that a friend is a friend and an enemy is an enemy. Si-woo asked his interlocutor not to worry. After all, not only the purifier, but also this Banyang Order would soon be completely crushed by Kim Si-woo. The purifier couldn't believe that his interlocutor wasn't even interested in exactly who was in the Banyang Order. Kim Si-woo was very interested in this, but his order had a doctrine: no compromises with those who walk the path of evil. And at that moment, the system lifted the restrictions on Kim Si-woo. Now at full strength, he could defend himself and use the divine light to destroy his companion. The Holy Flame skill was activated, and the Purifier began to scream and revel in it, for he had been waiting and hoping for Kim Si-woo to start fighting him. After that, the Purifier said that he would visit Kim Si-woo again very soon. With those words, the demon fled. Kim Si-woo was very annoyed when he realized that the exorcist had vanished, and he was powerless to catch up to him. At that very moment, a new side quest appeared. It was called The Door That Won't Close. The hidden quest appears as soon as the penalties end. Kim Si-woo had already noticed this pattern. Perhaps causality was hinting at something. She wanted to say that she had nothing against Kim Si-woo and was willing to give him a chance to earn points. The young man stayed on the street with his cat, Snowball, to wait for the Department of Ability Management to arrive. Less than half an hour later, cars and rescue workers arrived, ready to protect civilians. That evening, all TV channels aired a report stating that Daeho, the guild leader, had caused a disturbance in a residential area. Thanks to Kim Si-woo's quick and decisive actions, no casualties were reported. The incident shows that the introduction of a special law can have positive consequences. When an awakened one participates in the apprehension of a criminal, they are exempt from legal liability. Thanks to the special law, Kim Si-woo can now use his abilities in civilian areas, and that was actually quite nice. Si-woo thought about how he had spent his week of vacation moving, when all he really wanted was to just live peacefully. But since returning to Earth, he hasn't been able to get any rest at all. Leo Ruman heard his leader's words and said that the presence of the Riemann sanctuary on Earth was no reason to relax, since they still had far too much work to do. Leo reminded them that Kim Si-woo had recently mentioned a certain dungeon, and now they needed to clarify whether they should buy it or not. Kim Si-woo confirmed that they were interested in this dungeon. It would be perfect for training newbies. Si-woo said he had already reached an agreement with team leader Kim. All that remained was to finalize the details. Just then, a commotion broke out in the courtyard. Kim Dong-shik, the head of the Ability Management Department, had arrived to discuss matters. The man reported that Guild Master Daeho was currently in custody. A trial awaited him. As for the dungeon Kim Si-woo had asked about, it turned out it had already been purchased. Kim Si-woo didn't show it outwardly, but he was still very upset and wanted to know if there were any options for acquiring that dungeon. Dong-sik immediately suspected that another huge problem might arise from there. If Kim Si-woo wanted that particular dungeon so badly, they could buy the premium rights to it. But the problem is that the guild currently owning this dungeon is part of the National Coalition of the Awakened. And of course, they'll throw a wrench in the works. Given the relationship between Kim Si-woo and the guilds, buying out the rights will be very problematic. Si-woo, even if you offer an inflated price, they'll quickly realize that there's something important in the dungeon, and they definitely won't want to part with it. It is impossible to take the dungeon, which was purchased legally by force. Even if a special law were passed for such awakened, it would be perceived as an abuse of power and could damage the Riemann Order's image. Si-woo understood that there was no easy way out, and Dong-shik explained the entire situation to him in more detail. The guild that owns the Solwa dungeon is a mid-tier guild that is part of the National Coalition of the Awakened. Within this guild, there is one key figure, the representative of the Solwa Guild. She is a young woman with mesmerizing looks and top-notch skills named Han Solkva. Thanks to her beauty, the girl's popularity rivals that of celebrities. Her Me2B channel has about 9 million subscribers, and most of them are members of her guild. Because her subscribers make up the guild, there are practically no notable hunters there besides the leader herself. It's more like a group of pseudo-cultists. If you read the news about them, they donate huge sums of money to children's hospitals and university hospitals, do a lot of volunteer work, and engage in charity. Their public image is quite good. They only recently joined the Awakened Coalition. Without a full investigation, it's unclear why they joined the coalition. However, their public image is too pristine, and with such an impeccable reputation, they cannot simply be declared villains and forced to allow investigators onto their territory. Be that as it may, whatever the reasons, Kim Si-woo knew for certain that this dungeon must become the Riemann dungeon. The young man knew that this wasn't even a side quest, but a hidden quest. It couldn't be ignored and had to be completed without fail. Dong-sik pondered for a while longer, then asked what Si-woo wanted, to buy the dungeon or simply enter it. If the Riemann Order didn't need the rights to the dungeon, then another way to get inside could be found. There was an alternative plan for that. The department head had already sketched out several options related to purchasing the dungeon or methods for visiting it. Of course, this was just a rough draft for now. Kim Dong-sik had put it together in a hurry, so the plan still needed refinement. Kim Si-woo listened to all the ideas the department head had presented and was thoroughly impressed by them all. Kim Dong-sik had become so engrossed in fantasizing about visiting the dungeon that he was even startled when the order's leader addressed him. Kim Si-woo looked at his companion and asked why he shouldn't join the Riemann order. Si-woo didn't understand why Dong-sik would want to remain a government official. If it was for the pension or salary, he would offer twice or 4 times as much, and one shouldn't forget about insurance and dental coverage. Dong-sik recalled the unfortunate Leo and Luna, who constantly turned to the order's leader and begged him to send more people to help them. And now Dong-sik could think of nothing but how to escape this beautiful slavery he might find himself in. In the end, the men agreed to stick to the plan they had just devised and approved. Kim Si-woo looked very pleased. He believed his companion hadn't even had time to come up with a name for the upcoming operation yet. Dong-sik suggested calling the operation Undercover, and it was a perfect name in the style of a spy movie. Mount Gumasan was located in the city of Gumi in the northern part of the province. It was already evening, and a group of people was walking through the forest at the foot of the mountain. They were in a great hurry to make it in time for the start of the operation and the mission. Soon, one of the men noticed a teenager wearing glasses and carrying a backpack. The boy said he was a porter. He'd been told to come here for work, but it seemed he'd gotten lost. The man looked at him very suspiciously and stopped the boy to check the newcomer's papers. After that, the man told him where the porters were gathering and that, once the check was complete, he should go there and wait until someone told him exactly what to do. Dong-sik gave the boy an amulet enchanted with an illusion. With its help, the wearer's identity could be concealed with minimal mana expenditure. This method is used by spies when infiltrating various groups, and Kim Si-woo put on this amulet. Dong-sik praised the guy and said he looked good. He really did look great, but now it was Kim In-woo, at least on the outside. An hour earlier, a car with tinted windows had pulled up to Mount Gumasan. Si-woo had arrived in the car with Dong-sik, who had driven him to the entrance of the dungeon. According to the plan for Operation Undercover, they had to use an illusion spell to change their appearance. After that, they had to arrive at the dungeon posing as a porter and, under the guise of work, infiltrate the Mud Golem dungeon, where they were to carry out the mission. Si-woo was very grateful for his collaboration with Dong-sik, because without him, he wouldn't have known about the illusion amulet and wouldn't have been able to come up with such a brilliant plan. Dong-sik advised him to be wary of the awakened of the Solkva Guild while in disguise. They could sense even a small amount of mana in the amulet. To ensure no one suspected anything, he needed to take on the appearance of an ordinary person. With no connection to the awakened, his younger brother came in handy for this. Si-woo was pleased to have In-woo's appearance at his disposal. Perhaps he wouldn't sue him, since that would be a real crime. Dong-sik had also warned that the treatment of hired workers, especially porters, was even worse than one could imagine. Si-woo already understood that working conditions hadn't changed since the rift to another dimension had opened. Often porters are players with weak combat abilities or ordinary people who desperately need money. Rude treatment and constant swearing are the norm for them. At one time, there were even reports that the Solkva Guild treated hired workers very poorly. But over time, this was forgotten. Although now, as soon as Si-woo applied for the job, he was immediately hired, and so he said goodbye to team leader Kim and set off to complete the task. And now one of the guild representatives asked the new porter his name. The young man stammered that his name was Kim In-woo. It was clear that this kid wanted to earn enough for a pair of roller skates or a bicycle. The check went smoothly, and the man pointed out where to go and wait for someone to approach and give In-woo his assignment. In-woo went to the spot the guild member had indicated, and there were several other men and young guys there who were also waiting for someone to give them work. And they were all staring at each other very intently. It seemed as though the porters didn't trust one another and were constantly expecting a trick. Soon, a guild representative approached them. He was disappointed that only 7 guys had shown up, even though more had signed up initially. The man said that he would be in charge of the porters today. First, he would measure their magical energy, so they had to approach one at a time. This was done to identify spies, so it was best not to do anything stupid. The measurement showed that the group consisted of 3 ordinary people, including Siva, 3 more F-rank awakened ones, and 1 D-rank awakened one. The first zone would be cleared in 10 minutes, so all the loaders would head there. The porters need to remember, if they don't meet the quota, the shortfall will be deducted from their daily pay, so they need to work quickly and efficiently. The porters were very unhappy since the guild representatives hadn't mentioned anything about a pay cut beforehand. The atmosphere was far more hostile than one could have imagined. Sivu decided to act kind because he was using the appearance of his kind younger brother. One of the porters approached him. He realized that this boy was a newcomer from among ordinary people. Sivu confirmed that this was indeed the case. He was an ordinary person and wanted to know what the man wanted from him. Sivu realized he couldn't play the naive one, and the man had already started berating him, believing that this newcomer was being disrespectful to him. After all, he was a D-rank awakened one. This awakened one had already raised his fist to punish the rookie and teach him to respect his elders. The man smacked Sivu on the forehead and told the little shit to understand what he'd get for showing off in front of serious guys. After that, the man turned around and decided that this little newbie had had enough training for now and that he'd better go to Mr. Pak, who would tell him what to do. The man also said that the rookie would carry all their gear once they entered the dungeon, and he'd better learn this lesson right away. Sivu looked at these men. He knew that a person's weakness didn't mean they were a good person, just as strength didn't mean they were bad. People aren't simple creatures who can be divided into strong villains and weak do-gooders, and it's best not to view the world through a pessimistic lens. At that moment, Siwoo's philosophical musings were interrupted by a man who asked how the young man was doing, if he was okay. The man handed him a bottle of water and offered him a drink, figuring he must have felt sick from the climb up the hill. The stranger advised him not to worry. After all, everyone gets nervous before entering a dungeon, and not to take that guy's words to heart. Besides, this was a D-rank dungeon, so there wouldn't be much loot today, and there was no need to worry. After that, the man extended his hand and said his name was Baek Chun Soo. Siwoo introduced himself as well, saying his name was Kim In-woo. The men shook hands, and that's when true magic happened. Siwoo sensed this man's faith in the goddess Riemann, and of course, it was fate, not a coincidence. Kim Siwoo greeted the man and said he was very pleased to meet him. And finally, the portal entrance appeared and opened wide enough. As soon as Siwoo entered the dungeon, his quest was complete. He had entered the Cave of Mud Golem's dungeon. After that, a very strange and suspicious window appeared before the young man. The quest description stated that it would update as he progressed. It looked especially suspicious after his conversation with Ms. Emma. It seemed the system had a specific reason for bringing Siwoo to this exact place. But at the same time, he didn't sense anything unusual. He needs to keep pretending to be a porter and then escape at the first opportunity. Trespassing into someone else's dungeon without permission could cause a commotion and unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, the guild representative began clapping his hands, keeping up the pace so the porters would move faster. The first sweep had already been completed. The porter's task was to collect the cores of mud golems and low-quality magic stones. If the porters pocketed anything, they had no idea what would happen to them for it. The golem cores were quite heavy. A single core the size of a fist weighed about 10 kilograms. For ordinary people, this kind of work is very hard, and indeed, the porters were experiencing immense fatigue and strain. After a while, the weaker porters could barely stay on their feet from exhaustion. Sivu realized he couldn't draw attention to himself, so he started carrying a golem core too. Suddenly, someone turned to him and asked if it was hard for him to carry it. It was Baek Chun Soo. He told the young man that the cores were very heavy, and he needed to take care of his back. If he filled a sack completely, it would be impossible to lift. So it was better to make several trips than to haul everything in one go. The man advised him to take care of his back, not to be greedy, and to think about his health. The man promised that once he had carried his own sack, he would come back and definitely help In-woo, since the boy was a newcomer. This man was very kind. Sivu looked at the man and silently blessed him. Seeing such kind people made his faith in humanity grow. But suddenly, right in front of the young man, the awakened one appeared. He didn't understand why this newcomer was loafing around here. The man decided to teach the newcomer a lesson and ordered him to pick up his backpack and carry it behind him. Just at that moment, Chun-Soo returned. He tried to tell the guy that today was the newcomer's first day on the job, and he didn't know much yet. The awakened one said that he would now take charge of training this newbie, and that it would be best not to get involved so as not to get into trouble. Of course, they've known each other for a very long time, but Chun-Soo still needs to know his place and show respect. Hearing the commotion of this argument, one of the guild representatives approached. He wanted to know what was going on here. The awakened one immediately started smiling at the boss and explaining that nothing serious had happened. The newbie just didn't know any better, and he was showing him the ropes. Siwoo watched this coward who was speaking so sweetly to the boss, and of course he wanted to beat the hell out of that scoundrel. The guild representative said that he would turn a blind eye this time, but there was no need to make a fuss anymore, since there were already so few porters. They didn't want to discourage others from coming to work. The guy said he understood everything and would do his best, since this was his 7th time here, and he knew the ropes. After that, the Awakened One told Lee Combe that he was close to the bosses, so it was better not to provoke him, and that everyone should do their job, or else they'd end up getting their pay cut. After that, the Awakened One turned to the new guy and told him to come over. Chuns was very worried and concerned for this young, bespectacled guy, but Siwoo winked at him and said everything would be fine. He'd take the chance to learn more about the job. Siwoo approached the Awakened One and offered to help carry the bag, and the young man slung the bag full of goblin cores over his shoulder. The man's mouth dropped open in surprise, for he knew the bag weighed about 100 kilograms. But be that as it may, the boy said that he trained often, so it wasn't hard for him, and he was sure that Yoon Taewon would teach him a lot. Eventually, they went to a place where no one else was around. Siwoo figured that no one would see them here. Siwoo turned to the Awakened One and remarked that he'd noticed he was quite close with the boss, which was very impressive. Taewon immediately puffed up with pride. He began explaining that this was his 7th time here and that he was now on good terms, not only with the boss but also with most of the local hunters. The man said they had moved to another area because the training would take a long time. He was pretty good and could teach the newbie a lot. Siwoo thanked his senior comrade. After all, it's always nice to hear and feel help and support, but it was immediately clear that the senior himself was one to slack off. Taewon didn't understand where the novice was going with this, but he didn't deny the fact that he didn't like to work. At that moment, Siwoo threw his bags on the ground and now looked at the senior defiantly. Siwoo finally assumed his usual appearance and activated his divine energy to teach this insolent man a lesson. The dungeon was quite quiet and empty. Everything looked clean and safe. Han Solwa stood in the center of the large hall. She could see streams of various energies swirling around her. The girl began checking some readings again because she sensed that something strange was happening. She had rented this ordinary dungeon to film a video for Mitubi, since there had been too many vlogs about her daily life lately, and she needed to show herself in action. But now, standing in this ordinary dungeon, Han Solwa felt a sense of unease and couldn't figure out what was causing it. It was very strange, because she was an S-rank hunter, and this dungeon was a piece of cake for her. On top of that, the scouting party still hadn't returned. The scouts weren't responding, and it didn't seem to be a communication issue. It looked like the scouts themselves had run into some serious trouble. Han Solwa was now definitely alarmed. It wasn't for nothing that she'd felt a sense of unease. The girl was very tense and immediately fired a blast of ice at the spot from which she sensed the threat. Soon the entire area was frozen, but the feeling didn't go away. The sense of unease remained. Something was wrong with this dungeon. Some kind of substance was absorbing the magic. The girl ordered her assistant to contact the Order of the White Radiance. They were handling all the strange occurrences that had taken place recently. Eugene tried to say that it was just a simple dungeon. However, her leader was furious and demanded that she follow orders, not voice her opinion. Eugene immediately headed to the surface to carry out the order, but suddenly her leader called her back. And as soon as the girl stopped, Han Solwa unleashed an ice attack on her and activated the ice prison skill. Eugene didn't understand what was happening. She called out to her mentor, but for some reason found herself trapped in an ice prison. Trying to stop Solwa, she screamed from within the ice until she had no strength left. But gradually the cold and the ice took their toll, and now the last drops of life had left this young body, which was completely frozen. After that, a powerful stream spurted from the girl's mouth. It seemed as though she wanted to melt the ice with it. And soon the icy prison was completely covered in black energy from the inside. Kan Solkva watched the events unfold with interest. The next moment she received a notification. A critical error had occurred in the dungeon. An invasion from another world had taken place, and the entrance to the dungeon had been forcibly sealed. Until the danger was eliminated, it was impossible to exit the dungeon, and an unknown passage had opened somewhere inside it. The girl had never received such messages before. She was alarmed and didn't understand what was happening. At that moment, she heard a loud crack, and the icy prison shattered into tiny fragments. After that, everything was covered in smoke, and someone said that a little mistake had happened. He had only planned to crack the wall a little. Siwoo began to cough, having inhaled the smoke. He said that all of this was the fault of the awakened porter. It was a rather strange scene. The awakened porter had his head stuck in the ground, and a bespectacled newbie was standing over him, saying that the previous training session had been pretty useless, so there was no need to even lift his head. Siwoo spotted a girl watching them and said she shouldn't pay them any mind. They were just ordinary porters who would quietly go about their business here and then move on. Han Solwa was very frightened. She didn't understand what kind of monsters or creatures had appeared before her. Sivu yelled at the Awakened One that he didn't like the guy's posture, and the Awakened One promised to stand up right away, straighten his back, and not upset his young comrade anymore. Siwu just wanted to punch a hole in the wall through which he sensed magical energy, but the wall collapsed, and he stumbled upon the only person from the Sulkva guild worth fearing. The girl looked very combative. She clearly wasn't in the mood for small talk, and Siv thought he had a real problem with luck. He was clearly out of luck. Sivu turned to the girl and said that she must be on good terms with her guildmates. Judging by what he'd seen, the girl liked to play ice tag with her assistants. Sivu began telling the girl that he too used to play tag with his younger sister. At that moment, she hurled an icy spear at him. Sivu, of course, dodged the spear, which froze part of the dungeon. The young man assumed that Solva wanted to play tag with him too. Han Solwa was very alarmed. She realized she was facing someone strong and serious, but didn't know who he was or what he was doing in her dungeon. Siwu said he was a mercenary porter named Kim In-woo. He had come here with the Solwa Guild, and this was the senior member demonstrating how to follow orders. The girl didn't want to listen to this nonsense and demanded that he shut up. But Siwu asked her not to worry, and instead to take care of her frozen friend, who was standing behind her. It seemed someone had thawed her out. And indeed, Eugene already looked like a real zombie. Half her body had thawed and looked terrible. And Eugene began to gather her demonic energy, and at that moment, representatives of the guild burst into the dungeon. It turned out to be a reconnaissance group, and they had all turned into monsters and were now like real zombies. Han Solwa attacked them with an ice spell and created an icy prison that held the monsters back, at least for a while. But the ice magic was very weak, and the demon-possessed begged the girl to become their prophet and join them. The awakened Yoon began to sob and ran away. He didn't want to die at the hands of these ghosts and was afraid of the monsters. The ghosts called out to Han Solwa and asked her to join them in great words and deeds. The girl tried to reason with them. She shouted for these idiots to come to their senses. Had they eaten something wrong in the dungeon? But the situation was not going in her favor. Siwu kept teasing the girl. He said that at home she was like she was playing tag, but this game was more like a game of musical chairs. And on top of that, Lady Solwa didn't stand on ceremony with her subordinates at all. The girl didn't know who was standing next to her, but she told him to shut up and stop being sarcastic, or else he'd get a good beating too. Sivu thought that in the videos on her channel, the girl said much nicer things. Besides, the contrast between her words and actions was obvious. She had absolutely no intention of saving or showing mercy to her people. Sivu took a close look at the enemy and realized that, even though he already had experience dealing with such beings, it was clear that something quite dangerous was currently in the dungeon. It was a corrupted desire, akin to magical energy, an unpleasant holy power that creates mad fanatics. Sivu tried to conceal his identity, quietly complete the mission, and slip away unnoticed, but, as expected, divine beings from other dimensions are difficult to defeat without holy power. Han Solka continued to hold back the onslaught of her crazed comrades, but she could already feel her strength running out. At that moment, the unfamiliar guy who had been trying to joke around asked if she needed help. Kim Si-woo said that later. Han Solhwa would tell her viewers that they had agreed to cooperate beforehand, and he would be able to help her get out of the dungeon. The girl was furious. She realized that this scoundrel had known from the very beginning that there would be some strange creatures in this dungeon. Kim Si-woo said that he actually knew nothing, but had simply come to complete a mission, and it just so happened that the mission took place in a dungeon that had been purchased by the Solwa Guild, so he had simply slipped inside. But since the situation had turned out this way, he understood that without his help, the girl wouldn't be able to get out of this dungeon. Han Solwa asked him to help her with these mysterious ghosts, and ultimately to remove this ridiculous disguise from her. The girl said she had figured him out long ago. After all, he was the only one of his kind in the entire country. Besides, he was the only one in the whole world capable of using holy power. And only the absolute dumbest idiots didn't know or understand that. Siwoo was very pleased that he didn't have to die of disappointment. After that, the young man finally took on his usual appearance. He was very pleased that he could go hunting for cultists. The girl watched the transformation with delight and didn't understand why Kim Siwoo hadn't added a scene of his transformation to the intro on Mitube. After all, it would have been very impressive. Siwoo admitted that he would have loved to, but he was still too shy and modest to post such a blatantly clickbait video. The subordinates continued to reach out toward their leader, and soon ropes shot out from them, binding the girl's body. Kim Siwoo gathered these ropes in his hand and addressed everyone present. Had they really fallen into these nets so easily? Did these people really believe their eyes were open? It was just some pathetic little god who had blinded and deafened them. Kim Si-woo said he wasn't a god. He was merely a priest. After that, the young man pulled all the ropes loose and began tearing them apart. Then he directed the holy light at everyone who was in the dungeon at that moment. They continued to scream and writhe in agony from the holy light. Han Sol-hwa herself sat there, bewildered and lost. Kim Si-woo promised that her companions would wake up soon and that they would talk outside later, once all this was over. The girl saw Si-woo heading deeper into the dungeon and asked him to take her with him, because she wanted to see the face of the creature that had done this to her people. Si-woo was surprised. After all, there were rumors that the guild exploited the laborers, but things turned out not to be so bad. Soka had no intention of justifying herself to anyone. She said that people only wrote nasty things online all the time, so the young man could think whatever he wanted. Kim Si-woo was surprised as he looked at the beauty. She was very calm and hadn't activated her will to destroy evil, which meant that his consciousness didn't sense any evil in her. Si-woo understood that even within the national corporation of the Awakened, there were all kinds of people. Not everyone was a scoundrel or a villain. But the young man didn't have time to think about anything else, because Sol-hwa called out to him and said they needed to hurry or else they might be late. Passing through the next corridors, they encountered a new group of people who were in a brainwashed state. They were urging their leader to join them. Si-woo noticed that even some of the porters had already become fanatics of some incomprehensible deity. They really did need to hurry. Khan Solkva said that the strange occurrences had begun at the spot where the reconnaissance team had disappeared and suggested they go there first. Soon they reached a certain spot and it seemed as though the cracks were emanating directly from the wall. The young people approached closer and it was obvious that this was the boss's room. The walls and doors appeared to be flooded with some kind of black streams, and a strong negative energy could be felt everywhere. Han Sol-hwa checked and confirmed that magic wouldn't work here. She didn't understand how they could possibly enter that door. Kim Si-woo received an update to the quest, The Door That Won't Close. It led to another world, and corrupted holy power was seeping through it, trying to penetrate this world. They had to close this door to thwart the entity's plans and prevent it from escaping. Since magic wasn't working, there was only one way left. Kim Si-woo gathered all his strength into his fist and slammed it into the wall. For some reason, the wall crumbled instantly, and it looked very strange. Why was this task so easy to accomplish? The girl couldn't believe they had broken down the door in such a barbaric way. And now the young people had entered the last room of the dungeon. An unknown energy filled the space, and somewhere in here was the boss. And indeed, deep within this room was some kind of entity that was feeding on body parts. The girl said that it was Mr. Galmid lying there, torn to pieces. Kim Si-woo had seen a huge number of monsters in his career, but this was the first time he had encountered one like this. This creature looked terrifying. It was hard to imagine that this monster could contain holy power. Kim Si-woo thought that perhaps this was the very door that cannot be closed, and sure enough, a notification appeared immediately, providing additional information. Kim Si-woo had discovered a door leading to another world. Corrupted holy power was trying to devour everything around it. He had to close it to thwart the entity's plans. And now the young people seemed to find themselves in some kind of vacuum. They began to hear talk of erosion, control, and domination. Han Sol-hwa didn't understand what kind of voice was speaking inside her head. Si-woo was worried about the girl and said that was exactly why he didn't want her to come with him. But the beauty said that now was not the time for lectures. It seemed to her that someone in her mind was speaking to her from within. Si-woo surmised that it was an entity calling itself a god, sending the girl some sort of divine revelation. Si-woo explained to his friend that it was a corrupted holy power belonging to a deity from another reality, but it was unclear why all these foreign forces had set their sights on Earth. Si-woo didn't understand why the gods he encountered during battles were all so hideous. It bothered him, and he felt insulted on behalf of his beautiful goddess. Riemann always tried to make the world just a little bit better, warmer, happier, and kinder. The energy seeping from the mysterious deity began to leak through the hole Kim Si-woo had made. The girl noticed this in time and immediately began freezing the entrance to prevent the energy from seeping out. Soon the entrance to the room was covered in ice, and it became clear that no force could easily break through it. Si-woo was impressed by the girl's abilities and said that he really liked everything she did. Soka finally understood her role. Ice magic was meant for defense. She couldn't let those repulsive creatures escape to Earth, and she would do everything in her power to keep them here. And while the girl defended the exit from this room, Si-woo had to deal with the door to stop the flow. Si-woo understood that the system had brought him to this dungeon for a reason, and now he headed straight for the door. The young man stepped inside, and it seemed as though he had become the center of some kind of magic circle, with everything around him focused precisely on him. Solka felt a strange sensation. It was a distorted power, not magical energy. The girl felt that she was barely managing to maintain the ice wall without falling, while Kim Siwoo looked completely unperturbed, standing at the epicenter. It was impossible to even imagine how strong this young man was. Siwoo continued to approach these gates connected to other dimensions, this door that nothing could close. Siwoo realized that this door was the true boss. It turned out that the causality of the current location had been severely distorted due to the erosion of another world. The system became more lenient when it came to other worlds and requested a correction to the causality of this location. And soon the system reported that this door was a holy relic. It cannot close and someone is watching from the other side. This door serves only as an observation point. It was very strange that it was originally the Earth dimension. Restrictions on the use of holy power had only recently been lifted on Earth, but the system never lies. So this repulsive door is a holy relic of Earth. There's just no end to what you find in this strange world. And soon the young man, looking closely, noticed something strange on the other side. At first, it was just a crack that suddenly burst open, and now it was clear that it was an eye. Kim Siwoo's enormous eye. A voice said that it must return to the place where it belongs. Kim Siwoo was very alarmed. He didn't understand what was happening. Some kind of dark force was stirring around him. The young man found himself enveloped in mysterious threads, and the eye seemed to be trying to force its way into our world. Siwoo tried to figure out what this eye was looking at and why it was even trying to peer into this world. Siwoo was already tired of this staring. It was completely unfair when someone spied on another. The young man grabbed the edges of this enormous door, and although he had activated his defensive abilities, he felt terrible pain as he began to gradually pull the door shut, trying to close it. Siwoo continued to pull the door shut and told the unknown entity that he was the first apostle of the Riemann order and must maintain his purity for the sake of his goddess. And even if you couldn't tell by looking at him, deep down Kim Siwoo knew that he was a true romantic and a man of one love. Kim Siwoo would never betray his goddess and would not allow other deities to rule this earth. A voice also appeared in the young man's head, saying that it remembered him and had recognized him. But at that moment, he completed the task, and a notification confirmed that the door that cannot close had closed. The mission's conditions had been met, and as a reward, he received a writhing peace. Furthermore, Kim Siwoo had completed the mission without disrupting causality, and for this he was granted an additional bonus, namely a few minutes of communication with his goddess. Han Solwa was still freezing the exit from this room, but now she saw the goddess Riemann and wanted to know who she was. A very pleasant light appeared in the room, and soon a special warmth spread around. The goddess Riemann began to descend toward her priest, who looked at her with delight and admiration. They hadn't seen each other in so long and had missed each other. Siwoo wanted to know how the goddess was doing. Riemann lowered her eyes and saw the young man's wounded hands. It had been so long since she'd seen her priest injured, but he said it wasn't worth paying attention to. Riemann touched the young man's hands, and immediately the wounds vanished completely and healed. Kim Siwoo rubbed his hands and said that he could have healed himself, since he had long since grown accustomed to his wounds and learned to cope with them. Riemann admitted that she had come here because she was worried about her apostle. Siwoo was very pleased to hear that the goddess was concerned about him. But if she was so worried, she could have shown up more often, though that was said more as a reproach. Kim Siwoo remembered that he shouldn't spoil the girl's mood. He knew she hadn't been able to contact him because she was busy. The goddess confirmed that she really did have a lot on her plate, matters that couldn't be resolved without her direct intervention. Just a few minutes ago, Siwoo had closed the interdimensional door through which a deity from another world had been trying to enter. In some parts of Eden, spatial erosion is also occurring, leading to attempts by other deities to penetrate Eden. Usually this doesn't happen in Eden because it is a closed dimension. Perhaps they were able to secretly slip through the dimensional passage she created when she took Siwoo into her world. Unfortunately, it's impossible to completely seal the passage. If she did that, they would definitely be unable to communicate and would never see each other again. But it seems that incidents like this will continue to occur. That disgusting mirror that Kim Siwoo destroyed was left behind by one of the ancient deities. They are all very powerful, and Kim Siwoo hasn't reached that level yet. Riemann unfortunately can't help him with everything, but at least now he knows who his enemy is. Their meeting was already coming to an end, and they hadn't even really had a chance to talk properly, but that was all they had. Siwoo was happy that the goddess had appeared here and that the system had allowed them to be together, even if only briefly. Riemann promised that she would always watch over the young man. After that, they said goodbye, and the goddess vanished. Today, the young man learned a lot. Riemann is not the chief deity of Earth. Her power is limited to Eden. The young man understood that the goddess had gone to great lengths for him, simply to allow him to use his abilities on Earth. But for now, it was enough that he understood much more about the ancient gods. He would have to figure out the rest on his own. Kim Si-woo saw a shiny object where the door had been just moments ago. He pulled a small bottle out of the sticky substance, inside which was a writhing creature. Si-woo approached the girl who was lying there almost without strength. She had been through a lot today and had faced creatures of a different rank without understanding why. But Kim Si-woo decided he would think about that later. For now, he needed to get out of this dungeon. The young man hoisted the girl onto his back and carried her. Soon he realized that Han Solwa's muscle mass was much greater than it seemed at first glance. Outside, the guild members were feeling awful, as if they'd suffered severe food poisoning. Their heads ached and they were nauseous and vomiting. Finally, Kim Si-woo emerged onto the surface with the girl in his arms. He laid her down near the followers, and they immediately began to treat her and restore her strength. The young man explained that she was suffering from magical exhaustion. She needed a mana potion. Chun-Su rushed to meet the porter he had recently worked with. He had lost sight of him and was very worried. Kim Si-woo was glad that Mr. Chun-Su was all right, and now the order's leader felt a sense of relief. Kim Si-woo said that he had been in the boss's room and broken the porter's record, and had also carried the guildmaster out of the dungeon. And before the man could recover, Kim Si-woo added that he had lied. His name was not Kim In-woo, but Kim Si-woo. Chun-Su bowed to his high priest, and Kim Si-woo invited the man to visit his temple. Suddenly, voices rang out, and everyone turned their heads toward the new arrivals. Representatives of the Order of the White Radiance stood there in their white hoods. A beautiful girl stood on the balcony of a luxurious house. The wind blew her long hair, and a voice called her a beautiful and respectful child. That voice addressed the girl and wanted to know what she was thinking. The girl confessed that she was thinking of Kim Si-woo. The voice said that Kim Si-woo was a deceiver. There was no need to pay him too much attention. When they returned to the place that rightfully belonged to them, Kim Si-woo would burn like a fly caught in a fire. The girl wanted to know when the hunt would end, and the voice replied that they would simply devour Kim Si-woo because he was merely one who cut off his own kind. But now he had grown too big to be eaten just like that. Besides, he was getting closer to the truth. After the full moon, the moon wanes, so we just need to wait. Everything is going according to plan. There's no need to rush. And the girl said she would follow her god's word. Kim Si-woo addressed these people and said that they appear wherever something suspicious is happening. It's all because they're from the Baeomyung order. The man said they had come at Solwa's request and that there was nothing suspicious about it. But the representative of the Order of White Radiance didn't understand what Kim Si-woo's father was doing in this place. As far as anyone knows, Solwa's guild owns this dungeon. The man said that the item found in the dungeon was of great importance to their order, so they would be very grateful if Kim Si-woo returned it to them. Kim Si-woo thought for a moment, then smiled and said he didn't want to do that. At that moment, Han Solwa approached the group. The girl had already regained her composure. She said she had asked the Order of the White Radiance for help, but Kim Si-woo had resolved all the issues, and the Order of the White Radiance had no authority over this dungeon. A representative of the Order of White Radiance began to say that she had summoned them herself, but the girl replied that it wasn't her fault because they had arrived too late. The man began to say that Han Solwa's words could seriously undermine the trust between him and the Awakened Corporation. Solwa was furious at being threatened and said that in that case, they would withdraw from all alliances altogether. Si-woo tried to calm the girl down, saying she was a bit impulsive, but Solwa declared that it was always better to sever ties sooner rather than later. At that moment, someone noticed that this couple, Si-woo and Solwa, seemed to get along perfectly well. The girl removed her hood, and now a bright divine glow emanated from her. She bowed her head and said she was pleased to meet the head of the Riemann order, though the time and place were not the most suitable. Kim Si-woo sensed an immense holy power. As expected, it resembled the waves of holy power of the ancient gods. It was simply colossal, living holy power. This girl was the head of the Baeomyung order, and it was clear she was not to be trifled with. The head of the order began to release black energy and played with it as if it were some kind of rubber object. The girl noted sadly that almost everything had been destroyed and this was all she had left. Did Kim Si-woo know anything about this? That door, through which a deity from another dimension was trying to pass, shouldn't be so easy to close. To close that door, one must surpass the power of the being trying to pass through. The system guiding Earth's Awaken maintains this balance through trials, dungeon clearing, and quest completion. The system forces one to pay a price and receive a reward. The fact that Kim Si-woo's father destroyed the door means he is a being who has surpassed a certain limit. Kim Si-woo is an outlier among outliers, though it seems he doesn't really realize this himself. Kim Si-woo truly didn't understand where she was going with this, so he asked her to just stop talking nonsense. The head of the order asked if Kim Si-woo wanted to cooperate with her order. The fact is, their god wishes to have Kim Si-woo as one of his followers. Kim Si-woo just laughed in response because the holy power seemed suspicious, and how could he trust these people? The leader of the Riemann order was surprised when he realized that Faith had a preference, and he decided to ask a direct question, hoping to get a direct answer. Kim Si-woo wanted to know exactly what the god of the Order of the White Radiance and all its members wanted. The priestess replied that their goal was to return beings to where they originally belonged. Such was their will, and it was natural. Small beings are merely carried along by the great current, and humans too are merely small beings following the will of the gods. Kim Si-woo realized he was about to be subjected to yet another flood of information he didn't need, and he stated categorically that the conversation was over. They would never see eye to eye, because the goddess Riemann loved and pitied the small creatures, while the rest were supposed to stay in their rooms and keep a low profile. The girl said that if Kim Si-woo wanted information about the purifiers, she was always ready to tell him. Si-woo believed that the Radiants did not want to cooperate with the purifiers because the latter sought endless chaos. In short, it was already turning into a full-scale conflict of everyone against everyone. Han Solwa came to the temple and asked to be accepted into the order because the warm light she had felt in the dungeon was the goddess's power, and now the girl wanted to be part of the order. Sivu was ready to believe her, but Luna still thought the order's leader was overly trusting, especially when faced with a beautiful and emotional young woman. Luna was willing to admit that Solwa was smart and beautiful, but were they really going to accept a new member into the order right away? Siwu sent his assistant to have a calming drink, while he himself wanted to continue the conversation with the newly recruited member of the order. Han Solwa said that her guild had nowhere else to go. The guild had decided to join the side aligned with the Order of Riemann, and the guild leader wanted to become a member of the order. Kim Si-woo explained that their order had no so-called factions, so there was no need to admit anyone. The girl was certain that Si-woo wasn't actually that naive if he thought everything was held together solely by a contract. The Riemann Order, Cho Seo-jin and his Goblin Guild, the Daeho Guild, the Ability Management Division, the Oracle, and even the Barbarian, all these groups gathered around Kim Si-woo are in fact a faction. As the guild leader, Han Sol-wha wants to abandon the sinking ship as soon as possible and is making the best choice. This is her personal decision. It was made the moment she accepted Si-woo's help. And so Kim Si-woo shouldn't think that this is about him or that she's repaying him for saving her life. He shouldn't be mistaken. Si-woo initially thought that Sol-wha's behavior toward the members of her faction was harsh and cruel. But later he saw how she risked her own life to prevent the destruction of the dungeon, and how her subordinates genuinely worried for their leader. And now Luna was charmed by Han Solva, and both of them believed that the girl was shy and modest, and not at all insolent and treacherous. On top of that, she was a true beauty and an intellectual, and she no longer hesitated to speak openly about it. At that very moment, the man in the red cloak was high in the sky. He was flying away aboard a private jet. The staff informed him that the head of the Baeonmyeong Order had contacted the head of the Riemann Order. The man was surprised, as this wasn't part of their plan. Most likely, for both leaders of the orders, this was an unexpected meeting that they hadn't planned. Now the Purifier understood that Papa Kim must have learned more facts, but that was for the best, because matters in Korea were already settled, and unfortunately, they would meet again soon. The plane flew against the backdrop of the starry night sky, which contained several portals to other dimensions. From early morning, the first very important meeting had been taking place at the temple of the goddess Riemann, bringing together a diverse group of people. Just a few weeks ago, none of them could have imagined that they would be sitting at the same table and deliberating together. Kim Si-woo announced that the first meeting of the Riemann Alliance was now in session. Choi Seo-jin, as always, was very busy, so he wanted to get straight to the point and asked why their father had gathered them all. First and foremost, it was done to introduce everyone present and announce the addition of new allies. Han Sol-wha introduced herself and said she was a representative of the Sol-wha Guild, which had joined the alliance formed around the Riemann Order. The girl said she had felt the warm light of the goddess Riemann, with strength, warmth, and all-encompassing benevolence. firmly believing that the goddess would accept her. The girl was very emotional. She declared that she had confidently left the Chonggak Alliance and believed she would never regret it. Everyone present was charmed by such a beautiful newcomer and now listened with satisfaction to her enthusiastic and sincere words. Choi was very happy to see Han Solwa there. He knew the girl as a perceptive person and waited with interest to see how long she would be able to remain in the Chonggak Alliance. Solwa replied that she hadn't intended to stay there that long, but circumstances had forced her to. Everyone knew that her guild wielded significant influence among content creators in the MeTuber community, but unfortunately they lacked the strength and would struggle to handle serious tasks on their own. Minsu believed that the soft power this girl possessed would be a huge help, because Han Solwa was the face of the Chonggak Alliance. The most prominent figure in the Chonggak Alliance had defected to the Riemann Order, and now no one could ignore the symbolism of this event. In any case, it was a brilliant idea, and no one objected to the new alliance member. Han Solwa soon stopped feeling nervous and began explaining that she already had 9 million followers. Kim Si-woo immediately calculated how many millions he would bring into his religion, and now it seemed simply perfect. Solwa immediately reminded Kim Si-woo to add a transformation scene to the Riemann Order's intro. The editor needed to be properly trained, and now she wanted to know who was working as the editor for the Order's channel, because it was time to introduce a lot of new types of content there. Kim Si-woo began counting the number of subscribers for the Solwa Guild, the Goblin Guild, and the Riemann Order, and soon the number turned out to be simply staggering. According to preliminary estimates, it was around 19 million people, which meant In-woo would have a lot of work. So, the first item on the Alliance meeting's agenda was closed. Everyone welcomed the new member, Han Solwa, once again. It was time to move on to the second item on the agenda, during which Kim Si-woo was going to tell everyone about the Baeonmyeong Order and the Purifiers. At first glance, these two groups are very similar, but it has recently come to light that they clearly keep each other in check. Their goals are not yet clear, but their methods are completely different. The Baeonmyeong Order is connected to the ancient gods, or rather the corrupted gods, and seeks to create favorable conditions for them. The Purifiers, on the other hand, are a group that works with evil and demon kings. Both factions are dangerous enemies to all people of goodwill. Even ordinary dungeons turn into rifts when these groups get involved. Many have already faced this problem firsthand and understand what I'm talking about. The Baeonmyeong Order and the Purifiers are trying to persuade the Riemann Order rather than fight against it. At the same time, they are at odds with each other, and it is constantly very difficult to figure out exactly what goals they are pursuing. But one thing was already clear. None of these followers would bring peace to Earth, and they pose a real threat to humanity. From that moment on, Kim Si-woo asked everyone who encountered members of the Purifiers or the Baeonmyeong Order during raids to establish a communication network and warn the others. In addition, they needed to build up their strength to defeat them. Minsu was confident that the Riemann Alliance's infrastructure was already on par with the former Chonggak Alliance, and that was encouraging. With that, the meeting was over, and now everyone was free to go about their business. The girls went to wander around the temple so that Luna could explain and show them everything, while Cho Seo-jin lingered a little longer. Kim Si-woo wanted to talk to the man about the magic bracelets they needed to finalize the discussion on their distribution. Sejin received confirmation that it was possible to arrange mass sales and shipments of mid-level holy water bracelets and sacred stone bracelets. There are interested companies that are already ready to sign an exclusive contract. Sejin admitted that his younger brother had already wanted to personally visit Kim's father, and this was very good news for the entire order. Sejin explained that the details of this deal had reached the board of directors of the Yusen Group, and now the group's head had personally expressed his interest. Recently, the Yusen Group has been reviewing projects for investment in research and infrastructure related to the Riemann Order. Kim Si-woo couldn't believe his ears. He realized that the chairman of the Yusen Group, ranked 5th in the business rankings, was Seo-jin's father. Seo-jin himself pleased his father by landing such a big fish, thereby fulfilling his duty. And since his father had given direct instructions, investments on a completely different scale were expected. And in the near future, representatives of the financial group would contact leader Kim Si-woo. Securing investment from the conglomerate chairman was an excellent idea. But still, as clergy, they should have remained more modest and not rejoiced so much over the earnings. But now Luna was managing the business side of the alliance, and the order is growing very quickly, so they need to bring someone else on board, because soon the girl won't be able to handle it alone. If the goddess Riemann were here, she would surely say, "Kim Si-woo, you're too busy tracking down enemies. You can't run a growing religious order, since you haven't even received any training in administration or management. And now the young man understood even more clearly that they needed new people and real experts. After some thought, Dad turned to Cho Seo-jin with a confidential request. He was ready to explain it, but immediately warned her. This would make even him drool, and he would really like it. After finishing his current business and meetings, Kim Si-woo went to the garden and saw that the sacred tree had grown significantly. After all, just recently, it had been a small sprout. It was very fitting that this tree visually reflected the expansion of the order's influence. In any case, it was wonderful. And although the reason for the religion's expansion was to prepare people for existing threats, the main thing was that they were joining the order. But now it was time to take the next step. Kim Si-woo took out the bottle containing the writhing fragment. To progress further in the quest, he needed to fully grow this fragment. This thing is somehow connected to the ancient gods. There is no further information or other tasks, nor are there any hints related to the writhing fragment. According to the conditions, growing this fragment was now the most important action the system expected, but the main problem lay in the unknown growing conditions. Kim Si-woo reread the mission conditions several more times, but still didn't understand anything until he had absolutely no idea how to grow the fragment. Unexpectedly, Kim Si-woo decided to use the active skill Holy Chant and directed it at this strange object. Soon, a bright beam of divine light was directed from somewhere in the sky. Everyone watched in fear. Could their leader really be trying to destroy the temple? Kim Si-woo reassured his companions, saying that his holy power couldn't harm the temple. But judging by the intensity and atmosphere, something unusual was happening. Kim Si-woo said nothing, but in reality, he was testing something, hoping it would cause the writhing fragment to grow, though so far the attempt had failed. Be that as it may, the fragment of the ancient god was an item, and this item was tied to the system, which meant the growth rate was also determined by the system. Kim Si-woo noticed that he already had a huge number of holy points, and he decided to spend them in the shop just as the system had advised. Kim Si-woo decided to purchase a consecration workshop. It would allow him to create holy artifacts from sacred stones. They would have to make many items in the near future, so now they could gather consecration priests. Luna thought this was a very good idea, but there was a small problem. There were no people in the order who could teach novices consecration. Luna didn't want to admit it, but she missed one person very much, someone who could easily solve this problem. But Kim Si-woo promised the girl that everything would work out soon. He knew it would, and he had everything prepared. After that, the leader bought the consecration workshop. It facilitated the creation of holy artifacts, and under certain conditions, a miracle could occur. To operate it, a priest or a holy knight from the order was needed. Although Kim Si-woo was the Pope, he loved money very much, and now, looking at this workshop, he imagined the corporate capital they would soon be amassing. Kim Si-woo asked not to be made the chief money lover, since Looney also needed in-game currency, and waiting for donations and relying on them wasn't always convenient. At that moment, the writhing fragment in the jar grew by 3%, and that was wonderful. As soon as it grew, the quest would continue. Kim Si-woo didn't make it to the bedroom that night either and fell asleep right on the couch. The young man felt constantly exhausted. Lately, he'd been living like a workaholic, and it was unclear when that would change. First, there was a difficult mission in Japan. Then secret forays into the dungeon disguised as a porter, followed by a showdown with a suspicious god. When Si-woo was in Eden, he also worked harder than anyone else, but he had hoped to rest when he returned to Earth, and here he was back at work again. Inview was very surprised to see his brother at home. Was he really not going to work today? Siv said he was staying, and immediately asked for some snacks. Soon, the cat Snezhok appeared in the living room. He had already learned how to use the TV remote control. His younger sister was talking about her impressions of her new school. She missed her older brother, and so regularly watched the news with Snezhok, since Si-woo appeared on it more often than he did at home. The news reported that the National Corporation of the Awakened, which had previously been suspected of attempting to absorb all the Awakened, had grown to enormous proportions, but rumors of its collapse had recently begun to circulate. The head of the Taeho Guild was implicated in an attack on Papa Kim Si-woo of the Riemann Order. Rumors also surfaced that the Solwa Guild had joined the Riemann Order. A global forum of the Awakened will be held in the U.S. at the end of the month. The next report covered President Seo Shin-woo's visit to the Lost Lands. Kim Si-woo lay relaxed on the couch listening to the news, but his mind kept returning to his main problem: what to do with the writhing fragment. The young man jumped up from the couch, startling his younger brother and sister. He checked the writhing fragment and only then noticed that it had grown. Sai-woo was very pleased and immediately tried to calm his younger brother and sister. Sivu tried to recall what he had done the day before and what actions had caused the writhing fragment to start growing. Finally, the boy remembered that he had installed a consecration workshop the day before. It turned out that the writhing fragment grew as the church's level increased. Based on this, it seemed the system wanted to strengthen the church of the goddess Riemann. It was unclear whether this was a hint of a major upheaval or preparation for a future war. Even though he already knew a great deal about the gods and the system, Kim Si-woo understood almost nothing. The young man looked out the window and recalled his life in Eden. Back then, everything had been very unstable as well. Kim Si-woo reassured himself that at least now he had power, whereas in Eden he had nothing. And back then he had also figured things out when the time came. A D-rank attacking rift suddenly appeared in the city of Gimpo. Members of the Goblin Guild gathered to clear it and were surprised to see that the guild master himself, Cho Seo-jin, had come here. They thought it was completely unnecessary. But the head replied that he had come because Papa Kim had personally asked him to check something, and so Cho assumed it would be difficult for his men. A gate was forming in the current zone, and soon everyone realized that something was indeed wrong. The fact was that a very powerful energy was beginning to emanate from this portal. It didn't resemble magical power. Soo-jin realized that this was exactly what Papa Kim had told him about. It had been a long time since the man had felt such a rush of adrenaline. The guildmaster ordered his comrades to retreat because they couldn't handle the threat. He would now be the first to meet the guest emerging from this rift. The interdimensional contract had been completed, the price paid, and causality had allowed the intervention of the goddess Riemann from the dimension of Eden. Kim Si-woo realized that his comrade Cho Seo-jin seemed to be handling things quite well. Meanwhile, Luna was busy training the priests, and she was already feeling stressed by the stupidity of some of them. She made the students repeat the slogan, "The best healing is to smash the enemy's head first." Of course, it wasn't exactly Christian, but it helped relieve her stress. Divine power on the battlefield is a source of healing. Whether you're a priest or a holy knight, the church's healing isn't limited to medical treatment. Kim Si-woo was very pleased watching these future priests haul heavy stones while shouting chants at the top of their lungs. It looked as if Luna was preparing for a holy war, but the girl didn't deny it. She said she'd had an excellent teacher, Kim Si-woo, and that physical training was the foundation of everything. Leo had applied recovery measures in time, so everything was fine. The students were feeling great, but Leo himself would soon need some recovery. Luna believed that if she couldn't go home, she wouldn't let the others leave either. Si-woo was pleased that the clergy weren't giving up. He liked that. Luna proudly announced that the first group ready for battle would soon set out on training raids. She planned to personally escort these new recruits to the gates and oversee all their actions there to avoid any problematic situations. Kim Si-woo asked if they could already operate as an independent unit. Of course, there was no problem with that. But at the same time, Luna understood. If she started taking the students out, a gap in the church's leadership might emerge. At that moment, Cho Seo-jin, covered in mud and dust, appeared on the temple grounds. He greeted the Pope and said they had finally brought that man. The Goblin Chief said he hadn't faced such a powerful opponent in a long time. Si-woo was pleased that the fastest gate belonged to the Goblin Guild, while Luna, looking at the stranger, could not believe her eyes. For it was none other than the master whom they all deeply respected and revered. In Eden, Archbishop Bear was the head of the church and was responsible for internal affairs. This man controlled the administration and supplies. He looked gentle and kind, but his name was quite different. When people saw how this man personally executed demons and heretics in a white cassock, they gave him a menacing name, the White Terror. The Vatican's Secretary of State and head of the Holy Council of the Church of Riemann, Lafarge Sante. The man knelt and said that he was Lafarge Sante, the first apostle of the goddess Riemann and chairman of the Council of Archbishops, who had come to appear before Pope Kim Si-woo, the leader of all believers under the heavens. Kim Si-woo addressed the archbishop with great respect and asked how he was doing. After that, the young man welcomed Archbishop Lafarge to earth. The men drank tea and spoke of how pleasant it was to meet the archbishop again in their home world, and how their hearts were filled with deep emotion. The archbishop said that tea on earth had a very delicate flavor. He was very tactful, just like his disciple Leo. Everyone was happy to welcome and get to know Archbishop Lafarge, and Si-woo immediately admitted that his church desperately needed an administrator. The situation had reached a point where the church's administration had hit a wall, and it became clear that there was a severe shortage of professional staff. Opening the status window and looking at his remaining divine points, Kim Si-woo invited Archbishop Lafargue to Sante, and since the Goblin Guild portal opened the fastest through the system and by the goddess's will, Lafargue was urgently transported to that portal. Choi Seo-jin hadn't had a worthy rival in a long time and was happy to fight a strong opponent. The Archbishop also didn't think there would be a worthy warrior on Earth, and this was an excellent welcome. The Archbishop had once been Leo's teacher, and it was said that in his prime, Lafargue was even stronger than his student. Upon hearing these words, Leo turned pale, but he didn't want to explain what had happened to him. Apparently, it was PTSD from prolonged interaction with a formidable teacher. Luna was also glad to greet the Archbishop. Lafargue Sante conveyed greetings from the priests of Eden to everyone and said that they missed their loved ones very much there. But now there was a close-knit group on Earth. Leo, Luna, and the Archbishop. Now they would lead the order together. The man said that the goddess had conveyed several prophecies, and although there were some suspicious movements, there were no serious problems in Eden. The continent was actively recovering from the war, so it was a bit noisy around there, but nothing more than that. Mr. Lafargue said that as soon as he arrived on Earth, he immediately inspected the church, and now he had questions for the order's leader, Kim Si-woo, which he would like to discuss with him. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief, wished them a good conversation, and said they'd wait outside. Kim Si-woo hadn't expected such betrayal from his loved ones. How could they have left him alone with this Archbishop? Kim Si-woo wanted to go back for them, but the Archbishop asked him to sit down and calm down. The young man felt like a schoolboy who had done something wrong and realized that he wasn't about to hear any kind words. Lafargue Sante placed his hand on the stack of papers and said that there were more problems than he had expected, and they needed to start with the most urgent ones. It was immediately clear that no one would be sleeping tonight, and Kim's father was ready to shed bitter tears. All of this turned out to be no joke, and now the night was drawing to a close. Kim Si-woo was ready to fall asleep right on top of the papers. Lafargue couldn't understand how one could simply gather resources and leave them unchecked. Leo and Luna were barely managing to train the new recruits. The church had grown to enormous proportions, but it was poorly managed. The man had found countless problems, for even back in Eden he had told Kim Si-woo to study hard, because it would come in handy. Si-woo could barely stand on his feet, but Lafargue looked as fresh as a daisy. On top of that, he had already managed to learn how to use a laptop. The most urgent task was to reorganize everything, because His Holiness couldn't manage everything on his own. A support system was needed. It was already clear that the difference in civilization levels between Eden and Earth was enormous, so the structure had to be different. Kim Si-woo had already regretted 1,000,000 times that he'd volunteered to help this boor, but out loud the young man said he was grateful for all the advice. The old man laughed. He sensed that Kim Si-woo had become more honest upon returning to his home world, and now he would gladly serve Kim Si-woo in this world. From the very beginning, Kim Si-woo's mission had been to learn and develop the church. Perhaps that was why the goddess Riemann had bestowed upon him the blessing of learning. Lafargue believed that the human world was incredibly advanced technologically, and the opportunity to learn new things filled his heart with joy even in the twilight of his life. He was sincerely grateful to the goddess for sending him to Earth. Lafargue told Sante that when he entered and saw the enormous wall behind the temple, he immediately thought that Earth had endured trials comparable to those of Eden. This wall remained after the 0 point. Kim Si-woo said that they planned to dismantle the wall, and that the material from which it was made was a valuable resource. Lafargue said that Earth was very lucky, just like Eden, because Kim Si-woo was here. And Si-woo explained that they needed to tear down the old walls and create a new power. In the end, the men agreed on their upcoming plans. The Archbishop said that this was his final mission to support Kim Si-woo here on Earth. Left alone, the young man immediately took out the bottle to check on the writhing fragment. And indeed, it had begun to grow and was already at 8%. Its growth was linked to the church's development. His hunch had been confirmed. But now new questions arose in his mind. What would happen when the writhing fragment had fully grown? At that moment, the phone on the table showed signs of life, and a message arrived. It stated that an invitation had been sent to the Third International Forum of the Awakened. When the first snow fell, the ark fell, and the last ark of the Riemann Church was dismantled. And now the top news stories were reporting on the temple of the goddess Riemann, open to all who wished to visit. Pope Kim Si-woo delivered a speech at the event, marking the opening of the 0 point zone. For the general public, the time had come to leave the ark and embrace a new world. The merciful goddess is ready to welcome everyone. The temple's doors are open to all who suffer. Many journalists came to the event to speak with Korea's most extraordinary awakened one. Questions poured in from representatives of various media outlets. Everyone was interested in Papa Kim himself, as well as the goddess Riemann. Newspapers published photos of the beautiful temple, which was no longer surrounded by a huge, intimidating wall. More than a month has passed since then, and on one winter day, Aiden Howard appeared on the temple grounds. He greeted Siwoo and asked if Papa had prepared everything necessary. At one of the research centers monitoring Kim Siwoo's activities, they were watching him very closely and noticed that a dimensional resonance had occurred. A man in glasses watched the awakened one, Kim Siwoo, with a smile and said that they would meet soon. Aiden came to talk about the World Forum of the Awakened, for which he had sent out invitations in advance. Siwoo initially said he hadn't received anything, but soon realized that the letter he had thrown away without reading was the invitation to the forum. Aiden, of course, had heard that Kim Siwoo was very busy, but it was starting to get on his nerves because not just anyone could get into a forum like this. Siwoo received dozens of invitations from various organizations, but Aiden still believed this event could not be ignored. It would take place in a month in Los Angeles, and the first anomalous awakened one, who had revived South Korea's golden age, as well as the top-tier holy-type player, Kim Si-woo, had been invited to the event. Kim Si-woo didn't understand. Did Americans really have nothing better to do, given that there were so many portals in the world that needed to be cleared? But according to Aiden, this was a very important event. Many awakened from around the world agreed to attend once they learned that Kim Si-woo would be present. There's one crazy guy in America who really wants to meet Kim Si-woo in person, and he'll definitely be a huge help to the order and to Dad personally. Si-woo didn't understand who had decided all this in the first place and why they hadn't asked his opinion. He said he wouldn't go and had no intention of spending his rare vacation time on a trip to America. Aiden believed that Dad should think about the president of Korea and the heads of the ability management departments who are working hard in their positions. They are making efforts to raise their country's standing, yet Kim Si-woo cannot support them by attending the forum. Si-woo knew these people were trying their best. They were busy with their work projects and surely didn't want Kim Si-woo to draw any more attention. They already had their hands full. Si-woo firmly stated once again that he wouldn't go, and now he needed to get back to work so they could say goodbye. Aiden was very upset. Kim Si-woo understood that everything would be difficult, but right now he could say one thing for sure. Kim Si-woo, whether he liked it or not, would definitely go to America. Barbar advised his Korean friend not to underestimate America's intelligence capabilities, after which he firmly and confidently declared that Kim Si-woo would definitely go. Si-young's younger sister ran into the room early in the morning and said that the school had sent an official letter. And that meant, according to the girl, she could go to America with her older brother. Si-woo nearly choked on his tea, while the girl went on to say that Grandma Emma had told her how beautiful the sights in Los Angeles were. If the girl goes to America, she really wants to visit Disneyland, and of course the Grand Canyon, since she has never been abroad in her life. In-woo's younger brother explained that the girl had been invited to the World Forum of the Awakened. It turns out there were spots for unawakened participants, and they say Kim Si-yeon is the youngest among the invitees. The official letter came through the school because the academic semester is still in session. In-woo added that if their sister attends the forum, she'll have an advantage when applying to American universities. And now the younger brother and sister were absolutely thrilled about the family trip, the letter of recommendation, and their future journey together. Kim Si-woo was ready to tear everything apart in a fit of rage, but he realized that, most likely, he had lost this time. Si-woo hadn't felt such a sense of defeat in a long time, and now it was overwhelming him. Si-yeon saw how upset her older brother was. The girl agreed to cancel the trip because it was too childish to go just because she wanted to. Of course, she couldn't react any other way but to agree, and now happiness and a smile never left Kim Si-yeon's face. Leo went on the trip too, and the girl was happy. Leo himself felt the tension, but this time he got lucky and won at rock, paper, scissors. Life was full of surprises. In-woo was thrilled with the private jet on which they were all now flying to Los Angeles. Grandma was happy too because thanks to her eldest grandson, this was her second time flying on a private jet, a true luxury in her old age. Si-woo sat off to the side. He was still angry that the Americans had schemed so cunningly and left him no choice. Si-woo was furious and now didn't want to think about first class or the private jet. He just kept seething. Aiden wanted to lighten the mood and squeezed in nearby, saying he didn't want to sit next to the women. He'd already spent quite a long time with them. Although Si-woo was angry, he understood that 3 anomalous awakened were flying on this plane, and the promises of the highest level of security and honor were not empty words. Immediately upon arrival at the airport, they were met by a group of people in black suits. These security guards greeted Papa Kim Si-woo. The man introduced himself. He was the leader of the team responsible for security during their stay in America. His name was Peter, and now they all headed to the hotel. Peter explained that his task was to make their stay as safe as possible. The forum itself would last about 4 days. On the first day, there would be a banquet for the awakened, followed by official meetings. On the last day of the forum, non-awakened guests would be invited, and there would be a final dinner and farewell. Kim Si-woo listened carefully to all of this, then asked why they were being transported separately from the others. Si-woo wanted to know the true purpose of this forum, and asked Aiden not to pretend he didn't know the truth. Aiden also wanted to discuss the matter right away. He was already tired of beating around the bush. When the world's most powerful nations gather in one place, it becomes an unofficial summit and a platform for the redistribution of influence. From the outside, it looks like a social event, but in reality, it's strategic intelligence gathering between countries. Not only America, but other nations as well are showcasing their strategic assets. Everyone wants to see and meet Kim Si-woo in person, as well as determine whether he is a partner useful to their national strategy or a potential threat. Every country wants to observe Kim Si-woo directly. America considers him a potential ally, but for other countries, Si-woo is still a dark horse. Si-woo understood that this attitude could change. There is always a risk. What's more, these people don't yet know what a terrible temper the Korean anomalous awakened one has. But after this forum, everyone will understand what Kim Si-woo is really like. After the forum, it will become clear to everyone that Kim Si-woo is the very definition of an irregular, a variable outside the norm. Aiden reminded Si-woo once again that one of the awakened really wants to meet him. This person will also be at the forum. His nickname is the Mad Scientist, and that's exactly what he is. He's also a returned irregular and uses something called psychic energy in his practices. In simpler terms, he modifies his own body. The problem is that lately this awakened one has become obsessed with Kim Si-woo, so he needs to be very careful. Even though Kim Si-woo was a father, he was only human, and he didn't understand why only men were interested in him. It was already driving him crazy. Stepping out of the elevator into the hallway, Kim Si-woo heard a familiar laugh and saw that even the door had been left wide open. Si-woo announced that he was back, that they would be going to the Grand Canyon tomorrow, and asked how everyone was doing. His little sister had a magical bracelet. It was for his princess. If you pressed it, stars would rise up and shine inside. For his beloved grandmother, he had prepared a special massager. You put it on your wrist, and as soon as you thought of a sore spot, it immediately began massaging it. In-woo also received a portable supercomputer. With it, he would be able to do everything 10 times faster. Si-woo looked around the room, saw his happy relatives, and some stranger. He didn't understand what was going on at all. The stranger said he was very pleased to welcome the Korean anomalous awakened one, Si-woo, and to meet him in person. The man said he was an irregular from America. His name is Michael.